Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number. See, I already flubbed it. It's episode number 302. I'm doing the best I can. It's not very good, though, is it? My name is Colin. I'm joined, as always, by my son. I can't
keep it going. No, you got to keep rolling.
Chris, just take it away.
Oh, sure. Hey, man, the immediate self-deprecation, like 10, not 5 seconds into the show. Not very good, is it?
No, it's not very good. Why are you listening to this?
Fuck you.
How dare you?
You could do better than this with your time and your life. What are you doing here? How are you, Chris? What's going on with your life today?
I'm doing good. I've been getting up a lot earlier lately. Just strange. I find myself awake at like 7 a.m. I'm just like, all right, I guess this is where I'm at now.
I see.
Yeah, it's strange.
7 a.m. Yeah, that's like when I worked a real job. I would just get up. Yeah. And I would go to bed at like 11, which is really weird. It's like, whoa, 11 o'clock, man. When I was a little kid, I didn't want to be in bed. You know, what was your bedtime, Chris? Did you have a bedtime when you were like, let's say you were in like 5th grade. What was your bedtime?
Oh my God. 5th grade. I think there was no chance I was getting past 10.
Right.
You know, I think like there was like a general like 9 o'clock was like a kind of like a soft barrier. But if I wasn't in bed by 10, like there was probably a problem. Yeah. I feel like I remember that being true, but it's so long ago at this point that like I feel like a lot of my memories are just implied, like vague assumptions of what might have been true.
Sure.
You know,
I can't remember half my teachers' names from high school anymore.
Oh, no shot. Yeah.
No
chance.
That's like a really interesting thing to me. I was like, what was that person's name? Like, who was that? Like, I cannot even remember. I remember most of them, but a lot, like, it's crazy how many things. I was looking at like a high school picture recently. I was like, who are these people? Like, I don't even remember your names at all. And I'm sure they don't remember me either. It's weird how the memory works. Mine's especially fluttering away at all times. It's good to see you here today with us, my friend, and Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you sleeping?
Sleeping very well. Very, very heavy last night, but I realized I had these here for a very unfunny bit on our Rebirth spoiler cast. Still have my my Eclipse glasses.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I was seeing about how there was like a spike in people saying my eyes hurt on Google. Now I use these when I look at the Eclipse, but I like real quick went like this, like just a quick flash.
Oh yeah, that's not going to do anything to you.
I will say though, and apparently you're only supposed to use these in 3-minute intervals, which I did do. I felt a little fucked up that night. I was like, I just feel a little strange. Am I going to wake up tomorrow with a dark spot in the middle of my vision? I was fine. Yeah, but it definitely did, looking through these a little bit, even with this, and who knows what this is? This could be fucking car tint for all we know. Just like layered 5 times.
Did you see the Amazon recall? Like they issued like the morning of the Eclipse a recall on a shit ton of them, saying like they're not all right, which is like they're supposed to be like some set. Like, is there like a numeric value of like what it's safe for on yours? It was interesting, like that it was not high enough or whatever.
Yeah, this does have information on it. Confirms to and meets the transmission requirement of ISO 12312-2 filters. Because there is a thing I saw. Some people would just get like welding goggles and then just look at it. Not all welding goggles are good enough though, and so those people are fucked.
But those are, but what you're holding right now, those are Eclipse glasses, right? Those are specifically for that,
right? Yeah, these are for the Eclipse, and you really should only use them one time because if you save them for the next one, they're going to degrade and look like and kill you. So.
Yeah, because you manufacture, like, when's the next one? Like 2070 or whatever? What you do because of inflation is you manufacture 1 million of them right now, and then you put them in a warehouse. And then in 2070, you got all these things for free. You're going to make a shit ton of money. You'll probably be able to sell them for like $150 each at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're all going to be paying $100 for a small fry at McDonald's. By the way, Chris, did you see Donald Trump ordering Chick-fil-A? I was thinking of you when I saw it.
I did. 50,
oh my God, you're going to love it.
5,000 burgers.
He's like, can we get 30 milkshakes and some chicken?
He's doing this with his hands, with every word.
He is.
I'll have 50 milkshakes and some chicken. We'll all get rich here.
Yeah, he's like, how's everyone doing? You know, it's like it's so funny.
He has become an impression of himself. It's crazy.
Definitely.
That's such a crazy video. Did you see I know Dustin did. But Colin, did you go out and watch the eclipse?
No, I was recording during it. I was in the partial view of it, I guess, here in Virginia. Down here in Central Virginia, we didn't get the full solar eclipse.
Yeah.
But no, I was recording what I was excited about. See what I love, and I said this on another show, so I'm sorry. I don't know what show it was though. Where I was like, I just think it's so funny thinking about pre-literate civilization. So like, go back thousands of years, several thousand years. Because people, even our ancients, even knew how the universe, the world worked in some way. They were predicting these things, but like this thing just happened in like 22,000 years ago or whatever. Neanderthals and not Neanderthals, probably Cro-Magnons running around Europe, and then one day the sun just gets encapsulated by the moon. Can you imagine that? Yeah. How much that must have ruined everyone's life? Like at that, seriously, they'd be like, "What the fuck just happened?"
I like to think about like maybe even further on where like there were like established societies, but not really much science to go along with them. Like I like to imagine that you have to imagine that during a solar eclipse, purely by happenstance, at least 100 people got really, really mad just before and thought they did it.
Right.
You know
what I mean?
That's really interesting.
They thought they were like Goku or something in prehistory.
I imagine that this is like the Neanderthal version of the Hawaii nuclear missile test. You know, there's like a 3-minute period where everyone thinks the world is over. They're going to die. You know, these Neanderthals, they're like going around. They're like kissing their wife one last time. They're punching there's just like fights, fires, these 3 minutes chaos. It's kind of, reflective. And
then the moon just goes away, and then it's as if nothing ever happened at all. And then you have to deal with the remnants of like your rage.
Right. And that's the text that says, false alarm text that they got in Hawaii.
Right.
So
right.
Yeah,
I think it's a similar instance.
Yeah. Why would anyone bomb Hawaii anyway? Didn't the Japanese do enough to them in 1941? Can't we just leave these people alone? Let me say this about the eclipse. I've noted this many times in the past because it's such a funny memory for me. It was either 93 or 94 because I was in 4th grade and there was an eclipse and I stared right at that thing. Now, I had so that was Miss McKim's class. I was living in Maine at the time. Back on Long Island, 5 years later, in my earth science class, Mr. Nielsen, weird dude, told him this. He was my earth science teacher. He said, "You're going to go blind because of that." And he said I had like 8 years or something from like from the distance it happened until this moment. So I was in 9th grade. So I was like, oh shit, I'm going to be in high school. And then I remember like walking around being like, what am I going to do in high school? And I can't see anymore. I'm going to be blind. It's going to be horrible. It's so funny because I always have thought about the rods and the cones and that kind of thing. But seeing the spike in Google searches, as Dustin had noted, reminded me that people are actually burning their eyes. Like they're looking at it so intently. It's not long-term UV damage. They're actually fucking themselves up in the real world. And then I had this revelation because I was like, oh, I've long known that the ancients knew to look at eclipses in water. They knew not to look at them like the Greeks, right? They would study them like in a mirror image. And I was like, I thought that was because they studied like or not study, but like saw like, oh, fucking Bill down the street looked at the eclipse 30 years ago and he can't fucking see anymore. So maybe we should stop looking at it directly. It's like, no, everyone was burning the shit out of their eyes in the moment. And it was a revelatory moment. It was a revelatory thing for me to,
no one was around long enough to go blind from an eclipse. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was like, he stared at it 30 years ago. It's like, there was no 30 years ago. Everybody's dying at like 23. It's like when you find out that the presidents are like super, super young at the time that they're super relevant. It's like, oh man, that's so weird. Because like in my head, George Washington is like a 50-year-old man at the time of the revolution, even though that doesn't make sense. Like in my head, in my mind's eye, when I picture that event, that's like a full-fledged, retiree.
Totally.
Yeah. How old was he during the when he was president? How old was he?
George Washington was when he was president was in his 50s, I want to say. Yeah.
Okay, so
was he?
Yeah, into maybe his 60s. He didn't get much older than that. I don't know exactly. For someone I want to fuck, you think I would know?
Yeah, you think you would know
exactly how old he was. Let's see. George Washington, first president. That's the one I'm looking. Can I just click on something without fucking clicking the wrong thing? Jesus.
Whoa.
Where is his vital information? You know when you go to a Wikipedia page and it's 67 he died, so he was in his late 50s, early 60s, when he was president. But you know when you go to a Wikipedia page and it's like it's a politician or something, and there's that that sidebar with the essential information. It's like age and birth date and all that. And usually it's a small thing. For like these politicians, it's this amazingly long nonsense thing because it's all their elections, their military service, it's like years of military. It's like, dude, I just want to know how old George Washington was. Okay.
That sidebar should be like what you would find in on an ID or like a driver's license.
Right. The essentials.
Yeah.
George, we're thinking about you. What else is going on here? All right. So, Dustin, I asked how your sleep was. However, I've been giving you a hard time over Chris Colin Dustin Furman, who's going to be born in July 31st. Right?
Yeah, July 31st, August, around
right.
then.
So, I'm going to ask Chris a few questions now. Chris, do you have anything you want to tell me?
That I want to tell?
Do you have anything you're just kind of keeping to yourself that you feel like maybe you want to put on the table today?
I can't think of anything that I can't think of a secret. I wish I had a good answer. I wish I had something fun.
It's okay.
Alas, I'm not pregnant. Alas.
There was a good comment that on a recent podcast, Colin, you said like, oh, we don't have any company secrets. You recorded that before the live show. You didn't know that we did have a company secret. Well, I don't know if there's a company secret. I didn't have a company secret.
It's my company. You think I would have the company secrets, but no. In fact, you had the company secret. Isn't that right?
Right.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Now the question is, Colin, you wouldn't tell us if you had a company secret. If it was damning.
I would consider it company obfuscations. More than company secrets.
Sure.
Company misdirections.
However you want to put it, it's fine. Yeah.
Company misdirections.
All right.
But secrets. The secret is I have no idea what I'm doing. So that's the great secret of Last Stand is that I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Just learning as I go. Remember that? Oh, did I tell you that? Was it last week that I had the talk to my lawyer on the show? Right. Yeah. And I had to go for a minute. I was gone for 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
$150. I got charged for that.
Whose bonus is it coming out of?
Chris Colin Dustin Furman's because he was going to be
Dustin Furman's
because he was going to be on he was going to be on the payroll immediately. Underage work.
Yeah, man, lawyers. You did end up telling me that, Colin. I'm glad. It's interesting though, just because maybe we're in the long line of work. Is there still time for us to become lawyers? I heard that they're going to remove the bar exam for public defenders or something.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Why not?
Yeah, let's do. I mean, do public defenders make a lot of money?
No.
Fuck. Well, never mind then.
No, public defenders.
I could do that. I could do that in my sleep.
Public defenders. It's a pretty righteous thing, just because it's like someone saying, well, the government's paying for it, but they're not. They're paying a nominal fee for it or whatever. But it's like, oh, I'm going to represent the people that literally can't afford to represent themselves, that would have in a previous generation literally had no representation, right? Because the idea is you have the right to representation, but you don't have to utilize it. But if you want it, you should have it. And that wasn't always the case, where it's like if you didn't have representation, that was kind of your own problem. You could have it, but you can't
theoretically
have it. Yeah, right. So it is kind of a cool thing that there are people that do that because they forego the big law firms and the partnerships and all those kinds of things in pursuit of major profit. I'm friends with a few lawyers. They make fucking serious money, dude. And I'm friends with my lawyer, and the thing is that he's $600 an hour or something like that. And they have to charge in 15 minutes. Well, they don't have to, but they do charge in 15-minute increments. So I was like, damn. Well, I was emailing him back and forth about how much I hate the government. And then I was saying to him,
classic.
Yeah, exactly. Well, because what we were talking about was this random thing that we had to do. Did I explain any of this to anyone about what this was?
it was like some business thing that like affected you, like businesses your size specifically.
Right, exactly. So I filled all that stuff out. It was nonsense, by the way. It was I had to take a picture of my ID and do all sorts of weird shit. But I was like, damn, I should have just talked to you for 12 more minutes. Like I should next time I have a small matter, because he usually kicks me off to other people in the firm because he's like my guy. If I had to like have someone represent me or something or like but otherwise he's like, oh, you have like trademark stuff, go to him. You have, whatever, go to this guy, blah, 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 blah. Next time I have to talk to him about a specific matter, I'm going to make sure I have other questions to ask. And then I'm going to put a timer on. And then I'm like, we're not leaving this conversation until it's 14:45, let's say. And then I'll say goodbye to you. And then if we have a matter that goes over that, then we're going to go to the 30-minute mark or the 45-minute mark or the hour mark, because you're going to charge me for it anyway.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. That's just being smart with your time and your money.
Right. And I just didn't think of that for some reason.
And I'm sure
people yeah, go ahead, Dustin. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, if you run out of legal questions, you could just ask him about other random shit. I mean, he's on your dollar at that point.
Right,
so
exactly. You're
whatever you want. Like
exactly.
recipes, advice,
Right. He's a good guy. I knew him. His name's Oscar. I knew him through my friend Nate, who was at my wedding. His wife, Ange, went to law school at Northeastern, my alma mater, and they knew each other from there, I think. And then when I left Kind of Funny, I went to her because she was probably the closest lawyer I knew, one of my best friend's wives. And she's like, oh, you got to go talk to this guy. I was in San Francisco at the time, and his firm's in San Francisco. And that's how we came to be. His first matter was the Kind of Funny buyout. Yeah. And ever since we've been friends. Yeah.
You mentioned that you get charged in 15-minute chunks, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about charging for this podcast in 15-minute chunks?
Now we're getting into like the Wendy's, with the surge charge thing.
If it's a really busy news week, the podcast costs more money.
Right. Now we're just making it too complicated. Micah, did you guys saw that, right? About how Wendy's had like that leaked about something they were planning. I was like, that didn't leak. They leaked that to see like what people would do and like how they would feel. And I'm like, it's not a bad idea. It's just a weird idea. Like, why complicate things so much you can convince people to come to the Wendy's at random times to get under MSRP cheeseburgers. Like you pay 90% when you come at 3 p.m, and that's still 10% profit for us, but it's convincing you to come. And then when we're more, go ahead.
I would rather die than think about MSRP while I'm getting my cheeseburger. That sounds like absolute hell to me.
At a Wendy's.
at a fucking it's not even like a nominally like exceptional cheeseburger. It's just like slightly above McDonald's, maybe.
There's something clever about it, though, isn't it? Like the idea there is something inherently clever about it. Imagine a Wendy's that's 24 hours or open late at night outside of like, or on like somewhere in like San Diego or in LA, like where people are walking around from bar to bar or whatever in these neighborhoods. And there's a Wendy's and it's like you're drunk and the cheeseburgers are 180% more than they usually are. You'd still pay for it.
Yeah, but that kind of makes everything into like Disneyland. You know what I mean? Where like, or like the airport where like you're just like, oh, I'm stuck in the airport. So I guess I'll pay $15 for this bottle of water.
It's ridiculous
because you have to, and they take your water away, which is the biggest racket in the world, by the way. They make you take your fucking water away, and then you need water to survive, so I guess we'll just charge you like $10 for this for Smart Water, or not even Smart Water. Sometimes it's Fiji or some bullshit or Arrowhead.
It's often brands you've never even heard of and will never see again. I
don't know, man. I don't like what that idea means for the world going forward. I
understand completely. And it's so, Chris, I'm so glad you brought that up because we were in the airport a couple times, Micah and I flying, in the last few weeks. And I was wondering that aloud. Like everyone knows the airport's way more expensive, right? But I had this moment where I was like, but why? Like other than the sheer capitalism of entrapment, right? Like there's no reason it has to be so expensive. It's here's an example, okay? Because I couldn't believe this, and I was at, well, you know, those self-checkout Hudsons or whatever they're called, you know, like in the airport, like the newsstands, and now there's like no one working there, or there's one person kind of directing you to the self-checkout. I wanted nuts. I love nuts. Ooh, I love them so much. And so I went and got salt and pepper pistachios, like a big bag, and I was like, this is going to be expensive, but okay. And then I got a small bag of Planters. They were cashews with rosemary on them, and they were really good.
Oh.
And then I got a Smart Water, right? As one does. And Micah got Chex Mix. And all of this was $40.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, fine. It's like we're on vacation, we're traveling, it's fine. But this is so insane. Why can't it be like $30? Why does it have to be $40? And then
because you're stuck.
Right. But it's so egregious that. And here's the thing. So then we got back and I went on Amazon and I bought for the amount we paid, like that total amount we paid for everything, the water and the Chex Mix included, 3 bags or 4 bags. No, I think it's either 3 or 4 bags of those pistachios and 3 or 4 bags of the cashews for the same exact price just on Amazon. And then just shipped it to me and I got it like the next day. I was like, this is fucking crazy.
Right.
So then when we traveled the second time, I brought those same nuts with me. And I felt like I was getting one over on the man. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the way to do it, really, is to pack as much as you can eat in your bag, except for water, because you're screwed on that. You can't do it. If you want a liquid of any kind.
Keep an empty water bottle, but then you got to fill it up at a nasty airport sink.
Yeah,
they don't.
They have the little water things now.
Oh, they do.
They don't let you bring. They don't let you bring your water on the plane because you might mix it into some fucking, I don't know what, like a symbiote or something. Like what the fuck? I don't know what they think you're going to make out of
maybe
it.
Or something. I don't know.
But then they'll serve you alcohol on the plane, no problem.
Right.
Great.
Yeah, it's their alcohol.
Amazing.
It's good. It's good stuff. It's definitely great. You know what the one rule is though for those out there that work a corporate job like I used to, where you would travel a lot? That's when you don't give a fuck about spending money in the airport. I used to, you get your per diem or whatever when I was at IGN, which wasn't like huge, but it was enough. It was like, $100 a day or something of just like trivial things, not your hotel or whatever, but like your food. And I'd be like, oh, okay. Like I'll buy whatever the fuck I want here. I'm going to go sit at the restaurant. I'm going to buy like 3 beers. And then I knew guys that were so hardcore and I loved this because I was like, damn, dude, that is really just a clever thing is like we would land home in San Francisco and then stay in the gate and eat somewhere. And then leave, and then we would just charge that to the company. Like even though we were basically home at that point, I was like, damn. There were some people that were just so clever at extracting the maximum dollar. And
you gotta.
So at the airport, he said, "Oh yeah, I'll take the $25 croissant. Sure, that sounds great."
Terrible. So terrible. I think it's why they keep the security as bad as it is, by the way. I don't think we need security to be as ridiculous as it used to be because our planes are pretty hijack proof now. Like now you could hijack a plane. You could be like, we're going to kill everybody in this room unless you take us to fucking Delaware. I don't know why you want to go to Delaware. No, but they wouldn't they would just let you die. Like they wouldn't redirect the flight at all. They would land the plane and then a fucking mech would get on the plane and kill you if you tried it would make no difference.
Right.
So the reason the security is as tedious as possible is to prevent you from leaving to get reasonably priced food and then come back. I'm convinced it's a huge racket. It's all bullshit. Yeah.
The bigger concern now with planes isn't someone taking it down. It's the plane taking itself down, really.
Yeah.
With this whole Boeing situation.
Yeah, it's Boeing making
panels flying off, engines, exploding.
Yeah, the tires are on upside down.
Though. No problem.
Yeah, the tires somehow inside out.
Yeah. The tires are on the top of the plane, so the plane has to flip upside down completely to land. It's crazy.
Air travel is really decrepit right now. My mom worked at Delta in the 80s and 90s, and I used to fly all the time. And as a little kid. And then when I worked, I flew all the time too, but I used to fly. We could fly anywhere we wanted that this connector went. So it was like most places in the US basically. And it was way different. My mom brings that up a lot because she was a flight attendant at one time. And she was like, people used to dress up to go on planes. And I'm like, I don't care about any of that. I just want the amenities. Like Micah hadn't noticed. She's like, why are our windows? You know, when you're on a plane and the windows aren't lined up and you don't have a window in your row or whatever. I'm like, yeah, that's because they took 20 rows and they made 26 out of them. So the reason that there's ashtrays on your airplane is because the airplane is literally old enough to have been from the generation where you smoked on planes.
Better time.
It's like now my mom always said planes want to stay in the air, and I believe that. Like things have to go catastrophically wrong for this thing to come down, and I'm not worried about those things at all. I'm more worried about just the experiential part of it. That's why Virgin America was so good and why Alaska was so good. And back 20 years ago, JetBlue was that airline, but they're using the same planes with the same tech now. And so it's just so tired. It's just could there be and there are international airlines that are renowned for quality and all that, and I totally get that, but could there be a domestic flyer that's like the anti-Spirit, right? Like, oh, we are more expensive, but it doesn't suck. Because that's why I started flying first class on Virgin in Alaska. I would never pay the normal rates of like during the day, but I would fly the red eye.
Oh yeah.
And the first class was like pretty affordable at that point. It'd be like, I don't know, whatever it was. And it ruined everything for me. It's like, oh, well, I can't not fly like this ever again. You know? And then now I'm back in the cattle car going to Houston or going to Boston or whatever. And I'm like, this sucks. This sucks even worse than I remember it sucking.
It's bad.
We need new planes, not made by Boeing.
Yeah.
That's an important point. Not made by Boeing. I didn't know anything about them until recently, like as a company, that they like merged in the 90s or in the 80s with like a different company that was well known for being shitty. And then that corporate culture took Boeing over for somehow, like they took over Boeing. It's so weird.
Crazy.
You know,
it's a really fascinating story because they used to be like top of the line and now they're like, now their doors are falling off. It's so insane.
The competition's Airbus, right? That's like, they're like are they the top two, Airbus and
I think
Boeing?
Airbus is the other one.
Yeah, something like that.
And I think that's a European company. So that's, I think, but that's fine with me. I don't care. You know, that's okay. We can have the Europeans.
Their doors
every so
their
often.
doors aren't coming off. So, you know,
fair enough.
Yeah, Airbus it's not a name that fills you with confidence. It's like, that's the best you could.
Air.
It's like an AI generated name.
Oh, their operational headquarters is in France.
Oh,
all right.
No.
Oh, by the way, Dustin, postscript. Got a car. No, I didn't.
I saw that.
We bought it, but I'm not going to drive it. But it's your car.
Yeah.
Right, kind of. Or is it like your model?
So I'm assuming you have a newer year than me because mine's 2019. Okay, yeah. So yours is considerably many years above. Because I was looking at the picture Micah posted, and it does look a little different. You know, they kind of change a few things around, and the color is slightly different.
Yeah, you have ocean blue, and we have pearl blue, I think, is what it is.
Yeah, mine's a little, if you look real close, it's like a little sparkly. But yeah, man, Subaru gang, rise up. It's I mean, they're particularly nice here in the Northeast in the weather. That's why, seriously, our roads are dominated by people that have Subarus, just because they're affordable, they're very reliable, and they're amazing in the snow, which is everything someone in Western PA wants. So, but yeah, they're great cars.
Isn't that the lesbian car?
That's the Forester.
Oh, all right.
That's what people say. People say the Forester is the lesbian car.
I have. So it's funny you say that. Our neighbors across the street that we're friends with are lesbians, and they drive a Forester.
Awesome.
And they know. Like, they're aware.
No, I love that. Yeah, of course.
But I was telling them, we just saw them yesterday, and I was like, oh, we were kind of inspired by you because you speak very highly of your car. And we knew other people like Dustin, I was saying, and others, like, seems like it's a well-liked brand. I let Micah pick whatever she wanted. She's going to be driving it. We had a Trader in her old car, which was sad to see it go because it was a very reliable Honda Fit, 2017, I want to say, yellow. So, but we're parking this bad boy in the garage now. We're caring about the car now. You know, now we're taking good care of it. But I think we got a pretty good deal, and I'm happy with it. And you know, now I've sufficiently bought Micah off enough to not feel guilty when she needs to drop me off at the bar to drink with my brother-in-law. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Good move.
Good. Yeah.
Make sure Micah washes it. Wasn't there a thing with her Honda Fit? She never washed it.
That's correct.
Ever?
She never once washed it.
Yeah. Well, you are better off than me because you don't have all the salt on the road all the time.
Right.
Around here, if you don't wash your car, you're just asking for the undercarriage to just completely bottom out.
That's what's so incredible about it, dude. She lived half the time with that car in a place arguably worse than
it's true.
where you live. You know, in Western Mass. And yeah, I think the same thing. But no, now that I'm financially invested in the car, you know, like we collaborated on this, Micah and I. So it's like, I'll help you take care. Like, I don't mind taking care of the car. Like, you know, I'm not going to fucking open the hood. God forbid. Like the guy showing this car was like, all right, so let's look under the hood. And I was just staring at it. And he's like, this is, and I'm like, dude, you could tell me fucking anything. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's totally great. You're a very nice man. You know, thank you for trying. Hey, Dustin, tell me this. So our neighbors across the street, they were saying, like, they were talking about the badges that you get for your Subaru. Do you have the badge
of ownership? Do
you have that? I never heard of that before. And then we were walking around our neighborhood yesterday, and another couple that we like also, they have 2 Subarus and they speak highly of them. And then she's like, that's what she was talking about. And she pointed, and it was like second car, dog owner, outdoorsman. Kind of, I was like, what is this? I've never seen this before. This is like a way to message to other Subaru owners, I guess. Very subtle, you know?
It's so insane.
Yeah.
I had it on my last Subaru. So I've owned 3. One was a 98 Subaru my dad gave to me when I turned 16. Cause it was worth nothing at the time. And so I was very blessed to have that. Second one was a 2009 Subaru Impreza, which eventually kind of shit the bed, but it was also, I guess, wasn't old, but
I don't know if this is coming through at all, but this is our neighbors. And it's like, so the blue one is like second, and then the Leaf, I guess, is like outdoors. There's like a boat, which is like hike. I don't know.
Gamer one. At least there wasn't at the time. So I ordered the badge for my third car, and then I just always forgot to put it on. But I don't know if I like what it is. I feel like, you know, the community, I don't need a community Subaru bond. Okay, we're not like Jeep people with their fucking ducks and their weird handshakes and stuff. I don't want any of that Jeep energy polluting the Subaru experience.
Are there any other car companies that do that other than Jeep and Subaru? Because Jeep is kind of the famous example of like secretly signaling to other Jeep owners like what
they're definitely signaling something.
But like, you're right, like they have all the symbols and shit like that, and like it's like a thing, right? Like so. Are there other companies that also do that? Because I personally think it's really fucking smart. Like that Subaru engineered something like that. Like that people care about. It's like trophies. Like people care about that. Like, this is my 4th Subaru. You're not a real Subaru fan. Like there's something. I know that sounds crazy, but that's excellent marketing. It keeps people captive. It's a really good idea.
Yeah, I think especially with cars, I feel like generally, unless you're a car guy, you kind of probably stick with whatever. Like Dustin was saying, like he had a Subaru and then he just got another one, and then like that's just kind of how it goes. Like my first car was a Toyota Corolla, and I've not had any other cars since, because there's no, like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna venture out. I'm gonna go. What am I gonna? I'm gonna drive a Nissan around like a psycho? Absolutely not.
It's the guy listening in his Nissan right now. A single tear rolls down as you insult him. You know,
cry harder.
He's just on the way to work, and now you call him a psycho.
So you don't deserve that job if you have a Nissan.
I'm excited for Micah, and I wanted her in like just a nicer, a little bit safer kind of car. She zips around on our behalf, and I appreciate it. She might be out there right now. I have no idea, but oh, she's in her office.
Yeah, she just sent me a text message about O.J. Simpson dying, and of course it's a Seinfeld reference. It's a Seinfeld meme.
Right,
and it's very good.
She loves her Seinfeld memes. R.I.P. O.J. Simpson. You know?
Yeah, I loved you in Naked Gun.
Oh, he was so good. That famous scene where he's getting like fucked up, like and shot and just destroyed over and over and over again, and then ends up falling off the boat. Oh my god!
I gotta tell my kids. I gotta tell my kids that's how he actually died.
That's like a scene of O.J. Simpson's death, circa 2024. Yeah, he's a complicated. Let's call him a complicated American figure who clearly killed his wife. Just wanted to throw that out there. We don't ever have to talk about it again. It's over. It's dead. We've seen the documentaries, and we just wanted to point that out. He clearly killed his wife. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to say allegedly anymore.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he can't sue you.
Yeah.
Hey, Twitter world. Hey, Twitter. Dude, him driving away on the golf cart is one of my favorite. You know, like how he would, like, I don't know if he was like, because there's two, it's funny either way. Either OJ Simpson has someone filming him, or OJ Simpson is doing the classic, like, set up camera that, you know, TikTokers and YouTubers do. And either way, that's fucking awesome. And I love to think that he did it himself, you know? All of it is insane. Yeah. It's oh my God. RIP in peace, OJ Simpson. All right. This is Sacred Symbols PlayStation podcast. We're at 35 minutes in. We actually have things to talk about this week, which is interesting. It's kind of slow. We're going to get to it. It's going to be a while from now, though. I'm going to be honest with you, because there's a lot of people had some good write-ins this week, like really good write-ins. Good. Usually you guys aren't on your game like this. Usually you're nothing but a disappointment to me, to be frank. And I comb through these things and I do the best I can. But you really came through this week and I appreciate that. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia for early ad-free access to this show and every episode of Sacred Symbols moving forward. And of course, backwards too. If you were there, you would know that. But you probably weren't there and you didn't know that. And that's too bad. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. This is also true for early ad-free access for our other podcasts done by others as well around our network, like Defining Duke and Punching Up. Dustin, that's your podcast. Constellation and Knockback and so on and so forth. Summon Sign. Everyone's loving Summon Sign. Thank you for that. And you can, let's see, what? Oh, I was like, you know how we read English and it's kind of like by shape. Eventually you just kind of absorb what like words look like and all of that and the way things are laid out. I'm used to this paragraph looking a certain way. And someone wrote here, Moriarty Raygun 24 pre-order, which is not usually there.
That's not really a paragraph. That's kind of a sentence.
Well, a sentence. I'm saying I'm looking at intro as a paragraph, you know, like the intro section and how it has its little rhythms.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the second line always goes to the end.
Yes.
The first line always goes to the end. So that's all I'm saying is I was a little bit confused. So let's get into that now.
Yeah.
Lastdaymedia.store for our merch. As you know, we run our merch shop right here from our house. But Chris and I have decided to run for president. I've been very clear about this. Two things. Chris isn't even constitutionally eligible. We don't care. The second, and I don't mean for any other reason than he's not old enough yet. The second thing is once, and I want to be very clear about this. If you elect us and once we're in, we're not leaving. Like there will be no more elections and I will be president for life. Now it'll be a benevolent situation. I'm not going to be crazy about it, but there are a few things we have to fix. There are a few things we have to do. So just go in knowing that if you elect me, I'm not going anywhere. Moriarty Raygun 24, pre-order your t-shirt, get your sticker, get your campaign button for real. Lastdaymedia.store. These are doing very well, which I appreciate.
Right.
Because basically what we're going to start doing every month or 2 months, whatever we can figure out, Dagan has all sorts of awesome designs ready for us to go for merch and all this. Like some of them I'm like, damn, dude, this is fucking dope. And a lot of it mimicking real logos, but using Last Stand imagery and all of that, which is going to be pretty cool. But we're going to try to do these drops, these pre-order drops in addition to our normal merch shop. We do this so that so people like the back end stuff and know how things work. Well, they do like the back end stuff. But they like to know how things work. And so we've absorbed, as everyone knows, our merch shop over the last couple of years and just do it ourselves now because we feel like we were just dealing with a lot of fucking weird, unreliable services that were ripping us off. But this requires us to buy everything ahead of time. And we spend thousands and thousands of dollars buying things and then we sell it to you over time. But it's starting to occupy so much of my house and become such a burden in that sense that it's like, okay, we have to stock what we can stock, like our normal run of things. And then we can do these kind of pre-orders. And it limits our risk too, in case people don't like the things we're doing, then we don't have to order them at all. So basically this pre-order is such that you wouldn't get charged until, you know, the thing was confirmed to have been made, kind of like a Kickstarter. And Dustin, as far as I understand, we surpassed that number like that we needed, like minimum, very quickly. So
very quickly.
So thank you for that. So yeah, Moriarty Raygun 24 merch at lastdaymedia.store. A dictatorship, yeah. But you have to elect the dictatorship. Yeah, it's a great tagline. A dictatorship, yeah. That would be that's all it should be. Yeah. It's really good. I think you know what it is. It's people respond to policy. Mm-hmm. You know, that's what we're gonna see. And politics is downstream from policy, and culture is downstream from politics. So Here we are on Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast. I have no idea what the hell we're talking about. at all, ever. By the way, Sacred Symbols Plus, once a week over on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. A lot of great episodes going live recently. Jonathan Blow episode, an episode about emulation, an episode about Helldivers, interviewing my friend Jez Corden, doing a revisiting of Final Fantasy VII Remake, an episode all about the drama with DEI and all of that kind of stuff. Who was on? Were you on this episode, Dustin, of the Final Fantasy VII
I was.
Rebirth? Okay, so talk to us a little bit about this. This is the next episode of Sacred Symbols Plus. I'm on chapter 8. I'm in Gold Saucer Land right now.
Right.
And so I'm not anywhere near being done. I'm more than halfway through the game according to the Golden Path percentage on PSN, but so I'm not ready to go yet. I'll do an episode about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth when I'm done. With maybe sit down with whoever wants to talk to me about it again. But you guys did the proper spoiler cast and review discussion for this, so we can look forward to that this weekend, just the day after this goes live on Patreon, and talk to us about it. How did it go?
Yeah, it was awesome. So Brad led the charge. He had like 12 pages of notes, very Colin Moriarty-esque in his note taking.
Yeah,
we went through the entire game, chapter by chapter.
Love it.
Discussed it all. And by the way, this was me, Brad, of course. We had Gene Park and Mr. Matty Plays on this episode. So the Weeb Goon Squad, some might say, was gathered to Goon on Final Fantasy Rebirth. And it went 3.5 hours, I want to say. Definitely above 3 hours.
Nice.
So it's long, it's girthy, and it's going to be great. Gene said something in this episode that I have never laughed harder on camera than I did in this moment and what Gene said. I will not spoil it. Look forward to that, though. It's going to be great. It's a super fun time. We recorded it late. We started at 7 or 8 p.m. just because Brad had already recorded Summon Sign. So it was like the only time that would work for all of us. So we were wrapping up at 11:30, I want to say. So it was a different feel, very in depth. I cannot recommend it enough. Look forward to it on Saturday.
A long girthy goon sesh.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants on patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm excited to get into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's endgame, but it's just been so fun to play. I'm enjoying it so much. I'll wait till we get to what we're playing, although I was on Summon Sign with Brad to talk more about it as well, and so that's going to be really, really great. All right. Is there anything else to say? That's it. That's it for the show.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Bye,
guys.
All right. Let's get into some... Oh, how did this... Again, this is in the wrong place. See, I'm fucking everything up today. I can't take it anymore. Please help me. All right. I'm going to put it here for now. So I have a correction, that I want to have in there, but it needs to be in the appropriate place. I don't want to lead off the correction, then get back into the nonsense we usually start the show with, then get back into game stuff. I need everything to be linear. I don't know how to operate in that space otherwise.
Yeah, makes sense.
A level 1 cleric wrote in. Said, greetings, heathens. And remember, you can write in on patreon.com/lastdaymedia by going to the news feed and looking for this week's thread. To go off of your conversation last week, I can confirm there are some fans that may never recognize you at all, as we only listen to the show without watching. So last week we were talking, as you guys might remember, about being recognized in person and what that's like and how often it might happen. I started listening in 2019, he says, and only found out what Colin and later Dustin looked like when you began posting clips on Twitter sometime last year. Though I was aware of Chris through YouTube and could spot him in a crowd easily enough. And in case you're curious, Dustin, you look exactly how you sound. And Colin, you sound like you should be bald. Thanks for all the content that makes my trucking runs less dreary. You're very welcome. Stay safe out there. I can accept that. And I'll be totally honest with you. I'm not a vain person, I don't think, in really not any, but in many ways. But I already prepared my own wife for this, where I'm like, if and when I go bald, I'm probably going to get hair plugs because I don't really want to be bald if I can help it.
Yeah. I get that.
There's nothing wrong with it. And maybe it won't happen. Like, my hairline's still pretty sharp, but
I think you're going to be fine.
Like Dagan is kind of, he's the experiment in some sense. Like, when he has a medical issue, I'm like, oh, I got to keep an eye on that. I watch his hairline. I watch all sorts of different things about him. And so I feel like the hair situation will probably be okay, but that's one of those vain kind of things I would do, I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think that makes sense. I think I would too, probably. Just because I think I like having hair, I think.
Me too.
I think that's really it. Because like, well, what are you? There's something about just like, I don't know. And then there's like the whole maintenance aspect too, where it's like now you got to put sunscreen on your head and stuff. Like if you go outside, it's like
it's nightmarish.
Nah, man.
Now you guys mentioned hair plugs. I was gonna ask like, why don't you guys? There's the like pill or whatever, but then I don't know if you want to add something else to the mix there. And those, I think if you have depression or something like that, they're like, yeah, do not fuck with this. Like one of these, you're done.
Yeah.
You're gonna
That's
off
the last
yourself.
thing I need. And Chris, forget
if you
about
try
it.
to get a hair pill.
Yeah. You're gonna be dead. You're gonna be dead, but you're gonna be dead with a full head of hair, and then you'll be like a handsome ghost.
Right.
I think about that sometimes, where it's like if you do become a ghost, like I don't know if I want to be like a 70-year-old fucking ghost.
Yeah. Are you ghostified at the state of death? In other words, you have to reflect what you look like. Yeah, so as well.
Presumably, because there are ghosts. You see people talk about like, oh, I saw an elderly woman in the window or whatever. Right. It's like, well, that wasn't a 4-year-old girl,
right? Who
just like accelerated her soul to like 98 for some reason.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
It's an elderly. I don't know. I feel like ideally, if there are ghosts, you should die at like 40.
Yeah, that's ideal. Yeah.
I think it depends on how you live your life, whether you are a original classic trilogy release type of life, or you're a post Blu-ray cut with George Lucas fucking up and putting, they changed the Force Ghost of Darth Vader in Return of the Jedi. Very controversial.
Oh. Yeah, that's right. Because he's an Anakin, right?
Yeah, they change it to the new young hot one. So, which I guess is preferable, but also those the Blu-ray masters of Star Wars, they somehow make them worse every time. So
yeah,
not good.
I don't know, man.
A level 1 cleric, stay safe on those roads of America. Hauling beans.
Yeah.
Nate Beck wrote in. All right, so a lot of things referencing last week. Last week, I told you guys how I have no idea how to actually use my networked house at all. Like my house was built in 2020, so it actually has built-in Ethernet cables, which is kind of unusual. The only other place I ever lived that had that was my dorm rooms in college. So I had no idea what to even do with that when I have. Now, there's an important thing. People think that I'm running lines all over my house. There is one line. So I have my router set up in my living room at my entertainment center. My PS5 is plugged into that. So it's getting the line. It's getting direct from the modem itself. And then all the other consoles are just wireless. And I can be on this computer upstairs wirelessly, but when we record, I plug it in so that there's just, and that is a cord that literally is running up my stairs and that I plug. So yeah, it's a totally egregious. And then sometimes I take this plug and I plug it into my PS5 upstairs so that I can use the portal. And that is basically the reality of my life right now. Now, many people wrote in about this. I chose Nate Beck, but you all wrote in. I suffered from the similar situation with each of you, which is that I started to gloss over and actually forget about myself after about 2 to 3 sentences. Okay. So Nate Beck says this. He says, hello, oh sacred ones. Longtime listener, first time caller. I was deeply upset to hear of Colin's local network situation last week, so much so that I've decided to fork over the $5 to give him a tip. I install fiber optic home internet for a living and deal with home networks every day. You, using your own router or even moving your existing modem. I'm sorry. I skipped a line. He says, yes, you, Colin, can have everything you want and more. You can activate all your existing Ethernet ports without using your own router or even moving your existing modem. What you need is an unmanaged Ethernet switch, $20 at Home Depot. You place the switch in the panel under the stairs and connect all the cables that should already be in the panel. Then you connect your modem to one of said wall outlets to backfeed all the other wall ports, which you now have connected to the switch. Super easy, 30 minutes, unless the lines in the panel are not already terminated with RJ45 connectors. Thank you. That is all. Do you understand what the hell he's talking about? I don't. That was probably the least technical of all of the emails. Here's the thing, Nate. I don't know where you live. You want to come over here and do this?
It can't. Nate. It can't be that. Hold on, wait. Well, what is it? An unmanaged? I've never heard of this.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering what Nate was saying about using a switch, but I'm not confident enough in my networking. I have knowledge about computers and production, but network is many rungs lower.
Right.
I'm not in a position.
Oh.
I already tried to fix your internet once by using power line adapters, and they just fucking didn't work. So I feel like I'm kind of.
Those I feel like are a
tapped out.
scam. I had one of those in San Francisco too, and I always felt like this thing doesn't work at all.
Oh, the Wi-Fi.
They work
like,
great
Yeah,
for
the
some
Wi-Fi
people.
expander.
That's not fucking real. That's every that is the most placebo technology I've ever seen. No one is getting a better connection from some random like Glade plugin. They just plug in the fucking air. I hate that shit. No, it's not real.
What I was trying to install wasn't a Wi-Fi extender. It was something that uses the power lines in your house as Ethernet that you plug in two separate things. Those
That also
they
sounds
work
made
on
up.
some houses. Your house, whatever, maybe it's because you're on two different parts of your, box or whatever. But yeah, that didn't work. Colin,
So I
here's
see
the
what
thing.
I just want to say I see what he's talking
Yeah.
about. I've used this before. It's basically just an extension cord, or like not an extension cord, but like a surge protector kind of thing for Ethernets. So there's just a bunch of extra ports that you can use to kind of like delineate between. Yeah, it's a splitter basically.
But what I don't even understand why I would need that. I need to house the modem in the Harry Potter closet to activate those ports, right? Like nothing. I don't know, man. Nate, the offer's on the table. You want to come set this up?
There it
The
is.
old son of a bitch.
Colin, you hire people to do all kinds of tasks around your house all the time.
Yes.
I'm sure there's a networking professional. You could say, hey, I know there's a solution. It probably involves a switch. Can you set this up?
Yeah,
And
I
they
can totally do that. I'm just lazy.
I guess the matter, the issue is like whether or not Colin views his current world as inconvenient enough.
That's exactly right.
To contact somebody to remedy it. Because if you don't mind moving your Ethernet switch or your Ethernet cable from PS5 to your computer constantly, if that doesn't bother you, then there's no real reason to call anybody. That would drive me insane. Like I would personally I would rather wire several different wires up and around door frames and get all that squared away once so that I never have to go back there at all. Personally.
Yeah.
But
you know, like the modem is downstairs. Like there's nowhere to put this wire because I know what you mean, tucking it under the molding. Like there's too many gaps and things and it has to go upstairs. It's like, I'm not doing this. It has to go.
I bet I could figure that out. I could figure it out.
Come on down.
There's one additional
We'll have
fold.
a few people here working and competing with each other to see who has the best solution. Go ahead, Dustin.
There's one additional fold that I don't think has ever been discussed. And maybe I misremember. Colin, all of this banks on the fact, yes, you could use your internal house wiring to get your Ethernet upstairs easier, but am I mistaken? Your office is not one of the rooms wired with Ethernet. So you would still have to run a cable. I remember that was one of the factors when I was setting up your PC is that room is the only room in your upstairs that doesn't have Ethernet.
That might be true. I don't.
So
it's also the Wi-Fi thing
too,
right? Because wasn't the whole thing too is that the Wi-Fi is like massively worse because it has to be in the closet in order to activate the switch or something?
I
feel like that was something that he said last week.
I haven't even been to Colin's house in like
shit. You might be right. That's a good memory. Now. I don't know that my desk is so huge. It's probably blocking things, but I'm
going to say 90% sure that room does not have an Ethernet jack in the wall for you to even use. So
always something, isn't it?
Because that's why we use the power line adapters, because there was no Ethernet in there.
Yeah, that might be true. Yeah, like either way, it's just it's a whole thing. I'm going to tell you why I'm skeptical of messing with it at all. Because yes, I could pay for it, but here's the thing: I've had the internet since the mid '90s, and you always dial-up was fine, but when we got into cable in like 2001, 2002, it was always fucked up. Like there was always. It would work consistently, and then it would be a fuck up, and it would work consistently, and then you have to call them, and it would work consistently, and then you have to reset it, and then it would, and so on and so forth. I must say that living here, and I think it's just because I live in a new neighborhood where everything is just new and works for now, is that my internet has been flawless and probably the best internet I've ever had. And I'm afraid of fucking with any of it. It's just like, this is kind of really too good to be true compared to my old experiences with Comcast, nonetheless, other companies.
That makes sense.
It's night and day. You know, and so I'm afraid of being like, oh, this actually works totally fine if you just don't fuck with it. And then the second you start doing things with it, it's like, I don't know, man. I'm happy enough.
It would have to be like significantly worse than it is today for you to even be open to the idea of fixing it at all.
That's right. That's exactly right. So I'm recanting. Nate, never mind. Consider it recanted.
Stay home.
He already bought his ticket. He bought his ticket while he was listening to the show.
Yeah.
And now he's fucked because you just reneged on the deal.
Stay home and stand down. Okay. Hector wrote in. Remember, we talked about Hector last week because Hector wrote in no fewer than 12 to 15 times with the same exact comment week after week after week after week. And then somehow last week didn't. He says, "Hello, Sacred Men. It's Hector, the persistent inquirer. Thanks for calling me out and clearing things up on the podcast. Now, I know it was being read. I figured it was just overlooked. I really thought I had a juicy question for the panel. I have since sadly deleted it from my notes. Both are losses, I suppose. I will stand down. I'm doing well, Colin. I appreciate your welfare check. Hope you're well, too. The New York City show was fantastic, by the way. Hector, I feel like I need to sit down with you and talk to you about something right now, which is if you post something 12 to 15 times and you're just assuming that was your base assumption was that it was being overlooked. Your base assumption was that, oh, maybe the 11th time of me posting this, he'll see it. That's interesting that was your takeaway. I can tell you you're wrong. I saw it every week. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was fine. It wasn't that interesting of a question, though. And you could probably have stopped after the first. Or if you want to try a second time, but I don't like this. I'm not so stupid as to not remember that someone wrote in the same thing last week. Go ahead.
What's the maximum amount of, like, what is the max amount of times that someone would have to try before it becomes egregious?
Like, if you go more than 2, even a second time I can appreciate. Okay, if you really believe in your question, and maybe you're trying to show me something, be like, you really should reconsider this. But a third, now you're insulting me. By the time you get to the third, the fourth, the fifth, now you're insulting me. You know, Hector, you can do better than that. I expect you to do better than that. And I think you will do better than that. Thank you for writing in.
Yeah. Glad you're alive.
Yeah, I'm glad you're well as well. And apparently you were at the New York show. By the way, what's going on with the New York City show? Are we ever going to see that on video, Dustin? Are you ever going to actually do that?
No, I've decided I've canceled it. Sorry.
Fair enough. Jordan wrote in, said, "Hey, CDC. I had never heard Micah talk on any pods before, as I don't listen to Punching Up. However, on a recent episode of Summon Sign, she mentioned that you all should make a song about how you don't diddle kids. An Always Sunny reference. I immediately became a giant Micah Stan. The first episode of Sacred I listened to back in the day. Chris and Colin also quoted Sunny. Just wanted to give you all props for being so knowledgeable of the greatest show ever. Love the content." Dude, we love Always Sunny in Philadelphia in this company. Pretty sure like most of us are huge fans. I love that show so much. And so, yeah, Micah's a big fan too. She's always quoting it. I haven't seen the newest 2 seasons. I pretty obsessively watched it as it came out in later seasons, and then I would revisit it. And I've seen all of these episodes a million times, but I haven't seen the newer ones, but they're great. I learned something interesting though. Rob McElhaney, right? He's in Lost. And I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah. Isn't that weird?
And he's in Lost. The timing of it is that he's in Lost well after Always Sunny in Philadelphia began. And he's in season 3 and season 6. I was like, oh, that's so interesting. So I rewatched Lost recently, just the first 2 seasons, and I got bored and I stopped. So but I would have gotten to that. I'd be like, holy shit. It would have been a reference I would have not understood, but that was so cool. So
it's Mac. Yeah. I wonder what the hell what our reference was. Cause I don't remember. Cause that was definitely around the time when we started the show. I was watching that show kind of like religiously. I haven't seen it. I watched the newest season too, and it's pretty good, but, I don't know. I wonder what the hell we could have possibly been talking. That series finale of Curb, by the way, is great. Series finale.
Yeah, I have to. I still haven't seen the last 2 seasons, so I don't have HBO right now. I heard it was great though, and I'm really happy about that because it is his way to kind of set things right mentally, maybe in some way after the disappointment that a lot of people had in Seinfeld. I'm neither here nor there on the Seinfeld End of Seinfeld. It's fine. You know,
I think you'll like it.
Cool. Yeah, we are gonna get HBO. We were just talking about it last night, actually, Micah and I. That we want to get HBO back because there's a stack of shows now to watch that we'd like to see. Which is so the Curb stuff, but also Succession. I never finished. I really only watched the first season of that, and The Gilded Age or whatever that show's called looks really dope. It's by the guy that did Downton, and people are like, dude, you have to watch. Like, you're gonna fucking love this show. And I'm like, I know. It's just, I love that stuff so much that I don't want to watch just a season. I try to just be patient. And now there's 2. I'm gonna be like, okay, get a little bit into this. Very nice. I wonder if there's gonna be any crossover with Downton. It's earlier than Downton, but I wonder if there'll be like some sort of reference to the Crawley family of UK. All right. Thank you for writing in. And remember, Jordan, if you want that baby boy's hole, you have to pay the troll toll. Ghost Raid wrote in and said, hope this message finds you boys well. Last week during the game drama Twitter discussion, Colin happened to say the word clowns, the good kind. Now, I consider myself a very accepting person, but do we truly believe there is a good kind of clown? If you ask me, even the best of clowns, such as Ronald McDonald, have a sinister undertone to them. Not trying to start anything or insult any possible clown listeners in the audience. I just think we shouldn't let those nose honkers feel too comfortable. Thank you and have a nice day. I feel like this is completely fair. And you know what? When I said that, I immediately knew in my mind, I'm like, oh, that's not right. There's something wrong about saying that.
You're right. Yeah.
Clowns, the good kind. Because are there any good kinds of clowns? The answer is no.
Yeah.
I don't think clowns are bad people. They're just not good clowns. You know,
clowns are not good clowns.
Clowns could be good people, but there's no such thing. Like it's like, think about a clown as an occupation. Like, I'm a farmer. There's no good clown. But I don't want to besmirch the soul, the body, the essence of the clown.
Right. Yeah. See, my thing is like I view clowns as kind of like cryptids, like Mothman, or like a chupacabra of some sort. It's like a very separate thing. Even when I was a kid and I remember walking through Central Park with like my aunt and like we, you know, those kind of tunnels, like where there's like a bridge overhead and there's like usually people like performing or doing like performance art underneath it. I came out the other side and there was a clown juggling, like, I don't know, he was juggling or he was doing some unsavory clownly behavior.
Right.
And I just remember thinking in my head, like, that's not like there's no social security number attached to that being, you know, like that's
he's stateless.
Of no party.
He's a sovereign. What is it? He's a sovereign citizen.
That's so stupid. I love it.
Yeah.
I don't understand how clowns are still employed gainfully at all in 2024. You think about clowns when clowns first were. I don't know if who was the inventor of the clown. So there's got to be a first clown.
Well, there has to be there has to be someone that modern, like the clown as we know it. You know,
Bobo,
it probably comes from court jesters and stuff like that. And
sure,
yeah, for sure, yeah.
And go ahead.
I was gonna say at the time, I mean, jesters, you were just hoping to not fucking die,
right?
So
right.
A guy dancing around, that's gonna be pretty awesome. But think about like kids in the 20s or 30s. You know, you're playing fucking jacks, hopscotch. You have nothing of interest going on. Those are the worst 2 games ever invented, as far as I'm concerned. But you see a guy roll up. He's on a unicycle. He's honking his horn. He's doing magic tricks. That's going to be pretty swell. Like you're okay. This is way better than Jack's.
It's exciting. A flamboyant, multicolored derelict wandering into your district and doing some fucking crazy ass ridiculous laughs.
It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be the best thing you've probably ever seen until you die at the ripe old age of 26.
Right, of typhoid.
Right. Kids now they've got Coco Melon and TikTok. I mean, where does the clown fit into that?
The clown does not.
That's well said.
I respect the mime though, for at least because at least the mime shuts the fuck up.
Right. Like you have to look at the mime. You have to find the mime that's not attracting you with all sorts of all your senses. You know,
the mime is a lesson in clownly consent. Is how I would put it.
It's a French clown. You know, in some way, which is in and of itself not great. But that's like a whole nother level of, I can't get into the French and the clowns and
Yeah,
the
but
sad
it's a French
and all
clown.
this, you know.
I feel like it's a French clown in the same way that like French fries or French toast is. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like it is better than a clown.
Right.
I think.
Right.
Like marginally.
Right. And French toast is better than just toast.
Right.
Yeah.
But what makes a French fry French? Have you had a non-Frenched fry? What does that even fucking mean?
Yeah. Why do we
think it's
call
a-
them that?
I feel like that's I know this isn't right, but a waffle fry signifies to me
Fair.
just you know what I mean? Like I know
Non-Frenched.
that's not right or correct or real, but like for some reason a waffle fry is distinctly not a French fry, but it is a fry.
I love the waffle fry.
What is a French fry? Like I'm guessing that's maybe the size and the shape as opposed to like the steak fries. You would never call a steak French fry.
Yeah, it's
know
interesting
what?
because people did try though because they call them steak frites, right? Which is French as well. But in UK they call them fries chips. But chips seem to me like chip of the potato, right? So do they go to McDonald's and order chips because those aren't chips? They're shoestring French fries from America.
They do order chips. It's just called chips. Look, honestly,
brutal.
look, it's a difficult question. I'm going to take a cue from the French on this. I surrender.
No, yeah, fair enough.
Good.
That's worked out well for them in the past.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. They did have a very powerful moment with Napoleon, though, didn't they? That guy was just going on and on for decades.
Dynamite?
Just decades. Not Napoleon Dynamite, but Napoleon, the dictator and the general. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Who sold? He's very deeply entwined in American history because he sold us Louisiana, so he could fund his wars in Europe. All right.
Shoot at pyramids.
Did you see that movie where he shot the pyramids with cannons?
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Are you sure?
But it's very funny to think that if it did.
Yeah. How sure are you that didn't happen? Really?
I don't know. I'm not sure about anything anymore. Everyone lies so much. I don't know. Ghost Raid, thank you for writing in. And Ronald McDonald does have a sinister undertone to him. We all know that. We all understand that, I think, completely.
He got me too'd. That's why he's not around on commercials.
I mean, who would be surprised about that?
He comes into court. He comes into court like pretending to be in a wheelchair.
He walks in and it's like honking with each step.
He comes in pretending to be in a wheelchair like Harvey Weinstein, where he's like, oh, but look at him. Look at him. He's so feeble.
Dude, that Harvey Weinstein shit was fucking hysterical when they pulled that shit. That was so good.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah, I loved that. Oh, that was fucking awesome. That strong nerd wrote in. Said, sup boys, when listening to this, I'll be on a plane headed to London, Paris, and Amsterdam for vacation. I'm not saying I'm scared of the flight, but I'm also saying I've seen Final Destination countless times. I'm scared. Give me some good tips not to freak out.
You just have to listen, man. You have to accept death when you get on a plane.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do, and it prevents me from freaking out. Sincerely, I just accept. I'm in a vehicle that I have no control over. I have no say. Also, if it does go down, it's kind of the best thing to be in, really. Like you're not in like a bus that's going to flip over and you're going to kind of like maybe break your arm and then you're just kind of be like, oh, you got to crawl out of it. Got to crawl over the bones and blood of your friends and colleagues. It's way better to be in a plane that's just going to explode in a mighty conflagration all at once. Unless you're in the ocean or flying overseas, that's scarier. That's why I don't like flying overseas at all. I want to end up in like a BioShock scenario.
Yeah,
right.
But basically, when you're going that fast at like terminal velocity into the water, it's as if you're hitting concrete anyway. You know?
I mean, you say that, and I'm sure that that's real, but like I don't.
Because the plane crash in BioShock is, well, I don't, whatever.
Well,
I don't want to ask you. Fair, yeah.
I once suggested. Someone in jest, but I wouldn't be opposed to looking into the idea. You know, the bands do the different cruises.
Mm-hmm.
I said we could do a Sacred Symbols Last Stand cruise. And you said I believe you said, quote, there is no fucking way I'm getting on a boat was maybe the exact quote. So what's worse in this, like when we go to London, let's say we give you two options. You can leave a month early and you can take a boat over or the plane. The boat clearly much worse to you, right?
Yes.
In every way.
Yeah, and in almost every conceivable way, you're maximizing your time over the ocean.
And so if it goes down, you're not going to die in the accident. You're going to die by drowning.
Yeah, you're going to die by drowning, or you're going to hypothermia to death, or like some fucking whale is going to come and molest you. I don't know what they do.
Yeah, he's going to put you through his
think,
Braylene or whatever the hell they call it. Those weird fucking string teeth.
Some frisky dolphin with no boundaries is going to find me and think I look supple. I don't know, man. Like, there's all sorts of terrible things that can happen in the ocean. Whereas, like, if I'm in a plane, you know, I'd much rather do the flight. The flight would scare me also, but it's way better than the boat. I don't want to sink.
Yeah.
Here's what I think about when it comes to plane travel. I'm not really concerned, but if there is any concern, think about this. You are more likely to be in an accident driving to the airport than on the plane itself. You are much safer on the plane than on the road.
Right. Yeah, 100%, unless it's a Boeing. But yes, that's true.
Correct.
You are correct. However, I think really what it's about is determinism and like being like having some level of control. Like at the very least, even if it's somebody else's fault entirely on the road, I have some means with which to like potentially react in a way that could assist me. Whereas like if I'm on a plane and some pilot's just like, I don't know, he gets a text that's from his wife that says like, it's over. And he's just like, well, and then he just like pushes the thing down. There's literally not a damn thing I can do to that. You know, it's not like skidding across black ice in like a car where it's like, okay, well, I know to turn in the opposite direction. You know what I mean? Like there's at least the illusion of choice, which at the very least feels better.
The illusion
than just
of
being
safety.
like, all right, the illusion of safety.
That's
yeah.
Great Thrice album. That's what it's called.
All right, one more, and then we'll get into actual things that matter.
Yeah.
Actually, none of this matters. We're just here on this mortal coil floating through space.
None of this matters.
With a passive god who doesn't care.
Whoa.
Legendary Snipper wrote in, and it is Snipper. At least that's what he wrote. I mean, that's what his name is. Yeah. So he I think it's probably intentional.
Was there a snip that was of legend that he committed?
Yeah. To himself after having 2 children.
Is he a moil?
A what?
A moil?
A moil.
What is that?
That's the guy who does the bris.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't. No, I know what I know what you mean. In the Jewish ceremony, I know you're right. It is a moil. I was circumcised in the secular fashion. You know what I mean? So there was no moil for me.
No. What do you mean? What? Oh, like a doctor just came in and did it?
Yeah. Like you don't. It's a ceremony. Like if you're Jewish, it's a ceremony.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
As I understand it. I don't think we
Congratulations.
Have a ceremony. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I always, when I first saw an uncircumcised penis, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like I had no idea what that was going on with that. I was like, what the fuck is that?
I had the same exact reaction. I was like, yo, what? What the fuck?
That's horrifying. You know?
It's a little scary.
You gotta, just for everyone's sake, you gotta take that back a little bit, I think. Anyway. Legendary Snipper. Hello, fellow homeowners, Colin and Dustin and homewrecker Chris. I've been put into a situation and need some advice on how to proceed. Here's the situation. Every Friday is our designated trash pickup day, so as usual, I place our trash bins out on a Thursday evening. When I left for work the following morning, I noticed that our trash bin had been emptied, but I didn't move it off the sidewalk because the recycle and compost bins still needed to be emptied. However, when I returned home from work later that day, I discovered that our trash bin was missing. Given that I live in the center of a typical suburban neighborhood street, I was not sure who would be responsible. My wife promptly contacted the trash company and a replacement bin is on the way. However, upon reviewing the security camera footage, it became apparent that our newest neighbor, who was around 70 years old, had taken our bin. How should I deal with this situation? I had to read this one because this would fucking infuriate me. I'm just being honest with you. This would make me so mad. This is a classic being put in a position. This comes up every so often on the show. You've been officially put in a position. Now, just a point, Legendary Snipper, you have 3 bins outside. We have 2 bins, but I've lived in places like San Francisco. I had 3 bins. You're not going to be able to take all 3 of them at the same time. So you should have gone out and got your garbage bin when it was emptied because you're still going to need to do 2 trips. So you're really kind of fucked up in that regard. That's just a mechanical kind of suggestion on my part, though, just for future reference. Now, this is why I write on my bin, like my number. Not my phone number, but my house number in some sense, because I don't want any chicanery. I don't think my neighbors would pull that shit. And I guess what I wanted to say is I'm surprised anyone would pull anything. Like when Micah and I are walking around, we tell inappropriate jokes and say fucking horrible things to each other all the time. And I'm really mindful of not doing that on dog walks just because we're on camera constantly. We're like constantly on camera. Everyone's got a camera in their fucking in front of them. Man. You could probably piece together the entire walk if you went to everyone's camera and got the source feed. And it's surprising to me in that universe. It's not 1982. This guy walked up and stole your bin knowing that he's probably being filmed by you, the person across the street, and like some diagonal shot from a neighbor.
Well, he's brazen. 70. He might not know.
That's true.
He might not have any fucking idea. He might still think people, it's like, well, nobody's got access to carrier pigeons. I'm going to get away with this.
See, you guys are coming from the angle that he did this intentionally. I think that was it windy out? Could the bin have somehow gone down the road slightly? This guy thought it was his. I don't understand
where you're getting that information from, though. Why are you wondering that? He says that the bin had been emptied, but he didn't move it off the sidewalk because the recycle and compost bin still needed to be empty. They all just were sitting together.
He's old.
You're giving this. Why are you giving this guy? Tell me more about this. I want to know more about why you're giving this guy the benefit of the doubt.
I just don't see why a 70-year-old man would come and steal a trash bin. I mean, and okay, wait, is this a situation? They say they contacted the garbage disposal place to get a new bin.
Right.
Everyone has universal bins. I don't do that here. We have it's BYOB. Bring your own
interesting.
bin.
So your guys have to get out and empty it by hand.
Correct.
Yeah, we don't have that. We have the thing where it's like a one size fits all thing for a machine that comes and picks it up.
Oh, yeah, and it comes and dumps it. Those are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, so you still have real garbage men. That's so cool because we just have one man driving a truck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We got the real deal, the boys out there picking up the trash. The recycle guys, though, there's always shit all over the road the day they come through. They're always like stuff's flying all over the place. But regardless, this 70-year-old neighbor, I mean, maybe it was malicious. I'm not saying that's off the table. But my thing is that if you were provided a new bin for free, write your name on that. Situation's over unless it's stolen again. Then you got to confront this guy. If you get a free bin, then I would just let it go.
Yeah,
personally.
you kind of are upgrading, right? You're getting a new fresh bin.
Yeah, you're getting a fresh new bin with a nice new paint job. Look, you got like the Rolls Royce of bins now.
Yeah,
and he kind of saved you in some way. I don't know. To me, I look at it as like he's 70 years old. There's like a million. I don't know. I feel like there's a potential he like might just have forgotten that it wasn't his. You know, that's kind of possible at that point. So I don't know. It's if you got a free bin out of the situation and there's a possibility that this was not malicious, but indeed probably like, you know, potentially even fucking medical. I don't know. I would let it go unless it happens again. If it happens again, then I'd be like, yo, what the fuck? Can someone help subdue this man? This elderly menace?
Yeah. I just feel like he can't get away with it.
I feel like I'm not considering the fact this last line. I mean, I guess you're right. He was directly on their camera. So this would have to be a very confused man to just go out in front of their house. If they've got it all. So
there are very confused people out there.
He can't get away with it. I mean, that's legendary snipper. That's my thing is you don't have to confront him even. Say you're out there working on your yard. He's out there doing, dicking around or whatever. You can even just walk up to him and be like, so I noticed you took our garbage can or something. Is there something happen to yours? Is there something I can do for you or whatever? Like I don't want him to get like in legal trouble or trouble with the HOA or anything like that. I just need a resolution. Like I need you to know, I know you did it. And I need to know more about why it happened. And maybe you learn a surprising story about why he needed that garbage can, but I doubt it. He came and stole your shit. And that shit happens. That's why people write their fucking numbers and shit on their garbage cans. Because like one of the trucks will come by and like stab your garbage can or something and fuck it up. And then everyone else is as good and yours isn't. And then you try to like trade them out. People do that shit. People are fucking degenerate as hell. Like truly degenerate.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I would at least see if you could ask him. Like not even like a confrontational way. But just be like, I saw you took my bin. What's going on? And then he'll He'll make a bunch of beeping noises at you, and then you'll realize, like,
Like a
oh,
droid.
okay, yeah, I have every answer that I need.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a strange one. I don't like being put in situations. Inter neighbor theft? I don't know.
Does it change the equation for you that it's an elderly? Because I don't know what it is, but like I think I have like a soft spot for elderly people because I really like my grandparents are like really like, I don't know, like I have like I know a lot of people who have like really negative experiences with elderly people, and it's like it always blew my mind because I always had such a good experience with them. So like there's like a lot of hatred for them as like a group. Or like disdain.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like I levy a lot of benefit of the doubt for those people. Like I definitely, like when I was living at home, would see old people stealing all sorts of shit from like CVS or whatever, and I would be like, you know what? I'm not
going after any old people.
I'm not gonna rat these people.
The long arm of the law.
Right.
That's such a funny term. Anyway,
yeah.
I don't know. Is there anything more to say about this? I think not.
No.
I mean, you have a lot of options. I would take the footage from my camera or my cameras, go to the sign guy, the guy that made me my renegade pick up your poop signs that I put in like public places because people were just like, I told you guys that story, and he made a Moriarty ray gun sign for us and all the rest. I go to him and I'd have the image blown up, and then I would put it on my front lawn and he'd be like, I saw this. This is you stealing my garbage can, a little red square around your face, maybe your address. And I'm like, you can't get away with this. This is degenerate antisocial behavior. No, not around here. Not around these parts. I dare one of these motherfuckers around me to steal my garbage can. I'll go to war. Legendary Stipper, stay safe and be well. All right. Let's get into some inquiries about the show and all sorts of other things. Bobby wrote in and said, hey, CC, this is not a correction, but more information, which I think is interesting. I'm actually going to get rid of this because we're going long. Hey, CC and soon to be Papa D. I think a key piece of information around the recent Portal hacks has been missing from the show's coverage. So last week and then a few weeks before that, we mentioned that PlayStation Portal, our beloved PlayStation Portal, had been hacked by people specifically affiliated with Google, and that they figured out how to run a PSP emulator on it and all the rest, and then that they reported how they did it to Sony, and Sony patched this workaround out. So Andy Wynn, the Google engineer that found and disclosed the Portal hack, is the same hacker that broke the Vita open and publicly published the exploit circuit 2018 prior to working at Google. His transition from black hat hacker to white hat hacker coincides with him taking his current position at Google. As such, many of those complaining about the lack of public disclosure expected the same for the Portal and equate his current stance to shilling or selling out. However, there is likely an obligation to disclose these vulnerabilities privately since the Portal runs on Google software Android. This isn't all that uncommon of a pipeline in the corporate world. Another example is MMO Zyko, the hacker responsible for the infamous pirated Vita store being hired at Epic. Those good at finding and exploiting vulnerabilities are often good at detecting and preventing them, which makes them appealing hires to many big corporations. Hope this contextualizes the situation a bit more, and keep up the excellent work. I'll hang up and listen now. Yeah, it's good clarification and good clarity. I do know that those people do get hired in those situations every once in a while. It's kind of like Catch Me If You Can. When the FBI, didn't they hire that guy ultimately to vet out check fraud? So that's a tale as old as time probably, but I didn't know that about him at all. I didn't know how deeply integrated Andy Wynn was in the hacking scene on PlayStation, because I have no knowledge of the hacking scene on PlayStation really. And yeah, I just didn't know any of that. And I didn't know that he was converted, or at least recruited in some sense, to go work on the back. I wonder how much money those guys make. Probably a serious amount, I would assume, to find vulnerabilities and hunt them in your friendly software. So, all right. Thanks for the clarification. Appreciate it. And by the way, it is an interesting point with that context that he would be looked at as a sellout. Whether or not he is, of course, is up to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about video games, guys. Stellar Blade has gone gold. We're not that far away from it now. Comes out on April 26th. There's a picture on the Twitter account for Stellar Blade at Stellar Blade. We're a little late with this post, they write, so this might have happened weeks ago, but gone gold. means the game is done, the core 1.0 version of the game, ready for manufacture, on disc, ready to be uploaded to the PSN, and so on and so forth. Guys, how are we feeling? We are, a couple of weeks away at this point from Stellar Blade. I'm really looking forward to playing this game and seeing what it's all about. I know people go, of course you do, but I just love the style of it. I just think it feels old. Even though it doesn't look old, it feels like a game from the PS2 era or something that's made for the PS5. I mean, that's my view of it. I don't know if that's like true or not.
Like the spirit,
right,
of those games. Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it. South Korean studio Shift Up. Congratulations on going gold. I think this game is going to do really well for you. How are we feeling at this late hour, Dustin?
Yeah. Well, I saw an interesting tweet from our friend Genki. He shared this. This is from a website called Game World Observer, who is reporting from a website called Ampere Analysis. But the main point is that the demo has hit 690,000 daily active users for the demo.
Wow.
And comparing this to Rebirth,
that's nuts.
Their daily active user on the demo pre-release was 380,000. So the demo beat out the Rebirth demo by almost 2 times. So I wonder, could we see Stellar Blade surpassing the sales of Rebirth? Is this going to be a big multi-million seller? It seems possible by the way things are trending, and it seems like there is a lot of excitement around this game. That demo did a lot of heavy lifting just because Shift Up, a company that's new to the console space, kind of unknown, and this game looked great, but playing in this situation, playing is believing, and that demo was awesome. So I am really excited to play it, as with many others. So I'm looking forward to that. It seems like Sony had an eye for this, because this game was announced years ago. I remember us talking about it before Sony was involved at all, and it may possibly be was a really wise decision for them to go and lock this in.
I guess we're all day one or so. I hope to be able to fit it in. I'm going to be done with Final Fantasy at that point. I'd like to maybe squeeze one other game in, something like Pentiment or something small that I'd like to check out, and then roll into Stellar Blade. I've kind of reopened my mind to Rise of the Ronin as well, based on the way people are talking about it. So I'm probably going to slip that in somewhere along the way as well. So a series of PlayStation exclusives, but Stellar Blade looks great. I'm excited about it. So Chris, you're day one, yes?
I think so. Yeah, I think a lot of it was kind of up in the air as to whether or not I would finish Final Fantasy stuff. But I think by then, for sure, I'll be done with it, because I'm on kind of a roll with that stuff. So I think in between that, I don't know if I'll pick up anything else. I think I'll probably dive back into Destiny for some reasons that we'll get into later in the show. But yeah, I think for sure. I played that demo and I really I loved what was there. It was a lot better than I was expecting it to be. Not necessarily, and I wasn't even necessarily expecting it to be bad. It was just like, oh, this is like a genuinely quality feeling game. Like, it feels good to play. It feels good to move around. It's borrowing a lot of interesting things from a lot of different places. I'm into it. And so, yeah, I'm definitely day one on Stellar Blade for sure.
Sick. Yeah. April 26th finally comes. It was originally announced for PS4 and Xbox One, right? I want to say back in the day.
Yeah.
As Project Eve.
When it was Project Eve. Yeah.
Yeah. Things change. It's a rare game, to be fair. It's a rare game that has its platforms confirmed and then doesn't end up on one of those platforms because of the inclusion of a first party. So I'm most curious about it with that. Like, we weren't, but when I was on Summon Sign, I was wondering, like, why did Sony want Rise of the Ronin, or like, why did it fund it? My theory about that game is that they were happy with Nioh and Nioh 2, but Nioh and Nioh 2 were published by Sony only in the West. There was actually a self-published game in Japan. So my theory on that is that they wanted to get in on the ground floor and own an IP, even though in that case it's kind of redundant with Ghost of Tsushima, because I was saying, like, if you're going to release 8 games and 2 of them are about samurai in historic Japan, it's like, really? So it seems a little bit strange, but I can kind of understand the theory of the case there about maybe how they ended up at that point and why they wanted to do it. I'm curious about what they saw in Stellar Blade and how much Sony's inclusion in Sony owns the IP, became second party. Like, what did they see? Why did they want this? This is it's a stopgap in the schedule, the release schedule, obviously, but they wouldn't have known that when they got in bed with these guys. It's kind of serendipitous. The same with Rise of the Ronin, like, that just couldn't have been part of the calculus. So I want to really see how this game does. And Dustin, to your point, I do think it's going to sell better than Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like, I think that's in the stars there. Pardon the pun. Okay. Next question, or next, there's no question. Next piece of news comes from our friends over at Push Square. So some eagle eyes at a Dutch website, or no, what is this? What is .pt? Oh, Portuguese. So at a Portuguese website, and it could be Brazilian, I guess, but I probably not. So just a straight up Portuguese website that Push Square, which is European centric, has perused. They write this: Sony Santa Monica Studio seemingly hiring for new God of War game. It says, quote, if Santa Monica Studio suddenly announced that it was working on a new God of War game, there wouldn't be a shred of shock to be found amongst anyone even remotely familiar with PlayStation. But it's still a nice thing to think about. As spotted by Portuguese site Geekin' Out, the PlayStation Studios developer is currently hiring for a number of key positions, including a key audio designer, lead narrative animator, a systems design producer, a senior animation programmer, a senior character artist, a senior narrative designer, and most notably in this case, a senior technical combat designer. Now, it's fairly common knowledge that the team is spread across multiple projects at the time of writing. Santa Monica Studio is working on something that isn't God of War. But outside of that, information is incredibly scarce. However, it's the preferred job experience for that aforementioned combat design role that strongly suggests we're getting another God of War title. Here's what it says, quote, candidates who are fluent with the combat design choices, systems, mechanics, and enemies in God of War and God of War Ragnarok are preferred, end quote. So it's pretty clear what's going on here. So, Dustin, let's go to you first. We know we're getting a new God of War because and I didn't need to see this, but because God of War Ragnarok and God of War 2018 were so big that there is just no way that they're going to walk away from this. It's just, I think it would be stupid actually until the market kind of suggests to you it's enough. These games come out far 5 years apart, where you could conceivably have a God of War game every 5 years forever and sell 10 or 15 million copies of it, and everyone's going to be fine. Similar with a Marvel game. So I think the nature of games makes it such that redundancy is harder to find. But knowing that it's happening, I guess, is a different thing, as noted by Push Square, especially because we expect to get something else from them. And that's going to be unusual in and of itself, because since Kinetica, their very first game on PS2, of which God of War was built on the engine of Kinetica, they've never made anything but God of War. So I'm still much more excited about the new thing, but God of War continues. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting ways they could take the next chapter. In fact, I laid out one theory in, I believe, the spoiler cast that I really, really liked. So go listen to that. I won't reveal it here because I don't want to give any spoilers. So that would be an interesting possibility. The other thing is, what do you guys think about God of War Remake? The original, remaking the Greek God of War games. I think that, the first one, the first two are PS2 games. I don't know whether you want to remake the whole trilogy, but there are so many God of War fans now that started with God of War 2018. I think it would be a logical side project while they're working on something new to have a team use that engine and remake the old games. I think that would be awesome because I'm not really that familiar. I've played them. I don't think I've beaten any of the original trilogy, but I think that could be an interesting direction as well with all these new fans.
Yeah. God of War 3 is the only one in the core series that I didn't beat. I hope that's not true. I understand that completely, but it's like, come on, man. We don't need, it's like we were saying about, it's not nearly as egregious as this, but it's like the Horizon Zero Dawn purported like remake or whatever that's going to be done or somehow repositioned as a new release. It's like, please don't do this with everything. I think you might agree, Chris, but I feel like, and it's been a while since I played the original God of War games. I played God of War 1 on Vita, I don't know, a few years ago, probably for Knockback with Dagon. And I think I actually formatted my Vita so I wouldn't get the trophies because I didn't want them. I just wanted to play it and refamiliarize myself with it. So it's not the greatest place to play it, but I don't think those games need to be remade. They're really good still, in my opinion.
I don't think they need like a full... I don't think they necessarily need like to be built from the ground up again, although that would be kind of neat and interesting to see. I do feel a certain way about God of War 1, 2, and 3, specifically in the sense that they are somewhat stranded on elderly hardware. And, specifically God of War 3, I mean, 1 and 2 are also the same, but like 3 is really only streamable on modern PlayStation. And that's kind of annoying. And as far as I'm concerned, like if they were to make a God of War 1-3 remake or anything like that, I would be totally okay with it, purely from the aspect of just game preservation and just being able to play this series that is very clearly still very important to PlayStation, to the point that they're still putting new stuff out and still working on it. To have all of that available on modern hardware and in perpetuity, theoretically forever, now that it's on like at the very least base PS4, I think that would not be an unwise move. And I lament the fact that they haven't done that, not only for God of War, but for Resistance and just all these other franchises that are just kind of gone and don't really have a reason to be gone. Like there's no reason why these games shouldn't exist. God of War, especially so, more so than Resistance, because it's still relevant. And they're still drawing upon those games for content in the newer God of War duology or I guess trilogy now. What was that mode that they just get? Valhalla, Ragnarok Valhalla. Is that the mode?
Yeah,
It's like that's like is that the endless mode or whatever? Or
yeah, it's like the
roguelike,
roguelike.
right?
Like they draw straight from the original games in that mode. So it's not like they've moved on necessarily. So I think, I don't know, I'm of two minds about it, where it's just like I don't necessarily want a full top to bottom like, oh, let's remake God of War 1-3 in the same style of 2018. But I do think maybe like a fresh coat of paint or like an up-res or some meaningful way to play those old experiences on updated hardware just for preservation's sake wouldn't be an unwise move, especially in between.
Did you say God of War something about God of War 3? Because God of War 3 is on PS4, just to be clear.
Oh, is it? Okay,
yeah.
Good. What about the first two? I think are still,
or remastered it or something. Yeah,
the first two I think
the first two I don't think are. Yeah, the first two have never been natively released on PS4. They were released on PS3 and Vita, but I don't think they were ever released on PS4.
Yeah, I was thinking of one of the other ones because I definitely streamed a God of War game.
Ascension,
like,
maybe.
PS Now. No, it definitely was. It definitely wasn't Ascension. It was one of the original ones, I think. It was probably one or two.
Yeah.
Which I think could be streamed on PS Now, but like I don't know, man. Get those native. Like, why not?
Yeah,
like,
I would agree that the least. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's weird to me that there's like a Nathan Drake collection or whatever, or like an Uncharted collection, but there's no like God of War collection, even though that God of War is clearly like your biggest new or one of your biggest modern cash cows still. Like, come on, like throw them a bone. Those are good games too, by the way. They're just completely different styles from the new ones. I think they have a place. You know, I don't know. I think there's room there.
Yeah, we'll see how this all shakes out. I doubt. I mean,
I don't think it's happening. By the way,
what?
I would be cool. I don't think they're actually going to do it, but like it would be nice.
Yeah, it would be. I don't know. I would hope that they're just going to move on to the next Pantheon or do whatever it is that they need to do. Maybe a PS6 game at this point. I mean, certainly if you're hiring, well, PS6 will probably be 2028, right? So maybe it would be a cross-gen game, but
probably
who knows? Who even knows what anything looks like at that point? We keep saying that and then things look really quite the same, don't they?
Okay. They do.
So I saw this going around. This annoys me so much. But it's gotten more confused because there's all sorts of like claims and counterclaims and so on and so forth. So here's the main story. As you guys might recall, early last year in 2023, Motive and EA, which owns Motive, released Dead Space Remake. Now, from my perspective, and I think you agree, Chris, but I could be wrong, this game was extraordinarily good. Like this game, I beat it, I platinumed it, I beat it 3 times, I think. It was so fucking good. And it sold a few million copies, I think, but it just kind of, I think, underwhelmed EA. So it was unclear what was going to happen with if they were going to go over to Dead Space 2. Now, of course, the original Dead Space came out in 2008. Dead Space 2 came out 3 years later in 2011. And those were made by Visceral. It was Redwood Shores when the original came out, but the same team. And we got a Dead Space 3 in 2013, which I never even played. But Dead Space 1 was a classic. I've always felt that Dead Space, the original Dead Space, was the best survival horror game ever, even better than Resident Evil 4. And then so we had a Dead Space remake, and then months later we had a Resident Evil 4 remake. I personally think the Dead Space remake is better, though I think that they are both extraordinarily good. You should buy and play and enjoy both of them. So that sets us up for where we are now. So Jeff Grubb, who where does he work now? Giant Bomb.
Giant Bomb. Yeah.
He used to work at GamesBeat, I think. He wrote, or he said, I guess, on a podcast that he had heard, and he says the quote, the following: they were working on Dead Space 2, so that's Motive, and they are no longer working on it. It's on the shelf because the first game had lackluster sales, which is how it was phrased to me, end quote. Then IGN, Kat Bailey over there, who I actually know from back in the day, but I didn't know her as a news writer, but I knew her more as a games critic, as I remember. But she's now the news director at IGN, and she spoke to a spokesperson at EA. That person said, quote, "We don't normally comment on rumors, but there's no validity to that story," end quote, meaning the story about Dead Space 2 being canceled, or in some sense, whatever. So Grubb then tweets out, "I give you permission to believe EA if you want, but whenever a company says that isn't true, but they don't specify which part of the story they are talking about, well, yeah, Dead Space 2 is definitely being planned. It had a code name, and they aren't making it now." And then Kat Bailey tweets, "EA's statement was, quote, we don't normally comment on rumors, but there is no validity to the story, end quote. No validity is pretty firm. My own sources tell me a Dead Space 2 remake was never considered. I don't currently see a strong internal appetite to remake Dead Space 2. Then today, Jason Schreier from Bloomberg writes that the franchise is, quote unquote, officially on hold. So no Dead Space 2 happening, at least with any imminence. I don't know that I really give a shit, because my love of the series kind of fell apart with Dead Space 2, the nascent series, and then I never went on to Dead Space 3. But still, Dead Space remake was so good that I would have been very excited to see, especially if they just single-playered and just focused in on the rest of the Dead Space trilogy and removed a lot of the trappings that they added to it later that I thought were distracting. It's a little disappointing. And now they're working on Battlefield. So isn't that exciting? Chris, no Dead Space 2. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't necessarily expecting a remake sequel, because I do think Dead Space 1 is kind of that quintessential game. And I do think what they do with Dead Space Remake is they borrow the aspects from Dead Space 2 and 3 that were beneficial. Like some of the telekinesis and some of the zero gravity stuff is like straight out of Dead Space 2. And some general gameplay mechanics from Dead Space 2 as well, to the point where I actually feel like Dead Space 2 as it is functions as a perfectly acceptable sequel to Dead Space Remake, if not for the fact that it's just maybe like a little bit lower res. But those games kind of flow into each other a lot better than I think Dead Space 1 original flows into Dead Space 2, purely because of the gameplay similarities and the fact that Isaac talks. I don't know. I never really saw that much of a necessity for Dead Space 2. But at the same time, it's super disappointing to hear about, or potentially hear about, who knows whether or not this is true at all, based on some of the refutation going on. But that Dead Space 1 remake had, quote, lackluster sales is kind of disappointing, because I think it's fucking perfect. I think Dead Space Remake is so good that it's a little disappointing that it didn't do better. But am I disappointed that we're not going to see more Dead Space? Not really. I'm disappointed that they're working on Battlefield. But I don't know if I necessarily wanted more Dead Space.
Yeah. What do you think about this? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I mean,
okay.
Yeah. I think
you're done now. Dustin, go on.
Yeah, you're cut off. I feel like, well, first of all, the remake, the Dead Space remake was awesome. I played a little bit of the original, and then I played the remake last year and thought it was great. I think the main conversation was we kept having was like, which is better, RE4 remake or Dead Space remake? And I was alone in the camp on RE4. But
wait, to be really clear, I love them both. I think they're both awesome. I would just prefer one over the other.
Agree. Yeah, same.
I think we're on the same page with that for sure. As far as not getting 2, I would imagine if they did a straight remake of 2 and the sales of 1 weren't ideal, then that would simply only do worse than the first one, since that's the one that everyone always talks about now years later. I think it could have been interesting if they just straight up did a new sequel to the original and just kind of forgot about 2 and 3. Kind of, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be quite like how they did DMC. They did the new DMC 5 after they did the reboot, and just continued the old version, which was awesome. But I'm not sure if they're looking at the tea leaves on that and thinking, well, probably not. The Battlefield part is the sad part, because it would be a really cool opportunity for them to make a spiritual successor to Dead Space, but also they look at Callisto Protocol and maybe there's not a market for that either. So it's kind of a crappy situation all around, simply just based on sales stuff. But with margins of games being so tight and so expensive and such a big investment for so many years, that I guess Battlefield probably is the safer decision, even if it is way less interesting overall.
I'm kind of with you guys where obviously the Battlefield disappointment is palpable. I don't know that we needed more Dead Space necessarily, but Ernie M wrote in on Patreon, says, "Hey, beautiful boys, with the reported cancellation of Dead Space 2 Remake due to poor sales, are publisher sales expectations too high for niche games like this? Why can't EA put 1% of FIFA money towards projects like this? Thanks for all you do, and have a I'm politely staring at Tifa kind of day." Thank you, Ernie, for writing in. It's just a money game, man. This isn't a niche game. Like, EA doesn't make niche games, with the exception of maybe the EA original stuff, which cost them nothing compared to their normal run of games. So like that game Zao or whatever that's coming out, we'll talk about it in a little while.
Tales of Kenzera Zao or something?
Yeah. Like that's a game where it's like that cost them nothing. They have no expectations. They're already selling it into PlayStation Plus. They're going to try to make their money back that way. But when you're taking one of your major first party teams and then as a publisher and then occupying 3, 4, or 5 years of their lives and $100 million or more into a game, these are limited bets and they're going to pay out. Now, they probably made a nice amount of money on Dead Space, but it's not enough. You don't, and I know this sounds crazy, but you don't invest that much money into a game and then say like, oh, we sold 2 million, we should absolutely pursue a sequel. A lot of companies would be thrilled and would pursue a sequel, but when you're an EA, you have just higher expectations than that. And so they're like, well, we can actually, these guys are going to be much more valuable over here working on this stuff. And that's just the raw numbers of it. And you're not going to give Dead Space 2 to like some shit team outside or whatever. You're going to treat it with care. So maybe they come back to it in the future. But I was just thrilled to see Dead Space Remake itself because I think it's so fucking good. It is the perfect way to play the game. I do stand by, not that I played every survival horror game, hardly, but from what I've played, which extensively I played every Resident Evil game except for 6. I played many horror games. This is the best one. And I am a little disappointed that EA doesn't believe in it more, but you can't force a market where one doesn't exist. And I have to admit, I was a little surprised by how passive and uninterested many people were in it. Where I was like, why are you so much more interested in Resident Evil 4 than this? Really, you should be interested in both of them. They're like cousins in that they really represent the very best, both of them, of what can be done. One with a little more openness, a little more camp. One very claustrophobic, sci-fi, grit, but really wonderful, both of them. So while we see Capcom continue onward, the rumor is they're going to remake Resident Evil 1, right? Like, wasn't that?
I've heard that.
And call it Resident Evil 1, or was that like an April Fool's joke or something?
I don't know.
You didn't see any of that about how there was like a Resident Evil 1, like number 1, something floating around about that? But I don't know like awesome. what the veracity of it is. Yeah. Because no one has considered that they would go back and do that. Mostly not because it couldn't be done. It has already been done. GameCube obviously had its famous remake, remake or whatever. So it's been remade and it can be remade again. But I think that a lot of people look at it as just not a robust enough game to demand a remake. Like it's not. When you think about Resident Evil games later on, they become much bigger. And I wonder how people would feel about going back. Maybe it's going to be like a budget title if they do it, like a $40 Resident Evil 1. Would be pretty cool. You know, that game's very memorable to me, that original one. All right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I will say one thing. I have played so few games where their remakes somewhat almost entirely invalidate the original, and I think Dead Space is one of those rare occasions where it's like there's really no reason in my view to play like the original over the remake. And that's something that's not really true of like Resident Evil 4, or like there's reasons why you would want to play Resident Evil 4 the original over the remake, or like maybe even both as like companion piece, or even Final Fantasy 7 is a great example too. It's like those are completely different experiences. where it would make sense for you to want to play both. But like Dead Space Remake is just a better version of Dead Space. Like in every aspect of it. It's like it's insane how good it is. And if you didn't buy it, you should buy it now. Because it's fucking good.
All right. R.I.P. in peace, Dead Space 2. Spectrable has an exit inquiry. He says, hey, CC&D, at what point do leakers become clout chasers? This week's kerfuffle between Jeff Grubb and EA on Dead Space 2's cancellation is inflicting some major fatigue on me. It's mostly due to how often Grubb is in the news for candidly leaking major game announcements on his podcast. It often comes with, oh, someone said this or someone told me this. I know plenty of insiders do the same thing, and he says insiders in quotes, on Twitter, e.g. that one YouTuber who broke NDA on a Ubisoft game a couple of years ago. But the shit is getting old. Colin, as you pointed out before, things change all the time in the gaming industry. That said, what is even the point of leaking stuff anymore unless you're a former developer sharing work from canceled projects? Why say anything as a journalist or pundit when your info is just from one person, maybe two? Sorry for the mini rant, but this news is really bugging me given how often Grubb's name comes up in these circumstances. Keep up the awesome work, boys. There is some interesting like academic analysis necessary on this situation, but I don't know that Jeff Grubb is the bad guy in it. You know, Jeff Grubb and I have never gotten along. I don't think we would ever be friends with each other. But very similar to Jason Schreier, I feel like he's a relatively, if not almost totally reliable leaker. I'm sure he's gotten things wrong. I've gotten a couple of things wrong, as people know, in the past, but I think Jeff would probably say the same thing if he was on the show, which was things change. That like people can't imagine that like things change and then so like things don't come to fruition. We're going to talk about one of those games in a little while, about a game no one really knew was being investigated by Sony potentially years ago in a new SOCOM game. And so I don't know that Jeff Grubb is the bad guy here, or even what he reported was interesting, because I believe him. Like, I believe that motive was probably pre-producing Dead Space 2. Why wouldn't they be? The game came out last year. You assume we're going to do the next one. Let's start studying. Let's start doing our, you know, concept art, design. What do we want to change about it? What do we want to do? I'm sure those conversations were happening. The more interesting thing to analyze here to me is that either Jeff Grubb or Kat at IGN, one of them is wrong, because EA is telling Kat, and EA says, or I'm sorry, Kat says behind the scenes that she has sources saying that this game was never even considered, right? And she has EA on the record, a spokesperson, saying that. Now, I don't care what companies say. They can say whatever they want. And a lot of people feel like it's parsing. In other words, saying like the game was never announced. We never greenlit it. We never did any of that. There's nothing to cancel. So it's kind of disingenuous. And maybe the more diplomatic answer from EA would be like, we explore all sorts of things all the time that don't come to fruition, that like don't get off the drawing board ever. So we have nothing to say, but this game has never been announced. But Jeff then claims, and this wasn't in Push Square story, that the game had a code name. Now, that doesn't mean that it was greenlit either, or out of any sort of level of pre-production. But someone in here is confident and wrong. And I would suspect it's probably IGN. But it could be Jeff. But then that begs the question, like, why and how could he get all of these other things right? Like, clearly, it's like people like, I don't break nearly as much news as they do, but like people clearly tell me things because they come true. And over time, you see that materializes with the things Jeff says as well. So that's the more interesting thing to me. I think you're aiming at the wrong, like, Jeff and I aren't friends, like I said, but I don't know that he deserves any ire here. And leaking is part of journalism. I don't know that it's up to Jeff or me or any of us to give a fuck about what the marketing plans are of these companies. If your source tells you something and it's interesting, you don't owe it to anyone to keep that to yourself. You didn't sign anything. You know, and if you can vet it, and people think you need to have like it's fucking like it's the Washington Post reporting on the Watergate and stuff. You have to have 5 sources. It's like, dude, if someone tells you something and they were right, or someone tells you something and they are from the place and would know. Like I remember reporting on layoffs at Santa Monica Studio. Someone told me there. I didn't need to vet it anyone. Someone was like, we just had layoffs. I'm like, well, I got to go check the 3rd and 4th source. Like, oh, you work there? You know, so I just feel like, you know, there's a place for everyone in this industry, and there are going to be leakers, and there's going to be like this op-ed writing, and there's whatever criticism and so on and so forth. I just say avoid what you can. But this preciousness that some people feel. I'm not saying Spectre Bull that you're saying this, but this preciousness that some people feel about, like, what about the company? Like, I don't give a fuck about the company. I promise you that. All right. Guys, this is kind of weird, but it's really coming true. As we know, Sea of Thieves is en route to PlayStation 5. Very weird indeed, because it's an Xbox published game. It's one of 4. It's the third of 4, right? That's coming out, because Pentiment came first, and then Hi-Fi Rush, and then this will come, and then I think Grounded comes after it, but I could be wrong. Maybe Grounded's already out. I have no idea. So the Sea of Thieves PlayStation 5 closed beta takes place from April 12th to April 15th. So this goes live. This podcast will go live on the 12th on Patreon. So this coming weekend into the next week. It says participate to earn the Dauntless Adventurer sales and for title for use exclusively on PlayStation platforms. And you can pre-order any version of the game for closed beta access. So all you have to do is pre-order the game. It has been said, I think on The Verge, in one of their stories, that their sources were saying that this game is a key test of the Microsoft kind of 4 game releases to see if they're going to continue down this road. I feel like they're going to be very pleasantly surprised from what I can tell. It seems like people are eager to play this game. It was one of the top selling pre-orders. I'll be interested to see if any new numbers are announced. Are either of you going to be checking this out? Because you are much more multi-platform than me, so you've had your ample opportunity. This game, of course, originally came out on Xbox One, I think in 2016. Yeah. So it's not a new game. It's 8 years old, but very popular. Would you guys say that this is the most popular live service that Microsoft has ever done? I think that's fairly obvious, right? At this point. So
I think so.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
So getting a whole new audience in, I think that this is going to be a great buttress to that community and getting just all new blood in. Are you either of you guys interested in playing it? Are you checking out the beta? What's going on here?
This for me would be, if I was going to play it, I'd be playing it multiplayer games on PC when available. So the PS5 version doesn't do anything for me, but it's the interesting thing about this story that I've been seeing is that there's Xbox fans that are mad, evergreen Xbox fans mad that they're doing an exclusive sale and title you can only get for playing on PlayStation. So it's like, oh, we've been here this whole time, and you're giving them a special cloth in the game. And so I don't know. I don't know if that's something reasonable to be upset about, but I'm very curious how this is going to pop off, being that it is, you're right, Colin, it is a very successful and it had problems at launch, but it has grown and evolved to such a degree that it has maintained its fan base throughout this entire time and grown. And so now, being on the biggest console platform, I wonder if they're going to see a whole new renaissance for this game where people will be checking it out across the board. I mean, this release has me kind of interested. If there's a lot of my friends playing it, then, and it has crossplay, then yeah, maybe I will hop in on PC to play with people. But it'll be interesting, because at one point it had the most pre-orders. It was like the biggest pre-order game on PlayStation for a time. So I think I think that the litmus test that Microsoft is doing right now, which, by the way, I think that is true, but I think there's already other things probably lined up outside of this, even if they're using this as a litmus test. I think it's going to be very successful.
Chris, any interest here? Again, yeah, you guys have had a long time access across multiple platforms to check it out. So I don't want to assume that you're just going to check it out now, but for a lot of our audience, it will be their first opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. It doesn't do anything for me. Like Dustin said, I've played this game a number of for a while. It is one of these games that I jump into every so often. When every couple months, I'll get a text from like a friend of mine and be like, "Yo, let's get on Sea of Thieves," and then I'll get on and we'll be on for like 6 hours, and it's all really, really fun. And then we put it down for an extended period of time, and then we kind of come back to it. It's exciting purely from the aspect of just like knowing that a lot of players who never really got a chance to play this will get a chance to play something like this, especially at a time where I think I saw some updates or some video about an update that's coming to Sea of Thieves that looks really sick. I don't know if it's out yet or if it's going to come out with the release on PlayStation, or if it's like sometime in the near future that adds a bunch of like a bunch of new mechanics. I think there's new weapons. I think you can walk across the harpoons in the update, which is super sick. I love Sea of Thieves, and I'll definitely jump in more now, knowing that like there's going to be friends of mine who have just not been able to play it, who will now jump into it. But I'm not going to check the beta out. There's really no reason for that. But I'm stoked for people.
It'll be so surreal, dude. Someone did. I saw it on Twitter. Someone was posted this what happens when you turn on the game, or like when you turn on the beta or whatever, or if they had access to it. And it is funny. It's like the Rare logo, Xbox Studios logo, all these different things. It's like, yeah, this is a very surreal moment. You were saying, Dustin saying like Xbox fans forever mad. It seems like it's these days forever sad.
Oh,
forever sad.
Yeah.
All right. We need to break this next one down bit by bit.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll start with Cat Daddy, who said, Chris, oh boy, oh man, oh girl, oh Chris. Did your heart sing like mine after watching them cooking something special during that Destiny 2 live stream? They being Bungie. The last year left a sour taste behind, but this right here gave me hope again. Bungie ain't no quitter, guys and girls. So I went to Forbes.com, which is a rare place for us to get any news, but here's what they wrote. And we'll take it bit by bit. Quote, Bungie blew past most expectations with a Final Shape live stream on Tuesday, showing off a new element combining prismatic subclass and exotic combining to match. Plus the game's first fully new enemy race in a decade, the Dread. All right, so let's stop there. Dustin, what happened? I'm sorry, Chris, what happened here with the Final Shape live stream? This expansion comes out in June. Are you excited about it? Did they allay fears? How is the community feeling about it? The community has been very down, very, very down. So how's everyone feeling?
Yeah, I have to admit, like I've been somewhat disconnected from Destiny purely because I mean the delay between the previous expansion and the Final Shape has been so uncharacteristically long that the seasonal model just doesn't really it doesn't keep my attention for that long, and especially in a time where there's just like a lot of games to play, it's natural that people would fall off and only come back for new expansions like this. But they've had some time. It's been a longer wait than normal. And yeah, the sentiments in the community for a while now have been pretty bleak, not only because of all of the internal stuff that we know about, Sony and the internal conflicts there and just the layoffs and all of these different things and the bad reception of I think Lightfall. It's been pretty bleak. But I have to say, man, this looks really fucking cool. It feels like they're finally kind of flipping the switch and being like, you know what? Break the game. Just break it. Just completely like go hog wild, have fun. We're going to give you a new subclass that completely fucks everything. It seemed, but something about it too seems distinctly like something that you would get as a celebration at the end of a game's life cycle, which kind of calls the future of Destiny 2 specifically into question. But it does seem like something that would break the entire game open, especially from a PvP standpoint. Not that PvP has been a particular focus for Destiny in a long time, but I cannot imagine PvP even remotely functioning in a reasonable way after these new abilities are out, after these weapons are brought back into the fold. I don't know, man. The Final Shape looks cool. I'm definitely interested. I'm definitely into it. I'm definitely going to be, once I'm done with Rebirth, I'm definitely going to be jumping back into it to see what they're going to be doing, because there is a new like update that is live right now, I believe, that has some new modes and new stuff available leading up to the Final Shape in, I believe, June. If I'm not mistaken.
That's right. It was delayed to
June. It seems like the community is a lot happier now. I think there's still a big question as to like what the future of Destiny is going to be with these like interstitial kind of chapters following this expansion, because they inherently sound less ambitious. It seems like they're going to be shifting focus away from Destiny in some way, or at least away from Destiny 2. So that part is a little bit dubious, but I think the sentiments from the overall community and the player base is, it seems like we're going out with a bang rather than a whimper, which is cool. It's a nice boon to the morale that I think was sorely needed, and one that I definitely did not expect to happen. I did not expect to give a shit at all about the Final Shape leading up, given how bleak the atmosphere has been around Destiny and just I didn't know what the hell they could really do to really pull me back in after all that. But new enemy faction's tight, new subclass that functions in the way that the subclass does, that's tight. It's all looking pretty good.
So, all right. Oh, actually, Dustin, let's get you on the record here too before we go forward. Any interest here? Final shape?
I feel so far behind that it is daunting, but seeing the excitement has me having a little bit of FOMO. But the last one I played was Wrath of the Witch Queen. Chris, was the last expansion that I played.
Wow,
and so there's been
real.
What's been after that? I know there was Lightfall, and I think there was one.
I think
other one.
I think there was. I think it was Witch Queen, Lightfall, and then this, but I could be wrong. Hold on.
Oh, so maybe I'm not as.
Expansions.
I never finished Witch Queen. That's it. I played the one before it, so I'd have some catching up to do. And I feel so lost now when I play Destiny. It feels like a whole different game. But there is part of me, since I was there day one on the original Destiny, and now that it's coming to a close, I feel this sense of I need to complete this chapter in my life and play through the expansions. I don't need to go totally crazy and do all the raids and stuff like that. But
yeah.
I'm thinking about it for sure.
All right. Sorry, I was looking on Bungie's website, and it's kind of it's like, where's just a linear list of all the expansions without trying to sell me everything, which I appreciate what you're trying to do. But all right, so here we go from here. I said we would dissect this Forbes article a little bit further. And I guess the second thing we could talk about is the future of Destiny 2 deeper beyond this, because it says, quote, the video opened with Luke Smith promising more Destiny 2 after final shape and larger plans for Destiny as a franchise after that, despite recent troubles at Bungie. And we have some information on what that might look like. So we'll get into that in a minute through a leak. But is it realistic that there'll be even more after this? Destiny 2 will be pretty old by then, but I know games want to stay. There are plenty of, like, Warframe's an example of a game that's just been around forever. And I don't know if Destiny 2 is going to turn into that, or if they'll get into Destiny 3. More on that soon. But is the well basically dry after this, you think, Chris, for everyone? It's because it was cool from an outsider's perspective. It's cool to see the excitement, kind of renewed COG and Destin Legary and friends of mine that are really into the game. I think they even did Fire Team Chat over at IGN, which I think is like a defunct show. To kind of celebrate it or whatever. So it's cool to see that level of excitement. But is it like you said, going out on it with a bang? Is there hope of there being more after that? Like, how much more can they dump into this?
I think you're entering kind of a Marvel situation, right? Where it's like you had Endgame and you had this big lead up to Endgame, and yeah, it might continue after that, but I don't know if there's necessarily much of an appetite, knowing people crave finale. Like, people want resolution, I think. And I think that's like a really important part of what makes not only just games and everything else important, but like fiction and just any of these things that we invest ourselves in. It's like, we need to know that there's closure here. And I think Destiny 2 is approaching that point where even with all of the negative press and even with all of the negative kind of morale around that community and around that game, the fact that it's lasted as long as it has, and the fact that it is promising to go out in some way, even if it's planning to persist in some weird amalgamation afterwards, the fact that it's intentionally, they're marketing this as their end game. Like, they're marketing this as like, this is the final, this is it for this chapter at the very least, but it's the big chapter. You know, it'd be like saying, like, for Marvel, it's like, oh, well, Endgame is the end of the Thanos chapter. And it's like, yeah, but let's be real. That's what the games have been. That's what the movies have been anyway. So I don't know. I think there's just a general excitement for the end of something. It's the same thing that you saw with like any finale of any great show or show that you're invested in. It's like, we got to see what happens. And I think you're seeing a lot of excitement from lapsed fans for that reason. Whether or not you'll reach those heights in the future remains to be seen. I doubt it. I think Destiny's peak if it's not already in the past, I think this will be it. At least for Destiny 2. I don't think they can continue running Destiny 2 the way they have. I think if they are to continue Destiny in a meaningful way, which I'm not even sure if they're planning on doing that, I do think a Destiny 3 would be necessary, and it would need to be built from the ground up for modern hardware and not married to, I mean, you know, Destiny 2 even is not really all that different from Destiny 1. And Destiny 1 was built on a model, it was built on the bones of a 360 PS3 game. Remember, Destiny 1 came to PS3 and Xbox 360. And there really wasn't that big of a leap between 1 and 2, specifically for cross-gen support between, PS4 and PS5 and all that stuff. So I think they're going to need to go big and be really different for whatever Destiny 3 is going to be. And it also kind of has the benefit of putting the tumultuous past of Destiny 2 kind of behind them, starting fresh, getting people in on the ground floor of something new again. I don't know. I'm a lot of my excitement or interest in this really comes down to how well they nail the final shape, really. Like, if the final shape is a really, really genuinely good experience that really delivers on closure, then I will be more than happy to see a Destiny 3 and what that could mean with like new hardware and like, new gameplay systems and a completely new, ground floor. That would be exciting to me. But if they don't nail that, then it's like, all right, well, I'm happy bailing out now.
Well, let's parlay this into the final thing that I wanted to talk about with Destiny. Is from the Forbes article. So basically, this Forbes article cites a person on Reddit with a throwaway account that would usually, to them and to us, obviously also not be interesting. However, if you go back into this person has something to say about Destiny 3, basically. But if you go back into the comments that this person has made in the past, it's clear that they have some sort of inside information because they leaked the prismatic stuff that's in this final shape situation. They call it the prism, but they describe it as like the combination of subclasses and all this kind of stuff. So it's like, okay, this person obviously knows something. So he tweets or he posts on Reddit more recently, quote, Destiny 3 is or was, I don't know, in development under codename Payback. One of the big changes for Destiny 3 is or was, again, I don't know, for classes to no longer exist and allow any character to spec into any ability, since lore-wise, there is no reason you couldn't. Hunter, and he says in parentheses, hunters explicitly learn Blink from Warlocks, and Blink isn't tied to a single element, hence the logic there. And so then Forbes picks up and says, quote, so the idea here is that the prismatic is a setup for how Destiny 3 might evolve the game in a major way by eliminating subclasses altogether and letting players mix and match powers to a greater extent, end quote. And then the guy does go back on Reddit and says even more about codename Payback and the segueing from Destiny 2 to Destiny 3. So what do you think about this, about the idea of just reviving the series, Chris, with like a whole new start?
I think it's the only way to really do it. If they want to continue making Destiny relevant and making Destiny big and exciting, then they can't build it off the back of a game that's built on PS4. Like it's not in the cards for it. I think it needs to go big and it needs to do some really exciting shit. And that sounds really fucking enticing to me. Basically having like a borderline like materia system, basically, like where you could just like kind of mix and match subclasses the way that you see fit. That's fucking exciting. How they'll contextualize it within the context of the game universe, I would have to imagine you would almost accelerate the timeline, or like maybe even pull the timeline back in some way, or because I don't know if the thing about a game like this is like, would you want to continue from a Destiny 3? Would you want it to be, hey man, I want it to be my Guardian from Destiny 1, or would you want it to be like a completely fresh start in almost a completely contextually different universe? Because some of these actors who have played like these characters are dead, like they've moved on or they're gone. So like Zavala's you're not going to have the same Zavala that you're going to have. So like maybe move the timeline forward like a couple hundred years even, and evolve the universe fucking completely from the ground up, and you have a new set of characters. I think that would be fucking exciting. But that's the way they're going to have to do it. It would have to be with the Destiny 3. No Destiny 2 fucking, I don't know, Snowfall or whatever, something fall, whatever. It's got to be new from the ground up. And if they do that, I'm totally on board if they nail this finale. Because I love Destiny. I think it's genuinely like a really interesting universe. The lore in it is some top-notch shit. It plays really well. I see no reason for it not to continue strongly into the future, as long as they have like some understanding of what they need to do to really like draw attention and make something that's really unique and exciting, with modern hardware in mind, preferably. I would like to see towns personally. That would be fucking.
Imagine, really cool. I've always wanted ship combat, or being able to actually fly your ship, because you can have and change out your ship, but Destiny has always, since Destiny 1, been about instanced lobbies, basically, whether you're in a lobby on the tower or when you're on one of the planets, you're basically in a giant lobby level where there's other people kind of running around in your lobby. So I would see that being the biggest expansion, is that when they broke away from Activision, they made it clear. They said something along the lines of, well, we've always believed that Destiny is an MMO FPS RPG, but we couldn't say that before. So, okay, well, take away the constraints of, like you were saying, Chris, the 360 PS3 bones in there, and make it more of a true open MMO. And what could that look like? And that's the thing. I think you're right that some people would be upset that I've invested 10 years into this one character and now you're going to reset everything. And I get that, because yeah, you're going to have a fondness for the character you've been with and created over this many years. But if you want a true evolution of the game, I really feel like you got to wipe the slate clean. And so I would be in favor of that. A whole new evolved Destiny experience that has none of the baggage from the original.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see what happens. Final shape in June. Beyond that, who knows? Bungie seemingly in peril. Marathon maybe next year. Renaissance right around the corner. Who knows? Bungie can come back. They've never really been on the ropes, but they certainly seem to be on the wane. All right. 2 more stories to get through real quick. I just thought this one was funny. Over on Video Games Chronicle, they write Yuji Naka returns to X, Twitter, by accusing Dragon Quest producer of lying to court. By the way, if you look at this story, I love that they Andy Robinson over there, but they always use this picture of him in the Balan Wonderworld hat in front of like the concept art. So they wrote, quote, Sonic the Hedgehog co-creator Yuji Naka ended a 16-month social media blackout on Sunday by accusing top Dragon Quest producer Yu Miyake, who, by the way, just left Square Enix, and he's been producing Dragon Quest since 7 or 6, of lying as part of Naka's high-profile insider trading trial. Last year, Naka was sentenced to 30 months in prison, suspended for 4 years, and given 2 fines totaling $1.2 million after he pled guilty to buying shares based on inside information during his time working at publisher Square Enix. Naka hadn't posted on his Twitter account since November 2022, which was shortly before he was formally indicted, but on Sunday he returned to comment on news that top Dragon Quest producer Miyake would reportedly be reassigned at Square Enix. Miyake is credited as executive officer for Naka's Square Enix title Balan Wonderworld. In his post, Naka alleges that Miyake lied in court documents, presumably part of his insider trading trial. Quote, finally, I was hoping he would be gone soon because he is the kind of person who would submit a note with a lie with evidence to a court of law. I have never met him, but the new Square Enix president might be a good person, end quote. That's all he said, really. Miyake had been at the company since the early 90s. And for Yuji himself, he was originally a programmer at Sega. He worked on... Yuji Naka is the programmer of the original Phantasy Star and Phantasy Star 2, which is a beloved game before going on to Sonic and ultimately really falling into production. So we've made fun of him a lot on the show. He's now back with a vengeance. I wonder if he'll return at all to the gaming industry. Dustin?
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I just love this idea. Goes to prison, gets out, first public appearance, whatever you want to call it, first statement, immediately talk shit. Not expected from the creator of a Balan Wonderworld. But I don't know. Should he come back? I mean, after the reverse draw distance of Balan Wonderworld, was it his fault? He's if I recall correctly, hasn't he kind of tried to sandbag it a little bit, saying like, "Oh, we didn't have time," or things. He's tried to make it everyone's fault but him, right. and that continues in this tweet.
Right. No, that's totally true. It's worth noting, by the way, that his sentence was suspended, so he never actually went to prison.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
It would be stealing one, like, well, it says what what does it say how much he stole? I don't know. I don't want to say white collar crime doesn't matter, but like sending Yuji Naka to prison, I don't think Yuji Naka is going to do very well in the Japanese prison, in my opinion.
You're too slow.
Like, imagine how depraved in some sense Japanese prison must be just because it's such a high trust, non-violent society generally with a lot, like not very many. There's not a lot of murder. There's not a lot of rape. There's like comparable to a lot of Western countries. So the people that go must be pretty hardcore, you would imagine, right? It's not like the United States where everyone gets thrown in prison. It's like wow, this is like the hardcore of a very normalized society. So you must be fucking crazy, you know?
Yeah, it's like, what did you do? It's like I took a pen from a bank. Mm-hmm. You're sharing a cell with a fucking murderer, a serial killer. I don't know, man. I think I would love to see him come back to make Balan Wonderland or Wonderworld 2 and fix that draw distance, man. I still am so baffled by that entire issue in that game. I couldn't believe that when I saw it.
It's ridiculous. Truly. Yuji, be well and stay safe. Finally, this came out right before we started recording. Kaz and Risk wrote in and said, hey, CDC. Apologies for the double write-in. I didn't even see your other write-in, but this was just announced. Fallout 4 is getting a PS5 update this month, just in time for the show on Amazon Prime. I watched the first episode and it was amazing. I'm curious, what do you think of returning to Fallout 4 with next-gen upgrades? And did you check out the series? It's actually good. Take care. So, Bethesda, owned by Microsoft now, but we already knew this was coming because Fallout 4 is on PS4, so they obviously would give it love, very similar to Skyrim. So on April 25th, very soon, Fallout 4 is getting its free update. So basically, it just says, quote, Bethesda Game Studios is releasing a free Fallout 4 update for download on Xbox Series X and S and PlayStation 5. This free update includes native applications for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S, performance mode and quality mode settings, as well as stability improvements and fixes, experience up to 60 frames and increased resolutions. Fallout 4 players on PS4 will also receive a free update with stability improvements, login, and quest fixes. So please look forward to that. By the way, have you noticed that Dustin and I especially, say, we used to make fun of people in Japan for saying, please look forward to this. And now we say it. At least I just say it dead ass earnestly. Like, please look forward to it.
Yeah. I've noticed that.
Yeah.
I've noticed that you've started to it does remind me of like the please clap a little bit.
Right. It started as a joke, but it became part of me in some sense, a real tangible part of me. All right. So Fallout 4, any interest in going back? A, Dustin, and B, have you already checked out this Amazon series? I think they released all the episodes at once. I can't say I'm particularly interested in Fallout lore, so I don't know. But I do have Amazon Prime, so maybe it would be worth just checking it out. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah. So as far as the PS5 version, Fallout 4 on PS4, that's one of the rare Dustin Platinum games.
Oh, that's a tough one.
I got.
Oh,
yeah,
because of that fucking the settlement stuff is impossible.
The settlement stuff, very annoying.
Never.
But so when I was thinking about this, like, you know what, it might be kind of fun to go back and check it out. Fallout 4, I feel like has become in particular a kind of a contentious game. I think I can universally agree it's a disappointing follow-up to Fallout 3, but I still had a great time with it. In fact, I would say there are aspects of it that are awesome. I think it's a really fun game. I platinumed it. So going back sounds pretty fun. I miss going around, going into the caves, the vaults, listening to the radio, those songs burned into my memory forever. The Fallout show, I started it last night, but I started it kind of late. So I watched the intro, and then the show is broken up, or at least the first episode, into different characters. So I watched the first character arc, which is about the main protagonist, the girl that's in the vault. I gotta say, I'm very impressed. It was really, really well done. And I know a lot of people have said this already since the reviews are out, it totally gets Fallout. It totally has the right tone, the right humor, and the fact that it straddles this line of being serious and silly at the same time. Last but not least, this section, very violent and gory.
Yeah.
And it's when I had it on, and Holly was she it's not that she can't see anything gory, but she takes no pleasure in it. You know, she doesn't find it fun. And I was like, they totally get it. They, doing the vats and seeing someone's head explode, something like that, totally evident and well done in this first section. So I'm very excited to go back and finish watching the first episode from the first 40 minutes or so that I watched. I will definitely be checking the rest of it out.
Right on. Chris, returning to the Wasteland. This would be Boston, right? Fallout 4?
Yeah,
And
Fallout 4 is boss, and then they have that some DLCs in other places.
Right.
That's the main thing. It's like for me, it's like I finished Fallout 4. I'm kind of with Dustin, where it's like I had a good time with it. I don't think it's like Dustin said, it's not a great follow up to Fallout 3 or anything. And I do think the voice protagonist was a big mistake, but I had fun in that game, and I do think it's largely there's a cheat code element to Fallout where something about retro future wastelands accompanied with old timey like radio just fucking hits. Like, so like it's just such a good unparalleled vibe that like it's just like you could probably have like the worst game ever with this dressing around it and it would probably be like thoroughly entertaining still. But yeah, so I'll probably jump back into it purely because I want to check out Far Harbor. I've been meaning to do that for years.
That's in Maine, right?
Probably just like
that one.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah. It's like a fishing town. It's like a fishing town in Maine, and it's like dreary and dark, and it's just like this is cool. I like this. It's always captured my. There's something about it that like I've wanted to dive into it, and I just haven't found an opportunity or a reason to. This is kind of coincidentally coming out around the same time as Stellar Blade, so probably after Stellar Blade, I'll probably check out Far Harbor if I can. Hopefully, I can jump into it if it's one of those DLCs. But yeah, man, that show is frustratingly good. And I say that I don't know, man. Watching a TV show that is based on a video game that doesn't seem to be embarrassed that it's a video game is really nice. It even says in the opening credits based on, you know, I don't think it's the opening credits or like it's one of the credits, opening or ending, where it's like based on the hit video game series Fallout, or you know, and you know, Bethesda Game Studios is up in the front at the intro, and you see these things that are just iconic, you know, the bobblehead, like all these, the vault suits, the pipe pistols, the two-headed Brahmin cow, you know, like everything, like the towns. There's a part where there's like a Nuketown kind of like town looking place, or what's that place in Fallout 3 called? Oh my God, the first place where you are, Colin.
Megaton, right? I was like, it has something to do with an explosion. I was trying to think about what it was.
Yeah, there's a town, a live action, a full set of like a town that looks like that, and it looks so fucking perfect. They get it. Like they really. I've only watched the first 2 episodes so far, but I'm loving it. It's funny too because I'm seeing people, like some people complain. They're like, it's like in the opening sequence, they say New Vegas is in flames, but like this is before it explodes. I hate this show. And I'm like, oh my God, if I wish I could be where you are. As a Halo fan, I wish I was where you're at. Oh my God. It's so night and day. It's crazy. But yeah, no, I highly recommend the Fallout show. It's really, really good. Even if you're not like super into the lore or whatever, like I'm not that into the lore either. I just think that vibe is so good. Like that retro future, like with like the ink spots playing, and they nail the tone. The violence is like exactly what I was hoping it would be. Like it's so over the top, and there's like a Tarantino quality to it where it's just so egregious. They're nailing it so far. I'm only 2 episodes in, so like I mean, it could fall apart, but like everything I'm hearing about it seems to be that it nails the finale as well. So I'm looking forward to finishing. I'll probably watch 2 episodes a night or something for the next couple days. Finish it up this week because it is very good.
Yeah, I'd like something to watch. Maybe I will check that out just because I always have Amazon Prime by virtue of the delivery service, so I have access to the show. I should probably just check it out.
Walton Goggins is in it, and he's great. By the way, apparently Matt Berry's in it too, which is I'm super excited to see that. But yeah, it's good.
As I understand, it's already been renewed, so it'll be back for a second season.
That's exciting.
And congratulations to Bethesda and to Amazon for what appears to be a very successful, well-liked show, which is good. And it seems like that's 3 in a row, kind of. I don't want to put Twisted Metal too much into that category, but The Last of Us certainly would be in that category, and it's nice. Things are changing a little bit. Plus, we get a good Mario movie and so on and so forth. The Halo show, it seems like people, it doesn't seem true to anything, but it doesn't seem, I don't know. I'll leave that up to Halo fans, I guess. I see a lot of mixed things about it, to be honest.
If you don't know anything about the games, you probably think it's fine. But I do think even if you watch the Fallout show and then you watch the Halo show, it's fucking embarrassing. Like, even just from like a budget, you could tell where the budget is. It's like, oh man, they really gave a shit. with the Fallout show. There's constantly new sets. There's like these big like practical effects and like all this like these practical props. It's really, really fucking impressive.
Yeah, the Brotherhood
I'm
armor
excited
looks
with them.
really cool. Looking forward to seeing that. These are huge, Okay. Fallout 4, 2015's Fallout 4. Yeah, I never beat it. I tried it twice. I played it the first time for 25 hours or so, and I played it the second time for probably about the same amount of time, and I just wasn't into it for some reason. I do think Fallout 3, because I wasn't really into Skyrim either. I think Fallout 3 was a place and time game for me. Like, I just had never seen anything like that before in my own experience with the games that I play. And so I think that it just hasn't translated well. I did love New Vegas, but I thought New Vegas was very like subversive and weird thematically. It Fallout 4 didn't have that vibe at all. There was something very weird about New Vegas. I'd love to see that come back in some way, but who knows? Maybe they'll remake it someday. Obsidian did it though, so it's probably a lot. It's very similar to that third Batman game where it's probably never really going to be acknowledged. My friends, it's time to talk about the games we're playing. Dustin, we'll start with you because I know you're really into what you're playing right now. I thought you'd find this interesting. We got two inquiries, as we sometimes do, polar opposites. Ready?
Sure.
Nick wrote in and said, "Good day, Sacred Trio. This one's for our sweet little 8-pound, 6-ounce newborn baby boy, Dustin. I saw the humble brag on Twitter and got to congratulate you on your Balatro victory. Can you speak to what makes the game so special and specifically its surprising level of difficulty? I'm more than 20 hours in and have yet to win a game," he says.
Wow.
McGuire writes in, "Since following Dustin's ringing endorsement, I wanted to say that I picked up Balatro. It's fun, but I will add, because it was recommended to Colin, this game is incredibly easy. I assume this is the case if you know how to play poker, but I beat the game on my first try for the first 5 decks before I ultimately put it down. Maybe it gets more complicated, but I'm pretty uninterested at this point. No shade at Papa D, but just wanted to offer that detail for Colin and any others considering it." So that is interesting feedback, because I do know how to play poker. And I wonder if there is some sort of ignorance is bliss with this game. But I haven't seen that other than Sean writing in. Not that I've seen extensive feedback about this game. So I leave it to you to talk about your new obsession, Balatro.
Yeah, Balatro. Well, to answer these questions first, Meatball, about my pick of my win. The truth of that is that it was kind of a joke in that I feel bad. 20 hours in and you haven't won yet. That's pretty crazy, because winning games, I'm not saying it's super easy, but it gets to a point where you should be able to do it pretty regularly. So that was my first win, but if you're having that level of difficulty, you might want to rethink your strategy. And as far as Sean, here's the thing about it being a poker game. It's not really a poker game. It is a game about poker hands, but I ultimately do not know how to play the actual game of poker. I simply understand poker hands, and that's it. So,
well, that's like 9/10 of it. Yeah.
Right. But as far as the like order and the like folding and stuff like that, and the psychological gameplay of it, I have no idea about that. So it's good you're having an easy time, but part of the fun of the game is once you start beating it and getting new decks is then adding difficulty modifiers. So Balatro in general, I'm now just over a week of playing this game. Here's what I have to say. This game is very, very special, and here's why. I was thinking about this. Every few years, maybe not even, maybe once every 5 years, I discover a game that I would call a life game. Life games for me are Tetris. This is a little bit off the wall, but like a game like Roller Coaster Tycoon. There's that mobile game Threes. And by life game, I mean that I can see myself coming back to it for the rest of my life. And that's what Balatro has become for me. I am convinced that I am having so much fun with the gameplay of this game. It feels so timeless to me, and I'm having so many different interesting situations with it that I will probably play this game on and off. Maybe I'll go 2 years without playing it, but then I'll pick it up again later, play a little bit, play a lot. I don't know, but it's one of those games that the core gameplay of it is so fun and so addicting and so thought-provoking that yes, Civilization, another life game that I consider. Balatro is in that category. And I was thinking how to sum it up succinctly without confusing or being too verbose. So I told you it's a game about poker hands. Each round, you have a set of chips that you need to meet in order to beat. And so I think you have 3 hands, 3 discards. And so you play your various hands to try to get the chip amount you need in order to succeed. So the first round is going to be really easy. You probably can beat it with one hand if you get a full house or a straight or maybe a high-end flush. Once you end the round, you get money and you go to a store. The store is where you're going to have different types of modifiers, primarily the Joker. This game is all about the Jokers, and Meatball, this might be your problem. You need to get a decent Joker, not even a Joker that is going to add decent multipliers within the first 3 rounds, or you will not succeed. So Jokers are where the game gets really interesting, because there will be kind of simple ones where you add this Joker, and every time you play a straight, you get a plus 10 multiplier to your score. Maybe this Joker, if you play all your heart cards are going to get additional chips for your multiplier, because basically you get chips based on the card, then you get a multiplier at the end. There's a third type, though, which is a times multiplier. And these are the most powerful cards because it'll add up your score and then it will times your mult. So you're getting an exponentially larger score at this point. And where this gets really interesting is that there are certain Jokers that play off of other Jokers. So you might get one that's every face card is activated twice in counting your score. Pretty good if you're playing face cards. You could get another Joker that says every card is considered a face card. So it doesn't change your deck, but when your card is counted in the multiplier, so basically you're triggering that Joker twice. And that's where the fun is using what other cards you get in your deck, using the different Jokers and figuring out what is going to be my play strategy for this round. And this gets even more in depth in a way that I don't find too complicated, where I always struggle with card games because I feel like I suck at building decks. You know, games like Hearthstone or Marvel Snap, stuff like that. I always have a hard time figuring out the strategy, and I always hate the process where you're taking forever to try to maximize and figure out what your deck should be. You build your deck as you play Balatro. So you get, there's different packs where you can open and add cards to your deck, but there's also tarot cards, which you're able to modify your deck in different ways. So let's say I've got Jokers that are leaning towards hearts and straights. So different tarot cards will do something like change this card, take the card on the left, and it will change it into the card on the right. Or turn 3 cards into heart cards. So you can really maximize if you have Jokers that are designed around your play hand, and then as you're playing, you modify your deck. So you get to the point where the first round, I think, is 300 points or something. I have played an 11 million chip hand before because of how I've set up my multipliers. And it is, dude, when it comes up on the screen, it's counting all your different multipliers. It is a pure dopamine hit that probably will kill you eventually. And 11 million, that sounds really good, but people have like min-maxed this game and are getting exponential, where it says the score is so big that it puts an E and then it puts an amount for how many zeros are after. But there's different decks that totally change your play style and stuff like that. And
did you say totally?
Totally?
Yeah,
I did hear that. Yeah, you did.
Oh,
you
dude.
did.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. Is that a Freudian slip then? Chode's on the mind? Maybe.
You tell me.
Subconsciously, maybe. But yeah, I'm addicted to this game. Holly is now addicted to this game. I bought it for her on her Switch. She can't stop playing it. And I really just cannot recommend it enough to nearly anybody. The proof is in the pudding here. Go back on this show a few weeks ago when I was saying poker, no one knows how poker exists. I don't care about this game because I don't like poker. I tried it one time and had a few people showing me how to make poker hands. And now I have, let's see here. I have approximately 31 hours into this game.
Dang.
Now. And I expect many, many more to come because I'm just going through and unlocking all the decks, playing with modifiers, stuff like that. So if you are playing on PC, I wish PlayStation had this feature. I told Chris last week, buy it. Try it for 2 hours. If you don't like it before the 2 hours is up, it's not against TOS. You can go and refund that.
Just go watch no narration gameplay of it, and I'm sure you'd get a pretty good idea of if you're going to like it or not. You know, I don't know that you really need to play a game like this to know if you're going to like it. You need to just watch it.
Right.
It's not really a feel, this game is on my list. I mean, the reason that I believe that I will become addicted to this game. I believe it because I do love card games, like card games, 52 card games. And I do like digital card games as well. And Slay the Spire is apparently a Venn diagram object with this game. And I love Slay the Spire. I don't know if you saw Slay the Spire 2 was announced, but it's only coming to PC. So I'm sure it'll come to PS5 eventually. And I'll play it when it does. So this is on my list, but I can't have any distractions. Like, I don't want to be dramatic, but Helldivers 2 really fucked me up. Like, I put 50 or so hours into that and it fucked my whole schedule up. Like, I'm totally fucking, I don't mind that because that's what gaming's all about, but I'm also a quote unquote professional and I can't have another game that's going to set me even further back. Like, I need to wait until the summer to play this game or something like that. Or even, like you said, Dustin, it's like a PS Portal, football style game for me. I'm looking at the trophies. The trophies are very rare. So this isn't a reflection of everyone that has it. There's only 2,100 owners on PSN profiles for the game. You have to put yourself in, obviously, to be counted. But only 6 people have the platinum trophy. And these are hardcore ass people that are playing this game, So it sounds like it's funny, dude. Like the platinum, usually you go to what's called the platinum club at PSN profiles and it says like, it shows the order that people have earned them. And this game's been out since mid-February and there's only 6. And it's like the 16th of March, the 27th of March, the 2nd of April, the 3rd of April, the 9th of April. Like people are totally scattered and even getting it. So it seems like this game is going to be very challenging on that front, which is pretty exciting as well. I like games like that. So especially games that are highly playable, but not skill-based per se. You need to know how to manipulate the system here, but you don't have to execute as you do in, say, Hollow Knight or something like that. So shout out to this game. I'm excited that you're liking it. It seems like a lot of people are really enjoying it. It does look like my kind of game. I will check it out. There is no doubt. But again, no, not yet. All right. You're also playing Dragon's Dogma 2. Do you have anything else to add about that?
I have played a few more hours and I'm kind of in the same spot that I was last week where I'm not sure I get it. I find that actually when I play it, I get very frustrated because I'm trying to play the way that YouTube videos and people have encouraged me, where I'm not as focused on specific quests and trying to more focus on exploration. And when I did that recently, a dragon rolled up on me and just completely obliterated me. Tried again, also failed. So I thought, I guess I got to run away from this guy. So I'm running around and then I run into another giant monster, which I conceivably could kill. But at this point, because I was doing some other stuff, my health bar is low enough that I need to go rest before I can have a full health bar again to take out this guy. I'm just overall, there has to be something I'm missing, or I just suck at this game because I constantly am feeling underpowered. And so maybe I've been trying to switch out for better pawns. I've been doing that. I upgraded my gear. I don't know. There's something about this game that's not exactly hitting for me. And it sucks because it sounds like a game I would like. And so I feel like I'm the meme of the miner that's trying to understand. And there's at some point I'm going to hit the diamonds on the other side. And I'm going to have the I get it now moment, but it's not exactly happening for me. And the performance, while I said last time that it's bad, but it's manageable, when you're not necessarily having a good time and the performance is bad, it's doubly discouraging. So we'll see. I might just need to put it down and then come back when I'm fresh to it. But for the time being, I know a lot of people are having a great time. More power to you. I wish I was you. But
yeah, it sounds like Lockmore is having a nice
go
with it.
Yeah, he loves it.
Okay. All right, Chris, let's move on to you. It says you're playing Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. So you finished Remake or your playthrough with Remake, and now you're on to Rebirth. So talk to me. You can talk to me in unison here if you'd like.
Yeah. So I finished Remake and immediately downloaded Rebirth. I tried getting into the Intergrade DLC, but I kind of immediately wasn't feeling it.
Oh, it's so interesting. I really liked it a lot. I thought you would. Yuffie plays so differently. It's interesting.
You know what? I really do think it's because Yuffie is so anime.
She really is.
So anime, like to the point where it's just like, and to be fair, like Final Fantasy VII, like there's nobody in that character. There's nobody in that cast of characters that isn't pretty anime. But like Yuffie is especially, like Yuffie is like everything that I genuinely have somewhat of an aversion to. As far as that, I don't want to say I'll never get to it, because it is, I don't know, it is, I like the way she plays. It's really just like a character thing where it's like, I'm kind of eager to get onto the next chapter of the characters that I want to spend a lot of time with, which are Tifa, Barrett, and like the main cast of characters. That playing through like 5 hours of another character who I don't really know that well isn't really as interesting to me as jumping right into the next, I was just too impatient, really.
There's something very meta about that, in my opinion, by the way, because in the original Final Fantasy VII, you don't have to recruit Yuffie at all. So you would never know about any of that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting too. So so anyway, I finished Remake, had a great time with it. I really, really enjoyed it. I thought, I gotta say, the pacing in Remake is kind of weird. Like there are certain parts in that game that I feel like could have been like at least like 5 to 10 minutes shorter than they actually are. The motorcycle sequences specifically.
Oh yeah.
I think are just like, they're just, all right, I get it. I would like to be in like the main combat of this game, because I love the combat system of Remake like a lot. Like I like the combination of active time and turn-based kind of menu selection. I think it's like a really, really neat way to, it's a really neat combination, to the point where like I kind of want it to be like, I almost, having played a decent amount of 16, I almost wish that was the same combat system. But I'm in chapter 4 of Rebirth now. I've spent around, I think, 15 hours. I'm level 25, I think, because for some reason I am finding myself going around and doing all of this extra stuff, largely because like in Remake, I made the mistake of avoiding a lot of the side content and a lot of the side quests, and I ended up just being like really, really drastically underleveled for like a lot of fights, and I just didn't want to deal with that again. But Rebirth's open world style, I'm really enjoying. There's even some like Ghost of Tsushima elements to it, where like you'll see like a bird and it'll be flying around and it'll like guide you to certain places, and it's like, oh, this is nice. I like this more than, some arrow on the ground or some like GPS. Just generally,
I love the
like,
baby chocobo that like comes and recruits you to fix the chocobo stops. I think that's so adorable.
Yeah, he's cute. I found a number of those before I even realized there was a post next to it that you could raise. And I felt like such a fucking moron, because I found all these chocobo stops that I can't fast travel to. So now I got to go back and raise them all. But I 100%ed the first region with like all the extra stuff and all of like the enemy intel and the Moogle intel and all that stuff. And I'm like 95% of the way through with Junon now, before I move on to the next, whatever the next chapter is. I think I have to raise an elevator boat thing underneath the city of Junon or something.
Right.
It's cool.
Right.
It's cool. I'm really liking the game so far. I love these like synergy abilities that you get. Specifically, like they're really fucking satisfying. There's one where like you get to like sword swipe bullets from Barrett's gun that I can't get enough of. I love doing that. But I have to say, if there's one thing that I would say is like really kind of strange and feels off to me consistently, it's very clear that this kind of game wasn't meant to be open world in the way that open world games are generally meant to be, because like the way you move around them is so fucking jank. Like on my chocobo, I'm constantly like hitting like invisible walls, but it's really just like maybe like a 2-foot high rock that like you would assume the chocobo would be able to jump over or would know contextually. Like I find myself getting stuck on geometry a lot. And I think that that's kind of just part of Final Fantasy's design in some way, because it looks very similar to what I remember a lot of Final Fantasy games looking like when I was younger. Once they got into 3D, it looks very reminiscent of like Lightning Returns, or my memory of Lightning Returns from like the very slim memories that I have of it, where it's just like, yeah, it's a little stilted in the way that the characters move around. It's not as smooth of an open world experience as something like Spider-Man or Horizon or anything like that. But all that said, I'm really liking it so far. I like the story. I like the characters. I like the combat specifically. I gotta say, I don't like Red 13, not his character. I mean, like playing like him in the party. Like I don't really get.
Yeah,
Red
I don't like him either.
He's not fun to play as at all. So I feel bad though, because like I like his character, but I'm constantly sidelining him, and I feel like somewhat guilty about that. So I'll throw him in sometimes. I'll be like, okay, come on. and then I'll hate it. I'll regret it every single time.
I always play as if unless the game does force you often to play with certain parties, which is cool, and that's not unlike old Final Fantasy games to do. But I do like playing as Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa. That's usually my party of characters because I think Aerith's prey ability is mega useful. Like if you just kind of load her up and leave her off to the side and then just activate that when you need it, it could really like save you in a battle. So.
Yeah. It's for me. It's Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett. But I swap out Tifa with Aerith sometimes because that prey is really good. But like that unbridled strength is so strong that like it is so satisfying that like I feel like I'm missing out on something if I can't do it. If I get into a battle and I can't do that, I feel like I'm missing out on something that I want to see happen. But yeah, I'm pretty deep into it. I think it has the hallmarks of a game that I think I will. I'm riding on so much momentum from Remake directly into this that it almost feels like I almost feel like I'm 45 hours in to like another game. So like it doesn't feel like a game that I'm going to put down anytime soon. But like I also feel, man, I'm 15 hours in and I'm only in chapter 4. It's somewhat daunting, but
it is a big game.
Yeah. I'm having a good time with it.
Good. Very good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm playing Rebirth as well. I'm about 35 hours in. I'm in chapter 8. Very similar to Final Fantasy VII Remake. The chapter lengths are just totally random. Some chapters, like I'll beat a chapter. There were times where in Final Fantasy VII Remake, I'd get like 2 or 3 chapter trophies in a night. And then the next 3 days, I wouldn't get any, even though I'm playing a comparable amount of time every day. It's pretty similar in this game too, but it's about how much time you put into it. I think, and some of this will be redundant from people that listen to Summon Sign, but I'm sorry about that. I'll just kind of say what I have to say here as well is I think this game is extraordinarily good. Like one of the best games I've played in a very long time. And it's impressive how well put together it is and how meaningful it is to me. Seeing the realization of the world of Final Fantasy VII in this way suggests so much more about it than you can really ever glean from the original. Like the one thing I was saying on Summon Sign was like the nature of the world, like how deeply post-apocalyptic it is. Midgar comes off as dystopian, but modern. Mm-hmm. The outside world, like Junon and Corel and all these kinds of places, come off as you're living on the structure of something else that was there once and there aren't that many people left anymore. And it's a depopulated, dying world. And it comes off that way so beautifully, even though there are very human elements of people trying to forget their worries at the Gold Saucer or Costa del Sol or all these different things. And also just as an old Final Fantasy VII fan, just seeing these places fully realized and amazing how many homages to the original game there are in it and how much it changes from the original game too, in many ways. But I will say, I love the characters. You said something really interesting about Yuffie, which I thought was funny, which was how anime she is. And I agree, but I find it very cute. And I think this is the Marvel argument I make about Forspoken, where people say, oh, the fucking Marvel dialogue. And I'm like, well, that really didn't come off that way because I don't even know what you're really talking about when it comes to Marvel dialogue. Right. Yuffie is anime. I know that intrinsically as an old anime fan, but I don't really watch anime. And so, especially as an adult. And so like, it's refreshing and cute actually. Cause it's like, oh, I didn't watch 17 other anime and read a couple mangas recently with this character in it. And
yeah, right.
So I think that level of exposure is gonna vary depending on the person. And I can see that being really annoying for sure.
I like her in Rebirth specifically because she's a supporting character. So far, like she's in it very sparingly to the point that I'm up to. I'm not trying to spoil it or anything, but the idea when I started Intergrade and the thought of like, oh my God, every hour,
I get it.
Every single hour of this is going to be this. I think I have to, I want to like her first as a secondary character before I jump into something like that.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. But
Chadley's terrible.
Oh, yeah. See, Chadley doesn't bother me as much as I thought. Like he's omnipresent because of the nature of the side quest and all of that kind of stuff. But I just don't. I was going in expecting like, what is this dude gonna do? And I don't find it nearly as grating. I actually like how he has that other android like construct May, and how he's just mean to her. Basically, it's hysterical to me. Like he's just like cutting her off and like making fun of her. Basically, he's a weird character though. He shows up in a weird way in chapter 8. I'll be interested to see what you think of in that.
Yeah. Oh man,
it's funny.
Oh yeah,
but it's weird.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm enjoying it overall. Like I really love these characters a lot overall, and
me too.
I'm really excited to see where it goes.
Now let me say this. The protagonist, we all love the protagonist. We've talked extensively about the love triangle and Cloud's nonplussed attitude towards any advances towards them. You know, like it's like, dude, how many women are going to throw? It just happens over and over again, like just random NPCs even. And that's a little frustrating, but that's Cloud's nature, and it's funny. I like all the characters. I like their comedy with each other, COMITY, like their ability to get along. And B, it's the kind of story I like because it focuses the energies from the protagonist onto the antagonist. And let me say this about the antagonist, because there's really 3 sets, right? You have like Sephiroth and Genova. You have Shinra as like the executives, and then you have the Turks who work for Shinra. Final Fantasy VII's original version, all these people are in it, but it's really focused on the Turks more than Shinra and like the Turks' pursuit of your party, with Shinra worked in, and obviously the president and Rufus and everything else. But this game focuses really hardcore on the executives, and I have to say that I love those characters. And this was something I noted on Summon Sign as well. Like I really love enemy lieutenants in role-playing games, Japanese role-playing games. It's a vital thing to get right. It's something that I'm obsessive with, and I said it on Summon Sign about our role-playing game that we're making on Lilimo. Like I can't wait for people to see our enemy lieutenants, because like I designed them, not artistically, but what I wanted them to be. And I'm like, that comes from a true JRPG fan. Like I hope it resonates with people like I want it to, because it's exciting to have those kinds of guys. And the Turks kind of more took that place, you know, Rude and later Elena, and obviously Rufus kind of, I don't want to spoil anything, but whatever. So I love Heidegger. I love Palmer and Scarlet and Reeve, who's very important to the story, and all sorts of other things. I just think it's so well done. It is so exceptional in so many ways. And I think I've not done a good job as I've gotten older, and even in my adult life at all, of recalibrating. We've said this before, of recalibrating my favorite games, like recalibrating what games I really love and what order they would truly be in. I've always since my 20s always been like, oh, Wild Arms, Final Fantasy VI, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Mega Man 3. Like no updates, you know, and occasionally a game like BioShock or The Last of Us will sneak in. This is one of those games. Like, and I think I would put Remake in this together, and hopefully the third entry as well. The way the world is laid out is so sensible, in my opinion, because you brought up Horizon, Chris, just in passing, but Horizon's a great example of a really beautifully rendered open world. It's like maybe the most beautiful console game ever made, and the second one. And yet it's supposed to represent real space. And so you're going from like Colorado to the Pacific Ocean in this world map, and you're fast traveling, and it's cool. It's fun. I like that. But it's in some way unimmersive, because it still feels like a representation of reality, but not reality itself. You're seeing portions of her journey, and you're stitching it together. And I always bring up role-playing games as like old JRPGs as doing this. It's like there are like 90 people. I've said this before, like there are videos and things where it's like, how many people are in Final Fantasy IV, right? And it's like 90 or so, you know, something crazy like that. Right. And it's not that there are only 90 people in the world, but when you lay out your game like this, like the way they did, it's so much more cogent, because it's saying there is no open world. The open world's kind of a mystique thing. It's misdirection. You're never really truly in a linear space. Why would you go from the outskirts of Midgard to Junon to Costa del Sol and then really necessarily ever go back to Junon? And this game makes it so that you can and should, to a degree, it gets a little more muddy later on, you literally do everything before moving on and never really conceivably ever coming back. And to me, that goes a great way towards immersive narrative, because it's like you're being presented. I know it's weird, but it's like you're being presented with Junon, and there are these 7 people that need help and these people to play Queen's Blood against, and there are these towers to find and intel for Chadley and all of that. You would conceivably do all of that in that space. You wouldn't travel back and forth or fast travel around or whatever. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but this Borderlands or Tales like segmentation, where instead of having an open world where you can go to Midgar from any corner, you actually enter. You don't enter Midgar again, but you would conceivably enter Midgar from the grasslands, right? And then you would enter Junon from the grasslands, and Junon would go to Costa del Sol, and Costa del Sol would go to Corel, right, and so on and so forth. And it just makes it so much more believable. This is the path you're traveling. These are the people you're encountering. This is it. And it feels like it almost makes open worlds antiquated in my mind. Like the true do anything, go anywhere open world. It's like, that is cool. Dying Light, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, cool. Witcher. But I think this is better. I think this is a much more, and people calling this a Ubisoft game, and we're going to talk about Ubisoft games later, but it's such a misunderstanding of the situation, in my opinion. Like, some of it is very literal, where it's like, yeah, you're climbing a tower and now you can see things on the map around you. It's surprisingly literal. And actually, I think it was Brad that told me that they said that they were inspired by Horizon. Well, you can see that. And I just think that it all makes sense within the confines. Like, you're finding artifacts that make the summon battles easier. You're completing side quests that increase the affection of your party. You're transmuting items and leveling up so that items are transmutable more easily and for less resources, fewer resources. It just seems like everything's harmonic. And I think this is a really exceptional game. I really do.
That's the thing about like a lot of the open world stuff that I didn't intend on necessarily. I didn't think I would want to complete as much of the open world stuff as I did. And I think a lot of it is just because so much of it harmonizes with everything else around it. It's like, well, why wouldn't I go do this? It's going to contribute meaningfully to how I play the rest of the game if I do this.
Right.
So like, why wouldn't I? And it's also not, I would argue that there's probably not much up to the point that I've played. I've not played anything quite as tedious as like the cat quest in Remake. You know what I mean?
Where you
like,
have to find the missing kittens or whatever.
Yeah, every side quest that I've done so far, even some of the stuff on the board, which is like intrinsically a little bit less interesting, or a little bit less meaningful to the overall core narrative. I've only done one of those, but it was.
Well, it seems like the board seems to trigger things that you would otherwise find organically, but so you know they're there. You know, so.
Well, maybe sometimes it works that way, but like I remember in Under Junon, I found like this group of kids who like they were like, "Hey, you can't be here," or whatever. It was like a little field full of pink smoke, and I was like, "Oh, you can't be here," or whatever. And it's like, okay, well. And then it would turn you around, and then there's like a quest on the board that allows you to do that. So it's a little bit.
I think I got you.
Yeah. But even those are fun, quick, not tedious at all. Like they inform you a little bit more about the world. They give you like a fun, weird gameplay quirk that you'd probably only find in that quest. That's like interesting and quick and easy and fun and interesting. And I they do a good job of parsing all that stuff out to the point where, and it also doesn't feel so overwhelming that you feel like, yeah, I could probably get through this. I probably could 100% this entire region in like a reasonable amount of time and not spend 100 hours, looking for, I've only found 25 of 500 artifacts or whatever. It's all like, it's a reasonable workload that they give you in these open world sections. And I'm finding myself like when I 100% of the first region, I was like, okay, I was joking. I was like, all right, yeah, that'll be it. That way, if I fall off, I could be like, hey, man, I played enough of it. I 100%ed the first region. And now I'm on the second region. I'm 100%ing it again. And it's just like, oh, man, okay, this is probably going to be one of these games that for whatever reason gets me to do this the entire way through. And I'm not entirely sure why. But I do think the scale helps because it feels big, but it feels approachable. The tasks feel like there are enough of them to keep you busy, but not so much that it becomes tedious, busy work. They all harmonize into each other. They help you get stronger. It's good.
Yeah.
It's genuinely good design. And it also, I love how harmonic it is with Remake. Like going from Remake into this, they don't feel like two separate games at all.
No, not at all. I did the same thing and I agree. Yeah.
Even though they are, and like even though like the combat is different in some ways, and even though like there are evolutions.
Cloud doesn't go into the air anymore unless you like goad him into the air. Like you can't do aerial like arcade combat anymore in my playthrough.
I don't know how I feel about that because I don't even know how to get in him in the air now.
You have to like dodge in a certain way, and I think then he'll attack, and then he'll go in the air. It's like some weird thing. I do it on accident sometimes. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there are some quirks, but like I think ultimately like it feels like a really cohesive experience, and it feels like a natural evolution of whatever was happening. And I guess it's a reflection of Final Fantasy VII in and of itself, because if I'm not mistaken, Midgar is a relatively linear section of the game, and then it opens up after Midgar, and it feels accurate. Like it feels like a proper evolution of whatever that pathway of the original game is into this kind of modern open world stuff. It's good shit, and the combat's so good.
Yeah, it is. It's fun. It's very, very fun, and. I mean, there's just so much, even the mini game stuff. A lot of people are busting balls about the mini games, and it's cool. It's like a lot of these are really fun and well done. There's like an entire, well, you're not even there yet. I won't even spoil it for you. Like when there are certain mini games where I'm like, this is dope. This is really, really good. And obviously if you're familiar with the original game, you'll know what some of them are in Gold Saucer and all of that. But the game is constantly kind of bringing you out, and the game is weird. Like I will say and it's not a spoiler that you go to Gold Saucer. I mean, everyone knows what the Gold Saucer is, but it's like what happens when you go there is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in a video game, where I'm like, what the fuck? You'll see. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about, where I'm like, what the fuck is this game doing? It's just so out of bounds in so many different ways, in a good way, and silly. And I don't even know how they really made this game so quickly, because it's quite voluminous. Even I'm into Queen's Blood. I do like Fort Condor, but I don't like the rules. Like, Fort Condor is annoying because it's timed. You can't like do a battle of attrition and slowly wear someone down. You have to be very aggressive when you play it. But it's cool because it's like you have 3 minutes to take your guy down. And it's like, well, I could do this and grind him over 10 minutes easy. And so the game is trying to force you. I don't know if you noticed, the game was updated so that some mini games like Fort Condor have a difficulty setting now where you can actually make it easier, because it was getting so annoying for people. Because there are certain Fort Condor games you have to win. To continue with the game. So
I definitely flicked those switches on the Fort Condor because I whatever game that is, like I don't care. I like Queen's Blood a lot though, surprisingly.
Yeah, Queen's Blood is dope.
I didn't think I would give a shit.
And then there's stuff at Gold Saucer where they really like start giving you new rules for Queen's Blood and like fucking around with it a little bit, which is cool. I collect all the cards as I can. I buy the cards when they're for sale with merchants, and my deck's pretty good, but and it's a game. It's a very afterthought sort of game in that it's easy enough. You know how you're supposed to break it. It's just a matter of getting it done. Like you just have to occupy as much of the space as possible and make it so that they can't play cards and stuff. So I don't know. This is a very, very high end, well made, expertly tailored game. And I just think Square Enix deserves so much credit for doing what they've done with this. And even though I'm not through yet the game, I will be hopefully in the next week or two. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with the sequel, because the two games do feel so distinct. And I do think that there is its own even another meta narrative in how this game opens up while the other game was closed, and what that represented for the original player going from the first disc to the second disc and finding the world map and having options and recruitable characters and ways to go and side quests. And there's just so much, and the way they're drawing in important things from Final Fantasy VII, like the planet and the creatures that the planet kind of unleashes. And I don't know, man. And the way it mirrors today in the environment and economics and big corporations and evil governments and complicit people and cowards and conspirators. And it's just, I don't know, it's fucking great. It's really, really great. Like, I shit you not, this is one of my favorite games that I've played. Maybe, I don't want to speak that it's like my favorite game I've played since The Last of Us Part 2, but one of them. Yes, definitely.
Right.
Yeah. And I use The Last of Us Part 2 as a barometer of like that game was basically about as perfect as it gets for me. So that's a game worth aiming for. They're very different, obviously. Paul Cadigan wrote in though and said, hey, Double C and Big D, I can't sit back and listen to Colin say that Rebirth looks like a PS4 game any longer. Don't get me wrong. Remake was beautiful, but it was plagued with small quarters and constantly forced Cloud to walk whilst the next stage loaded. Rebirth has none of this, and the amount of detail in the towns far exceeds anything that PS4 produced. And I'm playing in performance mode, so please stand down. Otherwise, keep up the good work. I totally disagree with what you're saying here. Like, The Witcher 3 operates a lot like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth does in terms of its towns and its populations and all those kinds of things. There are huge games like Horizon and Dying Light that run well in true open worlds and look great. It's not to say that it doesn't have the right to look like this. I'm not even saying that it detracts from it, really. But it doesn't look like a modern game, in my opinion. And I'm not going to play it on 30 frames. So, Chris, you'll appreciate this. And I probably said this on this show, but I've certainly said it on others, is that it reminds me of the way the game looks. Some in cutscenes and pre-renders, it looks like amazing, right? And then in kind of like in-engine but planned parts, scripted areas or whatever, it looks good. And then there are moments where you look at like Tifa and it's like Jerry's girlfriend under the different light. Right? Yeah, it's exactly like that. Where it's like, whoa, like what happened here? Everything's gone. Like she's like she looks like a PS3 model even. And it's like, damn, there's a major vacillation in the way the game looks that I think is very inconsistent. However, I do think the game is beautiful. That is different. Like there are parts of the game, especially later on, like the next part you're going to get to, Chris, where I'm like, holy shit, because it's very topographically uneven and you'll get to see these major vistas and like Midgar in the distance, and it's like, wow, this is so, it's beautiful. It's just not very aesthetically impressive, and certainly isn't as impressive aesthetically as it is in every other way. I think it's the weakest part of the game.
Yeah, I think the art design is strong. Like it's got like, I personally haven't noticed that it looks worse than Remake. Only in there were key moments where I noticed it. Like there was a cutscene for whatever reason where like someone was walking into I think Cloud was in a room in like an inn, and then somebody opened the door to come talk to him, and the door was like, it's so funny that it's always a door, because wasn't it a door in Remake as well?
Right. Yeah, it has like mega low res. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, the door was like definitely like a PS2 late Xbox, early 360 looking door. Like, and it was jarringly noticeable. But that was like one sequence where it's like, oh, okay, whatever. Like I noticed it. And then like if I really stare at it for a really long time, I will notice that there's like some dithering on Cloud or whatever, and he doesn't look like he has a solid outline. But like playing like in motion, I don't really notice it really all that much at all. Like it's, and when it cuts to cutscenes, it usually looks pretty good to me too. Still, like I don't know. Like I think with these kinds of games, I don't necessarily care how realistic it looks because it's already so stylized anyway. Like I don't necessarily need to see Cloud's pores to know that it looks good. You know?
Yeah, but I want to see Cloud's pores and everyone else's. I think what Paul is missing here is just that it doesn't, in terms of the size of the world and the way the game, the way you play in that world, does not feel like a PS4 game. We're simply talking about the resolution and the upscaling makes it have a PS4 like quality where it looks distinctly low res at points on performance mode, particularly. If you play it on the graphics mode, then absolutely you're not going to have those issues, but then you don't have it doesn't feel as good to play, and you're playing a game. So it's just a trade-off that you deal with, which when the PS5 Pro a patch inevitably comes out for this game, man, that's going to be very, very exciting. But for Paul, it's important to point out the distinction of what specifically we're talking about in terms of looking like a PS4 game.
Mm-hmm. And finally, I'll just say, I mean, there's so much to say, and I'll do a podcast dedicated to it when I'm done. In addition to the Sacred Symbols Plus that Dustin, you were on, where it's going to be, that's the proper review, discussion, spoiler cast that we do for all the big games that we can. I'll do something else. I'll figure out some other approach when the time comes, maybe like what's next, or I don't know. So I'll have more remarks on it, but I will say the soundtrack, which is not something I usually get into in games, but obviously the Final Fantasy series has an iconic soundtrack that brings me back to my childhood, and the soundtrack's so good in this game. And there are so many just random songs. There are new songs in it too. Like I'm like, this isn't in the original, but there is a, so in the original Final Fantasy VII, there's like a box. One of the mini games is the box breaking game, and they bring that back in this. Obviously, there's a bunch of games they bring back, and there's a song, like a metal song that plays during that, where I'm like, this song fucking rocks, because it's based on the Final Fantasy, like, you know, like that, cool. That, and like just goes, and it's just like scaling up and down, but it's like a metal song, and I'm like, this is fucking dope. Oh, so it really just hits from every direction. Shout out to Square Enix and Nomura. I wasn't familiar with your game, I guess. In some sense. I mean, in some sense, I was deeply and intimately familiar with the games because I played many of them, but just as the saying goes, let's say, because you know what, Remake exceeded my expectations and I thought was extraordinarily good, but this is even better than that. Yeah,
Colin, I'm going to the Final Fantasy VII orchestra tour. I think that's next year. It's coming through Pittsburgh. So
cool.
I'm gonna, that's that, dude. And yeah, you're right. The music's so good. I'm so excited to hear it live. So if you also like the music out there, check on those tour dates. It's going quite a few places.
I hope they get some good bangers in there, like the Mysidia theme from Final Fantasy IV, Gao's theme, Final Fantasy VI. There's some like really random, dope, offbeat kind of stuff in Final Fantasy.
This one is just for Final Fantasy VII, but they also do.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they also do ones for like blanket Final Fantasy as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong with Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, it's good. It's an objectively good. Like I have no nostalgia for Final Fantasy VII or Star Wars, and like even I can like there are certain songs out of both of those soundtracks where it's just like that's just objective. That makes me feel nostalgic for something that I have not experienced, and that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I feel about John. I mean, I love Star Wars back in the day, of course, but John Williams' Duel of the Fates. It's like, damn, dude, damn.
It's good. It's
just hard.
It is objectively sick,
and it's sick, frankly, alongside the footage from the movie. Like all of it worked. Like,
right,
Darth Maul putting his lightsaber out, and one side comes out, and then the other side comes out, and then he starts twirling it and backs up, and he flings the droid at the door, and it opens, and all. It's fucking dope. Yeah. I remember seeing that on Total Recall TRL. That had a music video for like TRL on TRL, and it was and it would be voted onto, and I would be like, oh my God, I can't wait to see this fucking movie. All right, my friends, that's it for what we're playing. That was a nice meaty one, huh? We don't often go that long for that.
Girthy.
If you guys like gameplay conversations and just talk about gaming, like the act of gaming, our podcast Summon Sign, hosted by Brad Ellis, is for you. I was just on it. Go check it out. We all rotate on every so often. All right, let's get into the news. This one, I don't think people are talking enough about, just from like a 30,000 foot view about what Sony may be doing, what they've planned on doing in the past, and what some potential possibilities were, at least. So let's get into it. Number one. PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 gamers well remember a studio that was long in Sony's orbit, a team, in fact, which it eventually purchased outright, Zipper Interactive. Zipper was a Washington state-based developer with deep PC roots going back to the mid-90s. In fact, they're the team behind 1999's popular MechWarrior 3 and made the first Crimson Skies video game at the turn of the century. But by 2002, they were firmly in PlayStation's grasp, releasing the ever-important tactical third-person shooter SOCOM US Navy SEALs on PlayStation 2 that year. They followed it up with two even better regarded games in 2003 and 2005 with SOCOM 2 and SOCOM 3 respectively. These are online-centric games, and remember, unlike Dreamcast and the original Xbox, PlayStation 2 initially came toting no inherent online functionality. A prospective player on the Proto PSN therefore had to buy a separate network adapter that could be connected to either a phone line or an Ethernet cable, and it wasn't until PSP and later PS3, and of course the PS2 second edition, that baked in hardware-level online functionality, and that was the thing at PlayStation. PSN didn't exist at that time, though. In other words, Zipper's work on SOCOM was vital in getting PlayStation's foot in the door on the line, such that by 2006, Sony purchased the team outright, split the SOCOM IP between them and external Canadian team Slant 6, and ultimately dispatched Zipper on 2010's failed PS3 exclusive FPS Mag, and then 2011's ill-fated SOCOM 4, an online-only game released onto PlayStation 3 the day before the PSN would be hacked and go down for well over a month. Though Zipper did get the awesome Vita launch-era game Unit 13 out the door in 2012, it was shortly thereafter closed down. Now, this podcast can confirm that early work on what would have been SOCOM 5 on PlayStation 4 was happening at Zipper when they closed, because I know someone in particular who was working on it. But that project obviously never came close to being real, and SOCOM has been dormant ever since. With that long runway now established, here's the news. The sometimes off-base but typically reliable Games Leak subreddit made an interesting discovery in the form of a game potentially called SOCOM 111, as in SOCOM with 3 ones next to it. This specifically comes from the resume of a now-deceased actor named David Veitch, who passed away in early 2022, but who, in his resume, clearly has a Sony-driven motion capture project listed called SOCOM 111, or maybe 111. In fact, it's his only mocap credit, and Sony is blatantly affixed to this unknown project by name. So what is this exactly? We have long postulated on the show that a SOCOM comeback wouldn't only be cool, but sensible, especially considering the long-term success of powerhouses like Rainbow Six Siege, combined with SOCOM's strong heritage. And though SOCOM 5 on PS4 never got off the ground, Sony retains the IP, and it seems pretty obvious based on this one listing that they were at least pre-producing something. Some have also speculated that Veitch was actually listing SOCOM 3, as in 3 ones, supposed to be Roman numerals, the Roman numeral I's, but that seems unlikely. While SOCOM 3 did indeed utilize motion capture in development, Veitch isn't listed in the game's credits, nor on IMDb, where SOCOM 3's motion capture actors are named. Likewise, while SOCOM 2 did use the Roman numeral style numbering, SOCOM 3 didn't. Either way, it's unlikely a grown literate man would write 3 ones for the Roman numeral 3. But considering Veitch has been dead for more than 2 years now, and nothing has come from this project as far as we can tell, it's likely this was a once explored option that's gone nowhere. Mr. Worry wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, I guess it's that time of the year again. Rumors are again circulating about a new SOCOM game. The source of the potential leak? Oh, just a dead guy's LinkedIn who died 2 years ago. I don't understand how this was a leak or even newsworthy of spreading. Also, how has it been 2 generations now without SOCOM? Does Sony hate money? You don't understand how this isn't... Really? There's like a random actor who had an unannounced SOCOM game on their resume, and you don't think that that's interesting, but then you say, how has it been 2 generations without SOCOM? Well, they were exploring it. I think this is real. The question is what is it? Now, if you're even pre-producing something and trying to get like a vertical slice of something going, or like a demo of gameplay or whatever, you might go get motion capture for that. And it's possible that this guy did this like preliminary work on a what if for a SOCOM game codenamed 111. This is my postulation. I don't know that, that never got off the ground. That was clearly post Zipper. Now it could have, I remember asking this person, I haven't talked about the potential SOCOM 5. I remember talking about it at E3 when I was still at IGN, because Zipper had shut down, and then I was still there for a couple of years after that. And someone who was like not pre-producing, but kind of developing, getting like, what could it be about? What might we do? They were calling it SOCOM 5. So I don't know what SOCOM 111 or 111 is. I think it's interesting that it could be SOCOM 3, but he's not listed in the IMDb credits, and he's not in the games credits on Moby Games. So I don't think that's what it is. And would a literate man really do that for SOCOM 3? You know, that seems weird. Yeah. This actor, I was researching him. He didn't really do very much. He was kind of like more on stage than on screen, but didn't seem to really find any major success. This is just, and I understand it's a slow time in PlayStation, but I think that this is objectively interesting just because it seems so obvious that you'd want to go back to this. And it seems like maybe at one time they might have agreed at least to give them a little bit of money to say, like, go explore what this might look like. And we just never greenlit it. Dustin, thoughts? SOCOM 111.
Yeah, I remember years ago us talking about the possibility when you specifically mentioned the guy from Rainbow Six Siege joining Guerrilla, right? And so,
and now we know that that's probably for the Horizon game.
Right. It felt like it made sense though at the time because Guerrilla had first person shooter sensibilities. They hire this guy when Rainbow Six Siege is killing it and still, I think it's still doing pretty well.
I'm pretty sure it hurt. I'm pretty sure this year it hit a higher concurrent number than ever. I could be wrong about that. Yeah. It's huge.
Yeah. Yeah. So it seems like at the time it made a lot of sense. And so maybe that was something being floated around at the time. Maybe I'm not sure if the dates line up exactly, but maybe it was around that era when this was potentially being optioned. And it also just feels like it makes a lot of sense, particularly in the Jim Ryan era, who was obsessed with greenlighting potential live service games. This kind of feels like the perfect marriage of everything that they would want. It's a competitive first-person shooter, very tactical at a time when a game like Rainbow Six Siege doesn't... I don't know. Rainbow Six Siege is so unique in how tactical it is and being married to its success as well. There's not... I don't want to say there's not other games like it, but in terms of success, a lot of first-person shooter games are much more run and gun. You think like Call of Duty or something like that. So it would have been in a unique position to compete with that game, but it seems like it just hasn't materialized at all. And it definitely feels like a wasted opportunity, especially now in hindsight, when the last SOCOM game was kind of, well, I don't want to say destined to fail. It had the 1 or 2 days that it was live, but then immediately just didn't even have the chance really to bloom into something that people really would like. So it feels unfortunate. I guess there's a question now whether every year that there's not a new SOCOM game, it fades into memory. And so does that brand even hold power to it anymore, where if they did want to do something like that, is even worth calling it SOCOM at this point? I guess, I don't know, you could argue it's better than starting something totally fresh because there are people that do remember and love those games, but we'll have to see. Now the live service initiative has kind of been all up in the air, and now with Jim Ryan gone, I mean, we have these announced games, but after many canceled projects as well, I don't know if there would be a future for SOCOM with PlayStation.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think this started circulating on the Games Leaks subreddit or whatever. And then when people discovered that the actor had died, they're like, "Oh, this is debunked," and it's stuff like that. With like in these conversations with each other, I'm like, how does that debunk it? I don't understand.
Yeah,
like he died. Like, so if people are curious, they can go look it up. But it is explicit because it says that. So if you go to his resume, it's at resumes.actorsaccess.com/David Veach. If you want to find it out, that is the URL. And here, I don't know if you guys saw it. I'll put it here for you in the chat. So this is like an Actors Access. I guess this is a way to kind of put out your skill set out there. So like I horseback ride and I'm an actor and I fucking sing and all that kind of stuff. And then you put out your resume. And so it's separated by television, film, motion capture, theater, hosting, training, skills, etc. So he had like turns on Mad TV and Conan, and Reno 911 and all these kinds of things. But the only thing under motion capture says SOCOM 111. It says he's a co-star, and then it says Sony as the producer. So it's explicit. This has just been sitting here for years. You know, whether or not it means anything is another thing entirely. But that's the connection. Is people saying like, how do you know SOCOM has anything to do? SOCOM's a term, like a military term. I said, yes, I know, but it says it's Sony. That's it. And people that don't know anything wouldn't just put that, you know, like, so it's something, there's something here. There's something was going on. I haven't even asked anyone that I know if they know anything about it. I should. Chris, SOCOM 111, will you play it?
I would love to. If only we were in that timeline where we got to see what this would have been. Yeah, I think this is objectively interesting. I do understand where people are coming from, though. If they say like, well, what is this? Like, is this really news? And like, I guess not technically, because it's not really indicative of anything that matters to us in the current time. Like, this is so clearly old and I understand it from that. It's not news in the sense that it means anything going forward, or it means anything going forward for like new experiences, or like, oh, does this mean a new SOCOM game is happening? No, in fact, it probably distinctly means the opposite. But it is super interesting that this was just sitting here for this long, and it was only just uncovered, and that they were exploring this post Zipper. That is objectively interesting. Because at that point, it's like, who would have, if he's doing motion capture for a SOCOM project after Zipper, who the fuck would have been doing it?
I don't know.
That's what I find most interesting. It's like, what studio, what branch, what subsidiary is signing off on motion capture work for a SOCOM game under Sony that is not Zipper? That's fucking fascinating. And I wish we knew more.
What's even more fascinating is who the fuck found this and how.
That's true. Yeah.
And then, again, you have to leave open. I appreciate that you have to leave open the possibility that he was in SOCOM 3, but I have that would be such an illiterate. Like, who would do that? SOCOM 111. I've never seen anyone do that before. And also, it is relevant that SOCOM 2 was SOCOM Roman numeral 2, but SOCOM 3 was Arabic numeral 3. So
it could be devil's advocate. Maybe at some point it was Roman numerals and he was just motion capture for like a test thing and therefore didn't make it into the game, which is why he's not in the credits.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. There's all sorts of possibilities because the things that are on here are both predate and post-date his appearance in. So if SOCOM 111 was post Zipper, which I think it clearly was, then there's stuff before that and after that about. And this guy, like, he looks familiar to me. Like, but there's probably a million actors that looked like him. But
I know
there's actually videos. Oh, a dramatic scene. Oh, this is interesting. I didn't even see this before. If you click on media up there.
Oh yeah,
it like pops out like he does like dramatic scenes. He does a comedy monologue. R.I.P. David Veitch. You're a good looking guy. I would have loved to see you in SOCOM 111 on PlayStation 5. Maybe PlayStation 4. I don't know. So what the hell is this? I don't know. Is it time for a SOCOMeback? Yeah, it is.
SOCOM.
Will that be the name of the title of this show? Yes. It just fits too much. So David Veitch, thank you for leaving us a hint from the great beyond. You are missed. All right. Anything else to say about SOCOM? Zipper? Anything else? Who would make it?
No.
You have to assume it was an external team making this one, maybe?
Well, like a third party?
Yeah, like a second party, maybe. But yeah.
Yeah.
But that would inherently be a third party. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. If not Guerrilla, then I really don't. If not Guerrilla within their first party, I don't know who.
Insomniac made a shooter, but we all know that's not happening, so that wouldn't be them. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But I do think you're right, Dustin, about there's just like this specific kind of shooter. There's obviously a desire for a tactical, low player count approach, either PvP or PvE. And hey, postscript about this. That fucking network adapter, man. Oh, I hated that thing. I've said it before, but I bought it and returned it because it was just so nonsensical. And then they did bake it in. What was funny about it is it took dial up. When by the time the PS2 Slim came out and they had the network adapter in it, it wouldn't take dial up anymore because I think they realized that Microsoft had made the right choice with the original Xbox and precluded people from using that to kind of keep the quality up. Can you imagine what people were doing with that dial up fucking connection on SOCOM 2? Messing everything up for everybody. It's amazing that we used to play games over those things,
Yeah.
Over dial up period, even on PC. Okay. Number 2. Star Wars Outlaws, the eagerly anticipated open world game from publisher Ubisoft and its team Massive Entertainment, the guys behind The Division and the recently released Avatar title, has a release date. It's coming to PlayStation 5 on August 30th later this year. First passively announced back in 2021 and then confirmed and shown off for the first time properly in 2023. Star Wars Outlaws stars a Han Solo-like character named Kay Vess and her Chewbacca-like companion Nix. Though to be clear, he's not a Wookiee but a droid. Alongside the release date reveal comes a nearly 3-minute long story trailer for those that are interested. The core game will retail at $70, but if you're willing to shell out the $110 for the Gold Edition or $130 for the Ultimate Edition, you'll be able to play the game 3 days early on August 27th, an increasing pattern for Ubisoft and other publishers to extract more revenue. Both special editions come with a season pass, which will include 2 future unannounced expansions, as well as an exclusive mission in the core game and more. In addition, subscribing to Ubisoft's Ubisoft Plus subscription as of August 27th will net you immediate access to the game. I think that's $18 a month. I think that's really bold and interesting, like what their plan is there. Outlaw joins at least 3 other in-development Star Wars games at the moment. The apparently still in development KOTOR remake at Saber Interactive, the 3rd Star Wars Jedi game from Respawn, and a Quantic Dream Star Wars game called Eclipse, a game we've revealed exclusive details about on this very podcast. Okay, let's see. Dustin, Star Wars Outlaws. Does this look good to you? I have to. Oh, it's Star Wars Outlaw, right? Is it Star Wars Out? Is it Star Wars Outlaw?
I thought it was.
I think it's Outlaws.
Oh, Outlaws. I don't like that.
I think so.
Star Wars Outlaws. It's multiple plurals. Doesn't do it.
That's very
me.
Western PA. Just to add S at the end of everything.
Right. Correct.
Yeah.
Any thoughts? Any interest here to play this one?
Well, one thing before we start, I think the little mistake I think in your write up, I made sure to make no face. I didn't want to alarm you, but the side character, that's like a little creature, not a droid.
I thought I looked at just the box art, and there's like a droid with her.
Okay, I'm trying to remember the box art. The character is named Nix, which
I'm sorry.
Wikipedia tells me is a male / he him.
Star Wars. Oh, a male. Yeah. So I'm here. I see. It's on her shoulder. Here, I'll show you what I was looking at.
Yeah, the droid looking guy.
It's
with
like
the green
key
jacket.
art. Yeah, I thought that was the guy. So yeah, thank you for that. You saved me
You're
from.
welcome.
No, that's just Jimbo.
That was just an
Jimbo.
assumption on my part. Yeah, it's like he's a very prominent. He's carrying like a briefcase in the box art.
I don't know who that is, but
okay, but no, thank you for the save.
Yeah.
I'm looking at her now, and she's got the little creature on her arm, and that's certainly not a Wookiee.
right.
Okay, go on.
Oh yeah, so Star Wars Outlaws. I thought that when they showed the gameplay for this, was that last summer?
Yeah, it was
the
last year. Xbox event.
And it was very cool. I thought that I liked that it had the feeling of being an open world, and clearly I know there was a big hubbub about being able to actually fly the ship. The ship is just kind of a thing that loads you up into space, and that's fine too. But it had a kind of this Uncharted-esque feel with, the going around with your blaster, you're kind of sneaking around in certain sections. Looks interesting. And the new trailer they put out didn't do much for me just because I don't care about the story really about this game at all. It is a Ubisoft game, so I'm concerned that it would have the standard Ubisoft trappings that I'm not particularly into as far as the games I like. But yeah, I think that it seems cool, and the developers behind The Division sounds like it could be pretty interesting to see them take their shooter sensibilities outside of that world. The Ultimate Edition and Gold Edition stuff, just because I saw that this was kind of a big talking point around it, it does feel a little egregious in terms of pricing, but I'm not surprised.
Hold that thought.
Yep.
Tony Brigatoni wrote in and said, hello. What does that say? Hyliage symbol? What am I saying? Like something horrible? Let's look at this up.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah,
It's too late.
Copy, paste.
It's too late.
Hyliage symbol. What are you saying? It's like sacred symbols. Oh, so these like the image. It's like that's the Islamic moon and the cross and the Hindu little script or whatever. Stop being weird, Tony. Gamers are livid about the pricing structure for Star Wars Outlaws, particularly paying for early access. However, I don't relate to this outrage at all. How can anyone be upset about a company charging for features that don't affect the game itself? Charging for features like early access, artwork, digital soundtracks, etc., are much better than microtransactions that impact the game's design. What say y'all? Hang up and listen now. What do you think?
Yeah.
Dustin? That was kind of to what you were speaking.
Right. Yeah. And I think I overall agree with Tony Rigatoni here that it doesn't particularly offend me. In fact, when I bought Hogwarts Legacy, I bought the $100 version to get the early access, and I was cool with that. My main point is that this is even pushing it a little further, being 110. And this is what we said months ago when this started to pop up, is that the $70 price point is no longer as lucrative as it once was when they increased prices again. And companies don't want to do another price increase on games. So they're going to do the early access thing, because that is something that people have shown over and over that they're willing to pay the extra money to get early access. And what this one is, how many days early? 3 days. 3 days. That's a little slim as well. I think Hogwarts Legacy was maybe 5 days.
Yeah, it's
like a week or something.
It's easy for me. I got to say, it's easy for me to judge it until they're going to get me with something I really, really, really want. It just hasn't been the case yet. I could see myself being very sensitive to a game, spoiling a game like The Last of Us Part 3 or something. I'll be like, yeah, I'll do whatever. Like, just give it to me as quickly as possible, you know? So it's easy for me to judge other people on that, but I think that I'll get God at some point.
Right.
to cite Always Sunny. Yeah.
And to be fair, you're not only getting early access with that price. You're getting everything that comes in the gold edition. Whether that's worth it or not, I don't know. And I don't really care. I never really care about that extra stuff for the most part. It's like a couple weapons and a new skin or something like that. And if you're into that, great. But yeah, it does feel like they're pushing the limit a little bit. But as Tony says, you can still get the game on launch day and play it for $70. No one's forcing you to buy early access or the gold edition, stuff like that. But the last thing I'll say is just the tiered approach. While I have taken advantage of it with the early access, it does diminish something of the feeling of the launch day of a game when everyone's playing together, checking it out. If that's something that's important to you, to have the different limits on when people can get in definitely kind of fizzles things, and it can backfire on you, because if people buy early access, pre-order, and then play it, and turns out it totally sucks, then that's just immediately going to let everyone know that was maybe going to buy it on launch day that didn't pre-order. So you got to be careful with that as well. It could be a double-edged sword.
Has that happened? Like, is there did Suicide Squad have something like that? Did Suicide Squad have an early access? I feel like it did, but at the same time, I'm not.
I feel like it
sure.
did.
Because I feel like you wouldn't want that to even be an option if you were concerned. Because let's be real. If you're a developer of a game, you know whether or not your game is good.
It did have early access.
It did.
Yeah,
that's wild. That is bold as hell for them to do that, because you would assume, ideally you would assume, like, if you were in charge of making a game, no studio is surprised to get like a 40 out of 10 or a 40 out of 100. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, no, that's not surprising. So they know generally the level of quality of the game is when they send it out. So the idea that you would even put your game out for early access in the first place seems to convey some level of confidence, right? Like, where it's like, this is going to be so good that people are going to jump into it, and they're going to be like talking about it on social media. They're going to be like, this is so good. And then people who maybe they were going to get it anyway, might even, jump up and get the early access. You would assume that would be the strategy, that if you didn't do early access, you would be like, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I would say that's the case most of the time. They do get a little bit of a pass because it's Star Wars. So if the game comes out and it's a 6 or a 7 out of 10, which still, I mean, a 7 is not great, but it's passable, right?
Right. Yeah.
This is going to be, come Christmas time. Oh, I'm going to get little Colin, Dustin Furman.
Chris Colin, Dustin Furman.
Chris Colin, Dustin Furman. He loves Star Wars. I'm gonna pick that up for him.
It's so
I don't
eldritch.
know. It doesn't matter if it's good, but that grandma knows he loves Star Wars, and he likes Star Wars, and he doesn't listen to, three morons once a week talking for 5 hours about games. He has no idea. He doesn't care.
That is true.
But you would maybe they had a little bit too much confidence in Suicide Squad being name brand, because the name brand and the DC tie-in, I don't think saved them in the case like Star Wars would.
It did still sell pretty well still though, didn't it? I feel like it.
Didn't they say they were disappointed in the?
Those two don't necessarily.
CEO speak.
You know what I mean? It's like this only made $2 billion. What the fuck? I wasted my time on this.
It definitely seemes dead at this point, though.
It's definitely dead. Like there's no future for it. But yeah, I don't know. Like this is just an example of, you know, like Dustin said earlier, it's $70 ain't enough anymore. Like these special editions, like this early access stuff, is probably what the price of games would be if completely left alone to be like reasonable for like the amount of time for the amount of inflation that we have. So like they already got me. I think I paid the early access for Starfield. I think because I was just like, yeah, you know what?
That's another one. Yeah,
I'm gonna play this.
Yeah.
So they got me already. Like it's just a matter of like what I'm gonna care about in the future. You know, and I agree with my rigatoni over here, where like I think it's a way better avenue than, you know, just chucking microtransactions into it or any number of other like weird piecemeal ways to extract value out of an already existing single player game. It's a little bit sleazy, but like I'm not gonna get worked up about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of agree with him in the sense that if it's got to be one or the other, they're going to nickel and dime you somewhere, try to extract extra revenue and shake you upside down until all the money comes out of your pockets. And this seems somewhat shit. When I bought RoboCop, remember I bought the special edition on mistake. I was like, damn, dude, they got me. I'm never going to listen to this digital soundtrack. I don't want to listen to this. I don't know, because I think the game was sub, you know, full price, and so I just assumed it was a full price game. I think that's how they got me.
Yeah.
So that was my own fault. I don't like how sometimes though the objects on PlayStation default to those special editions, and then you have to go into the ellipses and then bring up standard edition. It's like that should just go to that.
It's annoying, yeah.
Probably not only because it's more honest, but because they probably deal with a bunch of people that are like, I want my money back, and you have to have like this whole, you know, this whole fucking conversation with them with your AI and trying to get your money back and all this. So it's probably not worth the trouble, but I'm certainly not going to play this game, but I'm glad that it does look good, and I'm glad that people are excited about it. I think Massive's a pretty talented studio. So as far as the future of The Division is concerned, who knows? Well, we're going to get The Division Heartland. I don't know what happened with that. I'm going to check that out when it comes out, though. That will be the first free-to-play game I've really ever played, which will be interesting in its own right. Okay. But hey, my mind's opening a lot this year, is it not?
Yeah.
My mind and my heart, perhaps even my heart.
Perhaps.
Perhaps, but probably not. Number 3. Smash hit roguelike arcade survival game Vampire Survivors is finally coming to PlayStation platforms, having first launched all the way back in the fall of 2022 on many other platforms. Word comes by way of the solo developer Luca Galante, who goes by the studio header Ponkel. I think that's how you say it. Which frankly announced the information in passing as part of a larger Vampire Survivors related announcement, which we'll get into shortly. Launching, and this was during the III initiative thing. Did you guys see that? It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This is the only game we're going to talk about from it, but launching on PC, phones, and Xbox consoles in 2022, Vampire Survivors came to Switch in 2023, and it was clear over time that it was somehow contractually bound to skip PlayStation platforms, at least for a time. Based on a promised summer release of Vampire Survivors on both PS4 and PS5, one might assume that exclusivity timeframe was in the vein of 18 months, but no one knows for sure. Nonetheless, the game, heavily inspired aesthetically and thematically by Castlevania to an almost brazen degree, sells at a cut rate cost, usually below $5, and has pushed many millions of copies across platforms. The related news for Vampire Survivors is that they're working on a Contra-related DLC pack, which is interesting since that would involve publisher Konami, the IP holder of Castlevania, perhaps getting us closer to that inevitable crossover. That DLC will be available on all platforms before the core game even comes to PS5 and PS4, however, so don't get too excited yet. Michael Buffalo wrote in and said, Colin, it's finally happened. Vampire Survivors is finally coming to PlayStation 5. Will you be partaking in what some have called an S-tier game? Certainly. I've watched this game extensively, as I do many games that Micah plays, because she plays sometimes on Xbox, but usually on Switch. And this was one of the games she's played, and it looks awesome. And I've just waited. She bought it on Switch. So that was last year. So I've waited some time and been like, oh, it must be coming to PlayStation. It must be coming to PlayStation. It must be coming to PlayStation. And then realized, no, Xbox has some sort of like HD twin exclusivity on this thing. And Ben had pointed out, our associate producer had pointed out to me behind the scenes, he's like, I'm pretty sure that like Phil Spencer was obsessive about this game before it was really ever even a possible console game, and that they were pretty important in getting it over to console. So it would be no surprise that they would have some sort of exclusivity on it timed. So that's what stopped it, I think. I'll be all over this game when it comes out. Vampire Survivors. You guys have both played, I think. So Dustin, thoughts?
Yeah, this game rules. It's another very addictive, one more run type of game. And it's been surprising it's taken this long to come to PS5, but when it's finally here, and like you said in the write-up, it is a very cheap game. So this is like no question, if you're curious about it, $5, give it a shot. And they've added so much to the game since I played it last. I was in the other day, which, by the way, I don't know if this is the case on other platforms. On PC, no online play. So if you want to play co-op, you have to do the stupid Steam share thing. So my buddy Brandon and I were playing it, and there were so many new characters and levels and stuff like that. So at some point, I'm going to have to go back and check all that stuff out. But yeah, this game is one of those games where it layers up your different attacks to the point where there's just a million enemies on screen and you're doing massive damage. So it's very satisfying to play.
Chris. Vampire Survivors.
It's so good. It's so good. Listen, I think I talked about it on the show. I must have talked about it on the show before, where this is a must play game. I think many people will be shocked, because I was shocked by it too. Like when I first heard about it, or when I first looked into it and I saw like gameplay of it, I thought like, this looks so ugly. How could I possibly play this? And then I think I probably put like 40, 50 hours into it. And there's a couch co-op mode in it, by the way, that is very, very worth it. If you can get like a group of friends together to just drink and eat snacks and play a game like this, it is so fun. It's so good. I can't recommend Vampire Survivors enough. It's about time. It's about time.
Yeah, no specific date yet, but Q2 or Q3, we'll see it. And probably more like Q3. I would say July or August is probably going to be the date. Otherwise, I think they would put something more specific on it. Drake Hindhorst, though, Eagle Eye, says, hey, gentlemen, Vampire Survivors is finally coming to PS5 and they're adding Contra DLC with it. Isn't this kind of weird that the Vampire Survivors team would partner with Konami, but their first collaboration would not be Castlevania? Definitely not what I expected. Have a good one, and thanks for the great content. Yes, that is weird, and I honed in on that immediately, unless you're looking at it as like a we lead into Castlevania. Now, I'm going to be totally honest with you, having extensively watched it be played on my television. This game is a blatant Castlevania ripoff from an aesthetic and thematic point of view. And I don't know how much more literal you can get. So like, where can you really go? Of course, they really could use proper sprites and get like proper enemies in there, but the game is already heavily inspired by Castlevania, and you would imagine that attracted Konami in a good way. And so they want to do something else, and maybe it'll all culminate in some really cool Castlevania crossover, which seems to be happening more and more. I mean, with Konami games and other games, which is like the Castlevania Dead Cells crossover is an example. But what we really want is that Castlevania game. This Vampire Survivors game, though, has this, isn't it there a new genre that like this is kind of spawned, or like that there's like the one button shooter,
maybe, or even just one stick.
Yeah, like it. I thought there was a name for it or something that people were calling it, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, there is a name for it. I don't exactly remember, but do you remember there was a slight controversy around Vampire Survivors where people were saying that it contained Castlevania assets in it, and then it turns out that they were like they weren't exact copies. So it is really interesting to see Konami tie into it, but I agree that it is. I feel like it's so similar to Castlevania that doing the crossover kind of would be nowhere near as interesting as a Contra. It's like if there was a Spaceballs and Star Wars crossover, which I guess would be kind of funny because seeing those characters interact, but it's very clearly based on that, and you're kind of just adding the direct inspiration already to it. So doing something totally in a different realm could lend to a lot new and interesting gameplay stuff that you could do.
I'm on Reddit. Just I looked up like what genre of game is Vampire Survivors from the Vampire Survivors Reddit a couple of years ago. There's some funny answers where it's like walking bullet hell idler, roguelike reverse bullet hell, aimless horde shooter, roguelite farming, fun bullet hell simulator, idle game. I like this bullet hell survival or bullet heaven, which is a real thing.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Is that just you are the bullet hell?
You're right. Yeah, I guess like it's the bullets are going outward. Yeah, it's
that's cool.
Yeah, so but none of those were what I was thinking of because the genre name I'm thinking of has to do with the control scheme. But we'll figure it out another time. All right, number 4, we can go quick. It's PS Plus games, specifically to the catalog. Let's talk about it. Last episode, we discussed 2 new games that would be launching directly into PlayStation Plus Extra's game catalog in the coming weeks. And now we have a full slate of products that will be added to this very catalog beginning April 16th. For the uninitiated, PS Plus has a 3-tier system and an Xbox Game Pass-like service, PlayStation Plus Game Catalog. This is available at the upper 2 tiers. So here's what you can expect. First on both PS5 and PS4 combined. Welton Bauer's 2022 sim title Construction Simulator. Nottinghead's 2020 action-adventure game Raji and an ancient epic. Terrifying Jellyfish's peculiar art game Now or Play With Your Food, which has pretty poor reviews or like average mixed reviews on Steam anyway. And Kyoken's 2023 adventure game Deliver Us Mars, which is a sequel to the game Deliver Us the Moon. And those guys were talking recently about how hard it is to get funding for games. As noted earlier, Dave the Diver will also be available in the game catalog upon the game's launch on PSN. For PS5 only players, you have the Bearded Ladies 2023 tactics game Miasma Chronicles and Point Blank's action RPG Stray Blade to look forward to. Again, as noted last week, PS5 players will also get I was right on that. PS5 players will also get Surgeon Studios' EA-published 2.5D Metroidvania title Tales of Kenzera Zao. We brought that up earlier. Though you'll need to wait until April 23rd when it actually launches. And there's another PS5 game being added to the catalog day and date too. When Shared Memories Metroidvania Animal Well comes to PS5 on May 9th, it'll immediately be inserted into the catalog. And if you're still rocking PlayStation 4, there are PS4-only games entering the mix too, though they can be naturally played on PS5 as well. GameSwing's 2023 party title Oddballers, Ubisoft's 2018 racer The Crew 2, Traveler's Tales 2017 Lego Ninjago movie game, and that same team's 2016 Lego Marvel Avengers game. A tiny smattering of new classics are coming to the highest PS Plus tier as well, PlayStation Plus Premium, and these games will be available to purchase a la carte as well. Factor 5's 1996 port of LucasArts' 1995 action shooter Star Wars Rebel Assault 2, The Hidden Empire, defunct Sony studio Cambridge's 1998 PS1 exclusive game Medieval, and Darkworks' 2001 horror game Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare. According to website True Trophies, the following games have been and will continue to lead the game catalog throughout the month of April. Bassmaster Fishing 2022, Chicken Police Painted Red, Dangerous Golf, Everspace, F123, Fighting X Layer, Ghostbusters the Video Game Remastered, Gunvolt Chronicles, Luminous Avenger IX, not 9, but IX. Hello Neighbors 2, Necromunda, Underhive Wars, R-Type 2, or R-Type Final 2, Real Fishing Road Trip Adventures, Sifu, and Soul Calibur 6. So now you've been warned. Okay. Anything there for you guys? An interesting month. I will say the day and date stuff is 3 of them this month. I don't think that Sony's ever done anything close to that before. So we have Dave the Diver, Animal Well, and Tales of Kenzera Zao. Decent value at that level if you're interested in those games. Chris, are you interested in any of those games? And did any of these stand out to you on the PS Plus catalog this month?
There's nothing that catches my eye. Later on in the list, it's interesting to see Medieval kind of there, but like, I don't know.
It's already available because you can play Medieval 1, or you can play the Medieval remake as Medieval, like the PS1.
Yeah, so it's a little redundant.
Yeah, I agree.
No Medieval 2, which is the one that I'm really waiting for as far as Medieval goes, but solid month. I mean, for people like there's a lot here. It's just nothing's catching my eye particularly. But that you are right that like the 3 day and dates are pretty. That's a substantial. Might be a canary in the coal mine in some way.
It's interesting because I'm kind of down to play all 3 of those games. Like I would in a time where my schedule was open, I would be able to play all 3 of those because even I don't think that this Tales of Kenzera game is going to do very well, but it's my kind of game, and I do think it looks interesting. So, yeah. But I'm happy to just buy them. But if you find value in the extra service, then by all means, I think this is a pretty notable month for new additions. And yeah, like you said, might be a sign of things to come that they're getting more aggressive in this way. Because how much could it really cost them? It's probably a fairly substantial amount of money, but how much does it really cost them to do that? Because it's, again, not available to all PS Plus, just PS Plus Extra, and that's a sixth or so of the people that are even subscribed. So anyway, Dustin, anything for you?
Yeah, I'm really curious about Animal Well, since this is the first game from Donkey's publishing company, Big Mode, showing up, and there's been positive preview coverage of it. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on. The other one that's just so funny, because I didn't realize this, the Star Wars Rebel Assault 2, The Hidden Empire. This was a game, it's one of the rare games that my grandpa played on PC when I was very little. And I was watching the gameplay, and it's like one of those moments where you haven't seen something for 25 years.
Yeah, very powerful.
And then you remember, like, holy shit, I remember the super annoying Millennium Falcon mission. And I didn't even know there was a PlayStation version of it. So I might need to buy that a la carte, just to get the nostalgia. It probably is still very annoying. Maybe my skills have increased slightly since I was 4 years old. We'll see. But I like getting a few off the wall PS1 games thrown in there. We don't need any more Siphon Filter games. I don't even know if there's any more for them to even put out at this point. But still, just the slow trickle of the PS1 games. I think we can do a little better, since we already had. I mean, the Medieval's cool. It's cool that you can go and play the original, but let's tap into some of these other the true classics. It's been a while. I think the last really big one was it Legend of Dragoon that people were
that was one that was
really amped for.
Yeah, and we have some good, like Jet Moto is cool.
Yeah,
like there's some cool ones that are coming out, but I agree. I am curious about. I can't even remember the company's name anymore, but we outlined them a few weeks ago. The guys that are doing all of this work. I wonder how much control they have on that. If it's basically like, here's a broad swath of games that you can select, or if these are the ones that we kind of intend to get out there. But they are quietly making a pretty powerful catalog of old PlayStation games, and I don't know how meaningful that is to people, or if it's really moving the needle. We remember from the Insomniac leak that even people at the extra, or even people at the premium tier, the highest tier, were using extra level perks and really not interacting with the premium level perks. So it indicates that it doesn't really matter. But the trophy inclusion on a lot of these games is very cool. And in fact, a lot of these games leaked because the trophies went live. You'd think that Sony itself would be able to control that, but alas. All right, guys, that's all we have for the news. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas as we wrap this episode up of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast. Of course, over on patreon.com/lastdaymedia, we put a post in the news feed each and every week. You respond to that for Sacred Symbols, and I go through it. I pick it apart. You've already heard a lot of those inquiries throughout the show, but I now read from 6 more that I've selected and put at the end of the show. And of course, you can get that perk and many more perks over at patreon.com/lastdaymedia, early ad-free access to our show, Sacred Symbols Plus, and so much more. Vagicarp, I Choose You, wrote in and said, "Good day, Bushy Bros. Colin, you've sporadically mentioned over the years having an affinity with games that make you feel cozy. Can you elaborate on that, and where do you think it stems from? For my part, I've always had this weird love for all things rain-related. A painting of the outside of a cafe on a rainy afternoon, for example, will really capture me and make me feel intense feelings of comfort and coziness. This also translates to games. In Persona 5, my favorite days were the rainy ones where I walked the streets with my umbrella and moved from shop to shop while trying to avoid the rain." In quotes. "I very much like the aspect of sheltering myself from the rain. I think this comes from my young years when my brother and I would build blanket forts in our yard even when it rained. What about your sons? Do they have similar weird things that connect with them and evoke specific feelings in games or in your life? In life? I've always been curious to hear you delve a bit deeper into this love you have of coziness in games. Wishing all 3 of you a very cozy day." I love this question, because it is a very, I wonder if it's a unique thing, because I've never really tried to put it so into words. I've tried sometimes on the show, but there's something fascinating to me about being hidden away and safe in a space, and often like hiding away, or like the idea, I mean, it's not something you want to happen, but bugging out and going and like finding a cabin in the woods and kind of setting yourself up and protecting it and doing all these different things. And there's just something cozy and comfortable and interesting about that setup. That's why I always bring up the Resident Evil like typewriter rooms that are always, it's like the epitome of cozy to me, because you can kind of tell yourself a story about, can you hear the dog in the background, by the way?
I couldn't tell if it was a dog outside of my house, but yes.
Well, anyway, I'm going to go see what's going on with her because she's barking. But anyway, talking about coziness in games while I'm gone, class.
Yeah. Cozy games. I don't know. For me, Chris, a cozy game, it's kind of more. Well, let me restart. There are certain games that lend itself to coziness. Absolutely. More easygoing, relaxing games. But for me, a cozy game is kind of about the state of mind I'm in.
Sorry about that.
And my relationship to the game, because almost immediately a nostalgia driven game that's going to make me feel cozy, settling in,
Right.
remembering an old game, and a lot about the environment too. One of the coziest experiences I ever had playing games was when Breath of the Wild came out. It was at a time when Holly worked at a bakery and we had one car, and I also had to go to work, but later than her. So I would go wake up super early, like 6 a.m., drop her off at work, and I had 2 hours before I needed to go to work. So I'd make coffee, keep the lights low, and just immerse myself in Breath of the Wild before having to go to work. Fresh coffee, very cozy experience. So it kind of lends itself different way. Playing Balatro at nighttime, Holly's on her Switch, got a blanket, maybe a drink, lights low, very cozy experience.
Yeah.
Certain games, though, if they're too intense, like playing Dark Souls isn't a very cozy experience to me. It's too intense. I'm too focused in. It demands too much of me to feel relaxed.
But isn't there something cozy about going to the campfire?
Yes, there are cozy moments. Yeah. Absolutely. Or in Elden Ring when you're on your horse thing, whatever it's called, and you're exploring the wilderness, and you see a castle in the distance, and you're immersed in that feeling of adventure. That can feel pretty cozy too. But I wouldn't say it's a cozy game in general.
Yeah, I don't. I've talked about specifically not fully even conceptualizing what a cozy game even means to me really at all, because in my experience, if I'm really enjoying a game, that becomes a cozy experience. So like anytime that I'm actually invested in something, and I'm really, really into something and I'm really excited about something, there is an inherent coziness to it that almost kind of supersedes any kind of vibe that the game might be going for. Like I remember specifically during the pandemic, at the very, very beginning, when Doom Eternal came out and we were all kind of locked inside and we couldn't really go anywhere. And I remember playing Doom Eternal in my room, and that game is probably like the furthest from cozy you could possibly imagine. It is like blaring metal at you. You're like moving at like Mach 10. You're like ripping demons' heads off, and it's bloody as all hell. It's loud. But I remember like that experience was a cozy experience to me. And, playing Metal Gear Solid 2 on the Vita was like a cozy experience to me. Playing, the Halo 3 every night that I played it was a cozy experience to me, even though there's nothing inherently cozy about those experiences. I know what people are talking about, like the ODST at night with the rain.
The jazz
is cozy. The jazz.
Imagine playing ODST and it's raining outside as you play it at night. Oh, that would be.
Yeah, there's extra coziness to that for sure. And there are definitely soundtracks that I listen to specifically. I listen to that ODST soundtrack on purpose, like all the time, because it is just it is a very cozy thing. But like as far as games go, like I feel like anything can be cozy if I'm really sealed away from the rest of the world and I'm really locked in on something. Like Elden Ring, I remember feeling like cozy. I remember Alan Wake 2 feeling like a very cozy experience. I remember, even Tetris, Tetris Effect was cozy, even though there's nothing really like inherently like Resident Evil typewriter room about it. I think it's kind of a state of mind that you're either in or you aren't. Like there are probably some cozy games that people will play and they will just not feel relaxed at all because of the situation that they're in, or like if they're just not feeling it or whatever. I've been playing a game on PC. It's like an early access game that kind of tickled my interest. It's called Furnish Master, and it's literally just you building a room and like putting furniture in it and like just like organizing like I've been making all of my bedrooms throughout everywhere that I've ever lived, just as like a memory exercise. And it's kind of fun. And there's a cozy aspect to it. But that's really the only game that I've played in the last several years that feels like it's built around that premise. where it's like, yeah, just put stuff together and there's no fail state. It's just kind of you interacting with like a 3D world in like a very calm way. But yeah, I don't know. I feel a number of ways about coziness in games.
I've gone into what I think cozy games, staying in all that kind of stuff. I've gone into that a million times. But the other way I would approach coziness is what you guys are saying, which is like the act of playing. I'm very nostalgic about my high school bedroom. I had a skylight in my high school bedroom that looked out into this, onto like the canopy of this big tree, and then like the sky, and the snow would be on it, or the rain would be tapping on it as it was pouring out or whatever. And I'd just be under it. And I have so many games, just that really a lot of the PS1 era into the PS2 era, a lot of the early GameCube era, the Dreamcast, like the whole Dreamcast era, writing all my game facts guides in that room and doing all sorts of things. It's being on my computer in the corner, like that was so cozy to me, man. I would love to just be able to go back to that in my Neuralink one day and see what that was all about. All right. Thank you for writing in, Vagicarp. Actually, you say Vagicarp, I choose you, so you're actually an anonymous Pokemon trainer.
Yeah.
Stu Hall wrote in and said, with the Jets going back to the logo of the recent glory-ish days of the 80s and 90s, dude, no one calls the Jets glory days. There's no such thing as Jets glory days. Do you ever think we will see PlayStation use the colorful logo from 1994 again? I do love that logo. It reminds me of the Apple logo, just in the Apple logo look. Have I expressed this to you before, that there is probably a not inconsequential number of young people? So let's say like Gen Z, younger millennials, right? There's a not inconsequential group of them who think the Apple logo, the old Apple logo, is like a gay pride thing and not the original Apple logo, because they have no context to the Apple II or the Mac, and I find that so funny. Because I actually think that logo can't really be used anymore. I was lamenting that to Micah recently. I love rainbows. I think rainbows are dope, like rainbow imagery and all of that. You can't really, because now it's like politically tied, and it's nothing wrong with that, and nothing wrong with what it represents. But it makes it harder, I think, to go back to that Apple logo in some sense, because of the way people read into it. It's more monochromatic. It's not monochromatic, but it's fewer colors on the PlayStation logo, and it doesn't read like a rainbow. So I think you could go back to it. And I think the last time I remember them really embracing it was the 20th anniversary. So the 25th anniversary, or I'm sorry, the 30th anniversary is in December. And it's entirely possible that we're going to see a big, in fact, we might be underestimating or underplaying the anniversary celebration that will be coming in some sense, whether it's with like hardware, merch, a game, some sort of retrospective. I don't know. Wouldn't it be cool to get like some sort, they're never ever in a million years do this, but like some sort of rare replay style.
Oh man,
like
that'd be sick
thing where that like lets you really fuck with these games in a major way. They're obviously not going to do that. I don't believe that, but so I think you will see it again. And it is a great logo, but I love thinking about the Apple logo and just like how a 15-year-old today would interpret that Apple logo. Because they see every logo with that, and that looks kind of like that now. But it's like, damn, that logo was so good. So much better than the original Apple logo iconography, like Apple computer iconography. It sucked before they came up with that simple Apple logo. It's just timeless. So I do think they'll go back. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, I hope they do, because I love that 20th anniversary merch. I remember it specifically from PSX that year, getting some of it. And I feel like it's so iconic. I guess I'm thinking now, Colin, what you're saying about the Apple logo thing, and maybe it only really means something to us, the people that were there when it was that. But I find it to be so much more visually appealing than just, because now it's just blue background, white logo.
Right.
There's nothing to it other than just the shape of it. So it is kind of boring, and I think it would be an awesome shakeup. And I really hope that they do, at the very least, release an anniversary DualSense controller that has the classic button colors and the classic logo, because they did that for, actually, I have it right here. My
there
my
it is.
DualShock 4 anniversary that I needed to get. So I would definitely get that again. But yeah, I think that would be sick. I hope they not only do it for the anniversary, but bring back the original logo permanently for everything.
That would be cool.
They won't.
No, definitely not. It is an iconic silhouette. And it's so interesting when you see the others that they could have chosen from and how different they are and how any of them could be the normal one that they just stumbled upon. It's like none of them were necessarily better or worse. It's like they're all just different and we're just very tuned into what it is now. I love thinking about that kind of stuff. But yeah, we'll see what goes on for the 30th anniversary. I imagine something will happen and maybe that's when we'll see the return of that logo in some sense. But they, isn't it interesting, guys, as we leave this question? We've long associated red with Nintendo, which I think is even a little dubious, and green because the Nintendo logo is red, and obviously there's a lot of red in like the NES, but like by the time you get to the SNES in the West, like they intentionally tried to get away from that. You could tell, the logos were still red, but like the machine was purple and gray and all sorts of weird stuff. They were trying to do something different. But the association with blue with Sony, do you ever think that's like, you ever ponder that that's like new? I mean, think about
it's really PS4, really.
Right. Like it's really like late PS3, Vita, PS4 into that era. Like the Vita having the blue band on the games was like the first time.
I mean, technically the PS2 had a fair bit of blue in its iconography because I wasn't that
the logo
like the whole...
was blue and purple.
The logo was blue, and I remember the bluish hue of like even just like the startup menu. But if you had no disc in it, it would have like the blue lights and the blue like cubes kind of extruded.
That's true. Yeah, digitally you're right. But I think in terms of iconography, it's interesting. Like red. When you think about the PS3, it seemed like they were trying to invoke red in some way. When you think about the boxes, like the original game box arts before they went to that unified box art style, during the trophy era, they had like the little PS3 logo in the corner. So like Uncharted had that. The first one, but not the second one. Resistance 1 and Resistance 2 both had that. With the Spider-Man font on the side. Yeah. Blue, they somehow just kind of stumbled into blue. They probably had some sort of market research being like red is associated with Nintendo clearly. Xbox is green and really has embraced that color. With all their iconography, we should embrace blue. And I've thought about that recently where I'm like, that wasn't, because it was black, really. I mean, that's the color I associate with PlayStation. Like PS1 games, PS2 games, PS3 games, that was black cases with art on them. So I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter. Joe Cross wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, playing the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters over the past year spurred a thought. How do you all deal with naming player characters in various games? Do you stick with the canon names provided to get creative with them? I personally prefer sticking with the official names unless required to provide one. For the last decade, it's usually been a coin flip between Biff McGinty and Mr. Thanks for all you do and keep on keeping on." During the rental era, it was always funny to rent games on the NES, especially SNES or Genesis, and see what people were naming their characters in these role-playing games and some just really inappropriate shit. You never knew what you were going to get when you turned these games on. And you just hoped your parents weren't in the room to look. I always stay with the names, like Link in Zelda. You can name Link whatever you want, but I always name him Link. And the one thing that I remember you guys might recall is in a lot of old like Final Fantasy games and other games, the character names would often be capitalized automatically. So when you played Final Fantasy VI, it would be like you would encounter Celis or something, and then a screen would pop up and it would allow you to rename it, but Celis would be all capitalized, like CELES. And I would go in and delete it and make it all lowercase. So like capital C and then normal, like Celis, and fix it that way. So that's about as far as I ever got to doing that. But no, I don't typically. I want to play as the character. So giving me the option is cool, but you also get lost sometimes. I found this to be the case. Like you rename your Final Fantasy VI cast after your family or your friends, and then in a cutscene, you have no idea what anyone's talking about. It's like this person is talking about this person. I'm like, I don't remember who that is. I don't know who you're talking about. Like Jerry is talking right now about Dagon and Betty Ann. It's like, okay, I have no idea who I named any of those characters. So I've also found that to be a problem as well. Chris, how do you rename your characters when given the option?
I usually don't. But it's either I keep it the same as it is because I don't care enough to see it reflected, or I'll just like my Fallout character will just be my name. It's very boring. But if it's a game that I'm not super invested in, if it's like a Game Boy game or if it's like a Pokemon game or something, it will always be something offensive or stupid. Always. It's always. It's either like something I can't say on the show, or just I think you could name your rival, I think, in Pokemon, right?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so I remember I named my character God, and I named my rival Pussy. And I remember just having a grand old time, getting a little chuckle. It's like, you stole Pussy's. it's the dumbest. It's such a dumb chuckle, but that's almost all I'm looking for a game like that at this point. Like I'm not gonna replay through the entirety of Pokemon Gold again.
You're
like,
certainly not looking to play Pokemon for fun anymore. I agree.
No,
it's now it's got to be like a job. At this point, it's like your job or whatever,
Right. Or I'm just curious. It's like, yeah, I'll play through like maybe like an hour of this and see what's up. I'm not taking this super seriously. So yeah, like I'll name my character Retard or something.
Yeah.
Like,
it was fun the first 8 75-hour role-playing games. I had fun for the first 8 of those, I probably. But after a while, it was too much.
Yeah, can't possibly.
I take this a step further with the canon names and this annoys me greatly. In Persona games, there is always a canon name for the character, but it is not presented to you. It's usually if they do like an anime or a manga or something like that, they always have a background canon name, but it's not like a Final Fantasy where they put it in and then you delete it and put your own name. It just puts blank. So you have to put it. So I will look up the canon name of the character and put it in. So I just wish they would just do that in general. In fact, the fact that you can even name your character at all in Persona is annoying to me. But I always go with the canon name. And then if I have to put my own name in, it really depends. Like if I was playing Fallout, I would probably just go with my own name, like Chris. But in some of these fantasy games, I'm always naming my character Frisk after my puppy. Always Frisk. Or I sometimes would put my parents' dog's name in there too. But I just feel like that's more fun.
R.I.P. in peace.
R.I.P. in peace, Neko. Elora's still hanging on. She's still doing okay. But
me and Neko, we had a connection, I want to say.
Yeah. He's dead now. Yeah. But R.I.P. As you say, R.I.P. in peace.
Yeah, R.I.P. in peace.
The thing about I do wish they gave you a lot more leeway, because a lot of times when they let you type in a name, they don't give you enough characters to really have that much fun with it. Like I can't remember what game I was playing, but like one game had like what felt like a nearly limitless character amount, and so I remember naming him like Gromulon the Defective, and I had so much fun with that game because everybody had to refer to me by this ridiculous name, and it was fun. But like most games let you like it's like 7 characters or something max, maybe 8.
Yeah, it's like a license plate.
And it's just not, I don't know. It's not that fun, really.
All right. Let's see, where are we now? Oh, thank you for writing in, Joe. Context Should Matter wrote in. Said, hi, Sacred Crew. I'd like to get your thoughts on something you might not have watched, but figured it was a good conversation piece. The Future Game Show Spring Showcase 2024 streamed recently, and it showed off 50 games across PS5, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, and PC. While watching the stream, I just kept thinking to myself, who is going to buy these games? The stream was filled with very niche games that I can't for the life of me see selling any copies. And if you like at stream, I'm sorry, I'm going to start this again. The stream was filled with very niche games that I can't for the life of me see selling any copies. And if you like stream, what are you saying?
If you look at stream charts, they don't. He said it wrong.
Oh, okay.
He typed it wrong.
Jesus Christ. Let's try again. The stream was filled with very niche games that I can't for the life of me see selling any copies. And if you look at stream charts, they don't. Steam charts, you mean. I would have just chalked this down to games not being for me and moved on. But at the end of the showcase, the host made a comment about the layoffs in the games industry by saying, we'd like to take a moment to recognize what a difficult period it has been and continues to be in the games industry, with countless layoffs and a growing fog of uncertainty, somehow coupled with headline news about huge profits. We simply couldn't have a show like this full of awesome trailers and demos and presenters without the hardworking people who turn such inspired ideas into reality. We want to acknowledge just how difficult it's become to work and feel supported in the industry. So for everyone out there weathering the storm, regardless of what you do, we just want to say, we see you, we're thinking of you, and we truly hope that things are getting better. Things will not get better for the industry if they continue to make these very niche games that only sell a few thousand copies. If anyone is wondering why people are getting fired, It is because games keep coming out that don't appeal to anyone but the people making them. Why do you think these games keep getting greenlit? And how many studios will need to shut their doors before the games industry realizes this? I personally think you're talking about two different things. Because this 50 games that you said are not going to sell. I would have to look at the list. The Game Showcase, is that Future Games Show? Is that IGN or that's Jeff Keighley? I don't know who that is.
I don't think
I'm looking at Future Game Show YouTube right now. I don't know who this entity is associated with. Doesn't say.
And what do the games look like to you?
I can't even find the Future Game Show. Okay, Future Game Showcase 2024. Here it is. Oh, it is through IGN. Well, it's hosted on IGN's website, so maybe that was a different random channel.
Yeah, I think that's. I feel like it was an IGN product. So I don't know. I've long said that I just think that there are too many games, and it's kind of a shame because the reality is that the way we make games at Lilymo isn't necessarily sustainable either, in the sense that I have a huge market to sell our games to natively. We don't sell enormous amounts of games, but we sell way better than most of our peers just because of that in like the true indie space. And if I took any money from the operation, we would not have any money to run and make the next game. So it's already like a very unnatural, inorganic way we make games. And I segue that to people that don't have the marketing thing built in. So you have to like hope that you can find people to look at your game. You have to kind of hope that a PR person or a marketing agency will take you. And usually you have to give away points on your game for that. And it becomes like a very perilous situation. I do think it's great that like anyone can make a game, anyone can publish a game. And I think that this is what I was kind of saying about this, is that these are the kinds of games you're talking about, as opposed to the profits are not coming from these companies. The profits are coming from companies that don't make games like this. It's two different things. The only way you can mix it up is to say like the profits garnered from these big games are distracting people from buying indie games, which is definitely true. I mean, there's no need to buy as many games as possible, or even any game at all, if you have certain tastes and certain wants in games. So the answer kind of to what you're saying, or kind of like my thought on it, is it's not going to get better, and a lot of things are going to flame out. And I think a lot of people hope to find the next Vampire Survivors, to find the next Stardew Valley, or whatever, Axiom Verge, like one man game or like very small team game that will become a huge hit, and then you kind of set for life and you can do whatever you want. But there's going to be so many failures along the way. And the one thing that I'm sure of, I used to say this at IGN in a different way, which was I always said like good games don't fall through the cracks. This was during the PS3 era. Like, what game is getting by the goalie? Like, what is this amazing game that's getting by the goalie? But today, I think the volume of games is such that there has to be good shit getting through that like no one truly notices, or not no one, but the right people, like the people that that know what this is and can therefore proliferate it to like-minded people. I am positive that the games like that are numerous. When you have 17, 20,000 games a year coming out, whatever it is, you're probably talking about good games. Like, oh man, you'd really like this game. Probably like legitimate games, hundreds slipping through at that rate. Mm-hmm. So
yeah,
I don't know who's buying this shit. I don't know. I feel bad for a lot of indie devs out there just because like we have the front end marketing like down. It's good. Like you can't just publish a game into the ether and hope anyone knows about it. We don't do that by nature of the podcast and the company. That's like the biggest hurdle of all. Anyway, you guys have any thoughts on this before we move on?
I think it depends, because I feel like if you are an indie team and you have a relative budget to what you expect to realistically be able to sell, and you're making a product for a specific part of the market, then cool, go for it. I think the real problem comes in when you're getting more into the AAA space, where you're having these big, expensive games that end up being huge bets in some ways. And you're right that there is just too many games. And even if it's good or even just okay, that's not enough anymore. So I don't know. I'm kind of two minds about it. I think that a vibrant indie scene is important, and not every game needs to sell 1 million copies to be successful. Like I said, relative to budget, your expected outcome, and you can kind of make a nice little living if you're able to get that going. But trying to make every big AAA game you have, it needs to be an immediate huge success, then yeah, you're setting yourself up for failure.
All right. Chris, anything to add before we move on?
No, I think you guys, it would just be repeating some of the stuff that you said.
All right, then let's get into Andy Genero, who wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC. So the other day I was playing Helldivers 2 and I was having the round of my life. I had kill streaks of 82, 80, and 77. Surely I was going to post this great stat line that featured 800 to 1,000 kills. As we were all on the ship for extraction, my game crashed. I was so crestfallen. What are some of your most memorable gaming moments that were ruined because of either a game crash, game freeze, or even an unexpected unplugged console? I will forever be thinking about what my stat line in Helldivers 2 was going to be in that round." It's funny, dude, because I brought this up in the past, but it's when I read your question, Andy, I was like, oh, I got to bring this up again, which was I randomly got very early in my trophy obsession. I got randomly sucked into Resistance 2's online for a while. And Resistance 2 had a notoriously horrifying online trophy, which was 10,000 kills in PvP. And I told myself, like, I was like, I'm doing this. And there's actually a funny picture of me floating out there where I was using a Rock Band mic to talk on the game as I was playing it. And I had this, I probably got, I don't know if the stats aren't even live anymore, I don't think, but I probably had several thousand kills. So it was like, it took me a long time to get there, but I was like slowly grinding. And then I had this game of my life. It was a similar thing. Like I had this amazing game. It was at the Swamp House map. I remember it so well, which is this plantation house surrounded by woods. And I was like murdering, I was killing it. And then I got disconnected from the PSN and didn't get credit for any of those kills. And it was something insane. Like 24 kills or something I never got before. And I just thought that was the last time I ever played Resistance 2 online. So yeah, these things do indeed happen from time to time. Anything come to mind for you, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure things have happened since and definitely before, but the one that came to mind immediately was, I remember it was fall of 2009. And we were playing ODST. And we were trying to do the VidMaster challenges. And what the VidMaster challenges were these hyper specialized, like very specifically difficult achievements that you would have to get across Halo 3 and ODST. And if you got all 7 of them, you would get recon armor for use in multiplayer. And recon was like the big thing that was the armor that only Bungie employees got, and like people who were important. Like if you like the red versus blue people got it, or like people who did like viral stuff would get recognition by Bungie, and they would give it to them. And this was a way for everybody to get it, but it was super fucking difficult. And it was the last achievement where like we had to go through the entire last level on Legendary without, I can't remember if it was without getting shot or without shooting. I think you had to melee everybody, and it had to be 4-player co-op, Legendary, melee, or something like that, some crazy rule set. And we got to the very, very end. Like I think we had like maybe 1 or 2 checkpoints left, and my 360 red ringed. And it was so crushing. I still remember it so vividly. I remember I was in the living room. It was like a bright day. It was like 4 p.m. It was Friday. It's so terrible. It was the worst start to a weekend I think I had that entire year, for sure. But that's the one that comes to mind. And then I had to obviously send it in. I had to wait for them to ship me a box, and then I had to put it in the box and then wait the coffin, and then they would wait 3 weeks.
How about that?
I eventually got it back, but like, man, that was so rough. But yeah, that's the one that comes to mind.
Dustin?
Let me set the tone. The stage is the year 2000. I am in kindergarten, and my life is Pokemon. Pokemon cards, Pokemon Show, of course, Pokemon on Game Boy. And yeah, I would play Pokemon every day, waiting for the bus, on the bus, at home, copy of Pokemon Yellow. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I turned off the game too early during a save. I don't know if there was a freak accident, but I lost my Pokemon Yellow save before I had beaten the game. I think I was getting pretty close to Elite Four. And I had the moment when you realize, like, because I think it says corrupted, like it can't load, and you're just pressing the button over and over, trying to load the game. Or maybe it was either that, or it just says new game suddenly. So you like try to take out the cartridge and put it back in as if that's going to do something. And I remember just that, like when you're a kid and like your throat gets tight, and I like you feel like you're starting to tremble a little bit. And I definitely did cry when this happened. And not to be clear, I wasn't like throwing a tantrum, like open, like,
you're a little kid. I mean, it would make.
I was a little kid. This was, I mean, the entire year. I think
he was only 22.
Yeah, he was.
I was only 22.
It was 2 years ago.
But I was crying because I lost this Pokemon Yellow save, and the only thing I could do was start again, and that I did, and it was okay. But being in kindergarten, losing all those hours of progress.
That is
you
rough.
never forget.
That is rough.
You never forget.
All right. Finally, Matt Vigo wrote in and said, "Hey, fellas, anyone else just so over the Ubisoft hate boner that's been going on for like 5 years now? Not liking Ubisoft open worlds has become baby's first video game opinion at this point. I can't even remember the last time I visited an R Games thread about a Ubi game and not being flooded with the same old parroted quotes that YouTubers started parroting from each other ages ago. The complaints are always so surface level and deep and never actually revolve around any meaningful critiques of the games, just map markers and the bloat and that. Please stand down and form a unique opinion. Thinking Ubisoft open worlds are bad is the most boring take on the internet." I agree. Just in that it's the same taxonomical issue we're having with Soulsborns. And I want to do a whole, I know Brad's on board. I want to get some more people to do like a whole episode about trying to figure out what that term means.
Wait, hold on. I got to hear this take. The Ubisoft hate is the same as, I don't know. I don't understand the connection you're drawing here.
Well, let me finish. What I was going to say was that the problem with Soulsborns is that it's getting too wide, right? Like it doesn't mean anything anymore. And Ubisoft game is too wide. And what I was going to mean by that was people were saying Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a Ubisoft style game. And I'm like, no, it isn't. There's like, no, it's not, because it has like certain things that you have to do in a world map. That's not really what people like when I criticize Ubisoft or open world games. That's not even what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is like the nature and rhythm in which they're presented and what they do and the redundancy of them and all the rest. Just having things to do in an open world is not Ubisoft style. So what I was saying about that was very similar to Soulsborne, where I feel like things are like too wide and we need a more narrow definition. We need a more narrow definition of what people are really talking about when they talk about Ubisoft style games. Because to me, it's a much more mindless open world sandbox. And by the way, I kind of like those. So there's a place for that. Like Far Cry, I don't want Far Cry to ever change. Never in a million years do I want it to change. I just want it to get, as it's been really doing from a gameplay perspective, especially getting better and better and better and better and better. And it's just being this crazy open world. It's like, yeah, there's 17,000 fortresses you have to go and conquer. There's really no rhyme or reason to why you have to do that, and have fun. And that to me is good. And that to me is a Ubisoft open world game. And I know the more recent Assassin's Creeds that I've not even played, I know are very similar to that. But The Division isn't like that. And Rayman's not like that. Like, I don't even know what people are taught. Like, so, and the Tom Clancy games and all the other things, it's like, we need a better definition. So I actually totally agree with you, because it's as if Far Cry 6 didn't sell like something. What did it sell? Like 15 million copies or something like that. And it's like, oh, who wants another one of these? Well, apparently like millions and millions and millions of people want another one of those. In fact, so it is a little bit of a trite thing that I think needs a more definitional approach moving forward. That's my opinion, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I do think I know what people are talking about. Like for me, when I think about Ubisoft open world games, I don't necessarily think of just an open world full of shit or just full of random distractions, although that definitely is part of it. There is a bloat aspect to it where it's just like, let's just add stuff to the map just to give something to do, even whether or not it's interesting or not. Like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I think, doesn't have this at all. I think everything that the map throws in front of you is something that is interesting, or it presents you with like a unique gameplay challenge, or it gives you something that is entertaining to do. And there's not really that much of it. And I think that's really kind of the differentiating factor, is that like Ubisoft games, from what I remember or Ubisoft open world games, I should say, from what I remember, were just kind of like filled to the brim. It's like it's like Assassin's Creed, where like collect 200 feathers. And it's like, okay. And then it was like an addition to like 12 other like menial tasks that aren't really that interesting. There's really no rhyme or reason as to why they are where they are on the map. There's no subtle way of the game introducing them to you, which is a thing, something that I found remedied, I thought, in Ghost of Tsushima, where that's there's nothing not Ubisofty about that game necessarily, except for the presentation of it and how it directs you from point A to point B, and how it directs you from open world activity to open world activity. And that is, I think, really where the problem. I think that's really what people are talking about when they're talking about open world games in Ubisoft, through the lens of Ubisoft games. It's not necessarily that what's there isn't valid or what's there shouldn't be. It's what's there could be introduced, or what's there could be foisted upon the player in a more interesting way that doesn't feel so joyless and sterile. And, like when you open up a tower on the map and then suddenly like boop, 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 like a bunch of dots pop up and they're always visible everywhere. And it's like, okay. And there's like 50 of them and it seems to go on for fucking ever. And like half of those 50 don't even really present you with anything really that interesting to do. Like, I get it. But it's not inherently bad. I think it's really a matter of too much, and there's really not an interesting way to get to these places. As opposed to Ghost of Tsushima, which has like the diegetic way. It has the wind, it has the foxes, it has the birds. That kind of draws you into the universe, as opposed to Assassin's Creed, where it's kind of draws you out of the universe to even get around that map, really. Like you pull out your fucking holographic fucking overhead and you're like, okay, where do I go now in ancient Rome or whatever?
Yeah.
And it feels it feels a little bit at odds with the experience. And so I get it from that aspect, but I do agree also with the nature of the complaint being, this isn't really that interesting of a thing to say anymore if you don't have something specific to point to, or if you don't have a solution. Like if you're just bitching about Ubisoft open world games without actually providing any meaningful ways to change that into something that would be better, then you are really just kind of parroting the same opinion that has been very, very popular on the internet for the last like 10 years at this point.
Doesn't anything to add?
Yeah, well, I actually totally agree with your argument about defining Souls games and getting not just saying, oh, it's open world, it has stuff to do, therefore it's like Ubisoft.
Yeah, like is Witcher 3 a Ubisoft style game or Dying Light?
Right. Yeah.
Like, no.
Right. But I think that Chris is right on the money here, that where Ubisoft should be criticized is the quality of what you do in these open world games. And yeah, sure, if I don't know how to say this without sounding like a dickhead, but like if you like doing the same
trash, just say it.
I was gonna say, if you like doing the same type of task that may or may not be a menial same thing over and over in order to fill a check mark across the map, then hell yeah. But I think the Ubisoft hate in general, I get that it can be annoying, but I also look at some of the games that they have released that, at least I think in particular, it's like, yeah, this is shit. Skull and Bones, not a good game.
Quadruple A.
I guess you could argue I have not played it, so I personally don't know if Skull and Bones is good or not. But you hear specifically the biggest complaint about Assassin's Creed Valhalla is that it is too long and it's too bloated. And the argument was also made for the Assassin's Creed game before that. This is much more from my personal opinion, but that Immortals Phoenix Rising game was like the most shameless attempt at trying to copy Breath of the Wild in all the wrong ways. And yeah, so there are many things that I don't like about Ubisoft games, and hopefully there's some stuff to back it up, or at least in this Raident's mind. But I think I guess I get that they can be overly criticized, but the main thing is for many people, a big damper on all their games. That's why I mentioned with that Star Wars game, it's like, yeah, it looks cool, but if I'm clearing and doing the same 5 sets of tasks on a million times, then I'm out. I just don't personally want to do that. Some people will.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's like, yeah, it's the internet. So if there's something you don't like in a game, then you're going to call it shit, and everything and anyone who likes it shit. So yeah, I totally agree that can be annoying. But you got to weed out the actual criticism from just someone being annoying online.
You gotta find something to say that's more interesting than just like, I hate this thing. As I've been ruminating on it, I think the biggest thing about Ubisoft open world games is that they present you with an open world with no sense of discovery. Like, they're big places to roam around in and do things in, but there's no real sense of adventure in them, or at least like not from what I remember of the Ubisoft game. Even the Far Cry games, which I like. Like, I like Far Cry 3. I love Far Cry 3. And I don't even really dislike. I remember I played a little bit of Far Cry 6 and actually, enjoyed what was there to a reasonable, extent. Like, I played only for maybe 5 or 6 hours, but I didn't hate what was there at all. But I also didn't feel like I was discovering anything. Like, I felt like I was moving through a big world and doing things and doing a lot of things and engaging with, combat that was relatively, fun and fine. But I didn't get the sense that I got in like Breath of the Wild or like Elden Ring or any of these open world games that are really, really built, or even Ghost of Tsushima, really, that are built around the sense of like, discovering new things and like, oh, what's over that vista? I don't get the feeling of like, what's over that vista from Far Cry. It's just like a big, and I don't know, maybe Colin can speak to this, and maybe you do get that feeling, but I don't know.
Not really. I like just running around shooting things and killing the tiger and skinning it and building a bitter wallet and then going and fucking these dudes up.
And that's totally fine.
Yeah.
I agree. That is in and of itself. Yeah.
To me, like the Sony game that's most like a Ubisoft game is Horizon.
Yes.
And that game, I think that game is a much higher quality game than a lot of Ubisoft games. But I have a love neutrality relationship with Ubisoft because I don't really hate any of their games. But I do like some of their series, and then I'm just totally neutral or not even participating in Tom Clancy and Assassin's Creed and whatever. So I don't know. All right, let's get the hell out of here, guys. We've been going for a long time. I appreciate you guys' time today. Chris, goodbye to you. Enjoy the rest of your day, please.
Please enjoy the rest of your day. I'll probably, what's today? Today's Thursday. I think tonight's probably a hell diving night, I think, based on, I've been trying to get on at least like once a week.
But I'm probably a little rusty now. It's been a while. So
they've been doing some crazy shit. So I'm keen on it, but I'm cutting back. I'm like, listen, I could do this for like maybe once a week, but like I can't be doing this every night like I used to.
Right. Yeah.
It's getting ridiculous.
I got a DM from an audience member that was like, me and my crew will carry you to the gold trophies that you need for the platinum. And so he emailed me and I have to email him back, but I'm going to probably do that in the coming weeks to just play with like a very, very good squad and just kind of hang on for dear life while they do what's necessary. Cause there's like one where you can't die and all this kind of stuff. And they're like, just come and just come and we'll take care of you kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, right. Sick. I'll do that.
That's fun.
Yeah. Cause that would be funny to get the Helldivers 2 platinum for me.
Yeah.
All right. Dustin, goodbye to you, my friend. Take good care of yourself. Take good care of Holly and young Chris, Colin, Dustin Furman.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm thinking tonight I'm going to watch some more of the Fallout show.
Cool.
And some One Piece, as I do always. One other thing I'll say, I always appreciate, but it's been happening recently with Balatro. I love it when people let me know that they checked out a game that I talked about and that they're really enjoying it. So if you do check it out and you enjoy it, let me know. It makes me feel happy.
Oh, that's nice.
It's nice to see that. Now, if you hate it, don't say anything at all.
Right.
Please just
just
don't say anything.
Stay your sword.
It's fine. You can keep that to yourself. But it's nice to know. I also really like it too. Sometimes people say, "Hey, I checked out Jimmy Eat World because you love them, and now they're one of my favorites." Love that too.
That's fun.
So, I like it's a nice positive way to interact with a content creator and tell them, instead of leaving a YouTube comment about how this was a bad take and your shit
and how horrible I am.
You can put that too.
Yeah. Oh, they will.
Yes.
They will.
Colin Moriarty is so fat in this video.
I said, look, fat.
I said, look. I want him to say that.
That'd be so awesome. For people that haven't seen it, you got to look up the Chick-fil-A footage. It's good shit.
It's crazy.
All right. It's time to go. I'm going to go walk the dogs and work out, see what's happening in the world. Because I kind of woke up and just rolled right into this bad boy. So I don't really know what's going on. The world could be gone outside the window for all I know. Well, you guys are here, so I guess it can't be that can't be the case. Maybe this is some sort of simulation, or I don't know. But anyway, we'll see you next time for more. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia, lastdaymedia.store for merch. Until next time, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.